Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see if we can get this shit back up.
Head there, but I'm not quite sure what you're shaking your head about,
Yeah,
because anyone who's lived in LA, like I said, it's been clear. Two things have been clear. Newsom has had a lot of rhetoric about being tough on crime and sorting out the homeless problem and so on, and the complete reverse has happened. Even in Beverly Hills, where I live, and I go to lots of other parts of the city when I'm in LA, but even in Beverly Hills, the degree of homelessness, the degree of crime, violent crime involving guns, right in the middle of Beverly Hills at lunchtime, shootouts in restaurants and things, that never used to happen, I can tell you. It was never like it is now. So there's no doubt to my mind, when Amara says what she said there about issues like the crime increasing and so on, it's indisputable. If you live there, you know it.
right. I mean, if one were not watching this video and only hearing it, they would think that I shook my head when we were talking about crime and homelessness. I didn't.
Well, you
So
seem to.
But when I shook my head,
I'm sorry.
what I shook my head to was the issue around the quote unquote woke policies and DEI policies.
Right.
That specifically, so we don't have to guess. I'm telling you what it was. The idea that there's some relationship between the fires and the Department's investment in DEI policy. Even Amala herself has said, you know, we're going to find out if that's the case. But why are we beginning from a premise that that is the case? We could, is anything possible? Sure, but there's no evidence of it. Also, the idea of calling it a wasted effort to me is a bit bizarre. As I'm sure you know, or maybe you don't, talking to the audience, not you two in particular, the department had a significant
What in the hell is going on?
department had a significant problem with racial discrimination. It's acknowledged that the department had multiple firefighters sue. The department acknowledged that they were overrepresented by white men and underrepresented by other groups. And to be clear, that's a statistical analysis. That's not an objective. That's not an objective. That's not a moral judgment. That's an overrepresented demographic. So in light of that, my question would be, if you don't think they needed an inclusion or equity initiative, how should they have responded? This is to Amala. How should they have responded to the proven cases of discrimination, sexism, and harassment that were happening in the department? What should they have done instead of having an initiative?
Okay, well, fair enough, Amala.
Yeah. Sure, I can answer that. Yeah, when we're looking at those cases that you've just spoken about, sure, we should hear out every single case of sexual harassment and discrimination, especially if we can prove that it's on the basis of race, or we can prove that there is ill intent within a department. Now, that's not what's being articulated by the LAFD. They are saying that they are looking specifically for people of certain races, of particular gender backgrounds, and we should be moving towards a race-neutral future. If you want people to be judged on the content of their character, of their abilities, their intelligence, their strengths, which is very important when it comes to the fire department, you should do exactly that. It has nothing to do with whether or not you're a woman. It has nothing to do with your race. And as we saw that assistant fire chief state, she's speaking about diversity, equity, and inclusion through a lens of wanting people who look like her to be in the department, wanting to be able to show up to houses of California residents that apparently look like her so she can serve them better. And she's not really speaking to her capabilities. As she even stated in her own video, she'd be incapable of carrying a man out of
What?
your articulation of diversity, equity, inclusion is very different from what we're getting. And let's not forget that diversity, equity, and inclusion is based out of critical race theory, which is fundamentally flawed. If we truly want race neutrality and people to be judged based off of their abilities, we should do exactly that.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, Mark, I'll come back to you.
So you said three things
hang on, Mark. I'll come back to you for a quick response, and I go to Gillian. But Mark, you know, it's come at the same week that we saw Mark Zuckerberg basically ending all of Meta's DEI programs, along with a complete reversal of everything else you could call woke policy. I mean, it seems to me that the wind is blowing. Well, I won't use that phrase because there's obviously a much bigger, more problematic wind blowing. But there is a change in direction from companies that you would say were very liberal skewed, like Meta and others, to just get rid of all DEI programs.
Okay, yeah, I got it fixed now, so it is what it is. Let's go.
They are wrong. They promote mediocrity. They're not meritocratic in the way that companies should, in my view. And it's happening quite fast now since the big Trump win over Kamala Harris, who represented.
No one's ever stolen
all
anything
this
out of
woke
here.
stuff.
Not in the whole history of the
What's your
whole
response to that?
history.
Well, I think you're right to say that corporate investment in DEI was always cynical. They never cared about diversity, equity, or inclusion. They did it because it was popular. After the uprisings and following the murder of George Floyd, it was popular to say you were down with DEI, so they did it. And a lot of those companies never actually even turned in the money. They never actually followed up on the promises that they made. And now that it's no longer popular, they're pulling back. Corporate America does what's good for business, not what's good for people. But I reject your claim that DEI is not meritocratic or it undermines meritocracy. The data contradicts that. Decades of studies contradict that. I also reject Amala's claim that the fire department was doing something systemic in response to something that was individual. You know, she said they should have adjudicated those cases, but not gone on this to have different hiring practices. I think maybe what you missed was the complaints themselves were about a systemic failure to hire qualified Black people, to hire qualified women. So again, when you talk about DEI, it's not about getting unqualified Black and brown and women in a room of qualified white men. It's about saying there's 10 qualified people in this room. The first 6 we've hired have been white men. Maybe the next 4 shouldn't be, when demographically there's enough Black people here or enough women or whomever.
But hang on, but that's exactly the point. Which is when it comes to firefighting, actually, no. Sorry, I just want the best people for the job. Sorry, I do. If I'm a homeowner in LA, I don't care what color they are, what sexuality they are, what gender they are.
Ask you a question about that, Pierce.
Hang on, Mark. I don't care about any of it. I just care, are they the best available people to save me from a fire? End.
You're misrepresenting the issue, though. No one is saying the best qualified people shouldn't be hired. The issue is, again, there are 10 people in a room.
Yeah.
They're going to hire 8 of them. The first 6 they've hired have been white men.
Yeah.
Of the remaining people, there are qualified white men and qualified Black men and qualified Black women. The issue historically in that department has been, even when the women have been qualified, even when the Black men have been qualified, they still have not gotten hired. It's not that Black people have gotten not hired and they're unqualified. They've been qualified and not hired. And so they're trying to respond to that by being intentional about saying, hey, let's bring in some qualified Black people to augment the qualified white men as well. So no one wants an unqualified firefighter. You know what I mean? No one wants an unqualified surgeon. But if you keep not hiring qualified Black people, we got to do something about it.
Okay, let me bring Gillian in because obviously the LA Mayor, Karen Bass, is a Black woman. I've got to say, of all the people in officialdom that I've seen since this disaster started, she seems to me to be the most woefully incompetent. One, when it started, there had already been warnings that there might be a big fire issue coming. She gets on a plane and she goes all the way to Africa to the inauguration of the new president of Ghana. Now, this is someone who the New York Times has established 2 years ago, actually said on the record, while campaigning to be mayor, not only would I, of course, live here, but I wouldn't travel internationally. The only places I would go would be DC, Sacramento, San Francisco, and New York in relation to Los Angeles. And yet there she is at the inauguration of an African president while her city's burning. And when she came back, she was jumped by a very good journalist from Sky News here in the UK, David Blevins. And the response was pathetic. Let's take a look.
Madam Mayor, David Blevins from Sky News in the UK. Fire chiefs say that they're really stretched to the limit and running out of water. What have you got to say to that? Have you no response to that? Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today?
I mean, I'm sorry, Gillian, that was just so pathetic, wasn't it? I mean, she's the mayor of Los Angeles. Say something.
It's absolutely outrageous. And again, I can't speak to the DEI component because I don't really know the history of who they did or didn't hire. I'm currently under the impression that the fire chief wanted more bodies, no matter what color, what gender, or what sexual orientation. And if I'm wrong about that, please educate me. With that said, Karen Bass is incompetent. I don't care if it's because she's a woman of color. She's just flat out incompetent. When your fire chief writes you a letter in December of 2024, after all of northern Malibu has just burned down again, and says, do not cut my budget, it will be a catastrophe. You don't cut the budget. I'm absolutely outraged and disgusted. It is gross negligence, period. And then you have nothing to
15
say.
defense,
You're
12 dodge,
what?
17,
What are you doing
22.
in Ghana? You are a local, you're a mayor. You're not an ambassador.
That's
You don't work
ridiculous.
for the federal government. What is going on?
Yeah,
I mean, we could point to so many of these things. It's just outrageous.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think she's been completely incompetent and exposed as incompetent. In fact, all her public utterances make me cringe. Let me bring Michael back in here. I mean, I want to play a clip, Michael. This is from the fire department chief, Kristen Crowley, who, as things stand, to me, sounds the most credible of all of them when she speaks. Let's take a listen.
Did the city of Los Angeles fail you and your department and our city? It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say, justifiably, what the fire department needs to operate to meet the demands of the community. Did they fail you? That is our job, and I tell you, that's why I'm here. So let's get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs. Did they fail you? Yes.
I mean, she couldn't be clearer there, and I believe her. You know, I mean, no one has actually refuted what she said, and she hasn't been fired. So, Michael, I'm doing the maths with my old journalism hat on, and it's coming up pretty well for her and pretty badly for the elected officials.
That's absolutely right. I think she's been amazing during this crisis. I think that she's been honest with the residents of LA. I think that we really trust our fire chief here after all the appearances she's made. And as it relates to the debate about DEI, I agree with you, Piers. I don't care what color she is, what gender she is. The fact that she's a woman doesn't matter to me. She's doing an incredible job.
Right.
And the fact that she's being called a DEI hire is actually pretty frustrating, and the fact that that's what some people in the media are using to spin it, because she was in the fire department for 22 years. She's incredibly qualified. She's clearly really good at PR, and I think she's really good at her job. So
I don't think she's a DEI hire. I've got to say, Karen Bass.
People are saying that.
Karen Bass, though, is a different matter. She smacks to me of a DEI appointment in the sense of how the hell did someone like that?
She was democratically elected.
Fine, I know.
How does a democratically elected?
I know.
How was a democratically elected mayor a DEI?
Let me tell you how that happens in Los Angeles. Because until this fire, actually, and this may change everything for the political dynamic of Los Angeles. If you live in LA, as much as I have in the last 20 years, you are living in woke central. You're living in a place where a large number of the electorate literally would vote for people because of their skin color and because of their gender. We've already, just from that thing I read out, established she's an absolute liar when it comes to what she promised in her campaign and what she then did as mayor, in terms of getting on the first plane that came along to Ghana when she said she wouldn't leave America. So to me, the DEI thing runs endemically through some of these places. LA has become a woke.
What makes a DEI?
I'm telling you.
I'm gonna be very clear.
You're not understanding. Let me be very clear to you first. What I'm saying is there are large
You're
numbers
calling someone who is democratically
elected
a DEI.
Let me finish. I'm telling you what I mean by that. She won that. She won as a democratically elected person. That is true. She's the mayor. However, I think a lot of people voted for her because she was a black woman, not because she's any good at her job. That's an LA woke problem.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah. Look how incompetent she is.
How many black people have been mayor of LA? You say for decades of wokeness and skin color voting. How many black
I think
mayors
it's been
have
getting
in the history
worse
of LA?
and worse and worse.
How many black mayors have there been in the history of LA?
I don't know. I'm telling you, in her case, I believe she is woefully incompetent. Should never have got the job, and people voted for her because in their head, all they're getting told all day long
or is there
in
something
places like
specific
Los
that can help you
Angeles
define
is
that?
DEI. That's all they hear about.
What qualification was she lacking to be mayor?
Have you watched her
Since she was
pronouncements?
unqualified.
Have you watched her pronouncements?
I've watched her for 12 years in Congress. I've watched her advance legislation.
She's
I've watched
utterly
her have
useless.
political experience prior to joining the U.S.
She's
Congress and being
utterly
a standing member of
useless.
Congress.
In fact,
She was
that in-
qualified. You may not like.
No, I think she's incompetent. It's worse than that. I don't care if I like
her
her or
political
not.
credentials are pretty strong. I think that her reaction to this crisis has been really bad, and this is the first time a lot of the world is seeing Karen Bass, unfortunately.
I agree.
But she was democratically
That
elected.
doesn't make her a DEI hire.
No, I'm talking about a
apologize, there's a
culture.
delay. I didn't mean
No,
to cut you off.
what I'm talking about, and Michael, I'll put this to you. It just seems to me, I have noticed in LA, it's been getting woker and woker and woker. Right from the top of the legal sphere right the way down. It's tangible. You feel it. You have a lot of people there that buy into this woke crap. Right? And I just think that it's been insidious in every society where this has happened, anywhere in the world. But LA is like the epicenter of this crap. And I think it's come back to haunt them.
I'll get to that in a second. When it comes to the election of the mayor, we had a decision between Karen Bass and Rick Russo, who's a billionaire real estate developer. I think that the people of LA made a decision that they wanted a career politician who, sure, is a black woman, but I don't think that's why she got the votes. I think she got the votes because she seemed like the more qualified, well-credentialed candidate compared to a billionaire who felt very out of touch with the typical working-class person in Los Angeles. I think that's why Karen Bass won the election. When it comes to the culture of DEI in Los Angeles, I think a lot of people love to paint Los Angeles the way that they see it. They love to paint the culture of California in a certain way. I don't feel like I'm living in a DEI city. It doesn't feel feel that way. I think that diversity is important to people in Los Angeles. It's one of the most diverse cities in the entire world, and we are proud of that. But that doesn't mean
nothing wrong with being proud of diversity. Listen, I'm as proud of diversity as you are, Mark, as everybody else is. Nothing wrong with being proud of diversity. No. Well, actually, I am. But what I believe in, what I believe in everything is that meritocracy should trump mediocrity and should trump woke box ticking. That's what I believe. I believe that.
But you're arguing that somehow she didn't have merit.
I'm arguing that she
qualified than her opponent.
I'm arguing
a black person can do a bad job, and that's fine. Criticize them for doing a bad job. Gavin Newsom's doing a bad job, but no one is addressing his race. He just did a bad job. Karen Bass is doing a bad job, you say. Then criticize her for that. But every time a black person does a bad job, if you call them a DEI hire, that becomes nothing more than a dog whistle and a racist slur.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about everybody.
She was hired. She was elected because she was qualified, because she won her.
But she was elected. But Mark, you're missing my point. You're missing my point. It's not because
I'm not missing your point. I'm disagreeing with your point.
That's fine, and you're perfectly entitled to disagree with it. But don't start talking about dog whistles, because it's entirely down to her.
It's a dog whistle.
No, it's entirely down to her incompetence. And I'm telling you, there are lots of people in LA, when confronted with a billionaire candidate or her, we're going to vote for her because of the color of her skin or her gender. I'm telling you, that's what LA's like.
Or because he's billionaire and we don't.
And I'm going to tell you that all around the country, people vote for Donald Trump and other people because they're white men. Identity politics plays.
And you would be the first to say that's wrong.
The point here is not that.
You would be the first. You would be the first to say that's wrong.
Calling them a DEI hire is questioning their competence, not their performance, but their fundamental qualification for the job. She was qualified for the job. She just hasn't done a good job. That's fine, but that doesn't make her a DEI hire. Ben Carson was wholly unqualified to be the head of HUD, right? But no one called him a DEI hire. Why? Because he was on the right. Whether you think he did a good job or bad, he wasn't qualified. But every time he makes a mistake, I wouldn't call him a DEI hire, even though he had no qualification. He's far less qualified for that job than Karen Bass was to be mayor of LA. You have to understand here that DEI hire is itself a dog whistle when it's weaponized against black and brown people and women and trans folk and queer folk. Whenever you don't like
you
the
have
job,
to recognize. Yeah, okay. I hear what you're saying, but you also have to recognize that this relentless woke bullshit has actually turned large numbers of people into people I just don't even recognize as having a brain, where they literally buy into all this stuff. They walk around and their first thought is diversity, equity, inclusion should actually be a priority over any meritocracy. They genuinely believe that.
That's not what anyone has ever argued.
At that point, society starts to fragment.
That's not true. What I'm saying is,
it's true.
DEI initiatives begin from the premise that people who are qualified are being left and locked out of the
I know the premise.
When we advocate for people,
I know the premise, Mark.
But that's not.
Yeah, but hang on.
I understand
the premise of being woke. Hang on. You're missing the point. The premise of being
the audience was making it seem as if they weren't operating.
Well, the premise of being woke right, was originally that you would raise awareness to social and racial injustice. I agree with that. By that criteria, I'm woke. That is not what woke became. Woke became a form of censorious virtue signaling fascism. And what we're seeing now is the very rapid, actually, disintegration of wokeism, because people have woken up to it. And what I hope is that people like the people of Los Angeles, who've seen their city getting ravaged by this crap, wake up, smell the cappuccino, and vote according to reality and not to what they think they should be doing based on things like.
Forget about climate change. Forget about unchecked capitalism.
No. All
Just
those
don't
things
vote
are
for black
important.
people because they'll burn you.
Let me bring in Gillian, who's been shaking her head. Gillian?
Here's the reason I think, in particular, people are targeting this. There are two quantifiable moments that are pretty outrageous. So the first one is, I believe it was Kristen Larson who said, hey, you're worried about me pulling your husband out of a fire. Well, then he got himself in the wrong place. She should have been swiftly fired for that statement.
Yeah.
Regardless of her color or her gender, that was an outrageous thing to say. I don't care if she was a white man. If a white man said something like, well, your wife got herself into the wrong place, we would all be outraged. She should have been fired. And then we have to ask ourselves why she wasn't fired. And then the next thing is the lady, I think her name is Janice Quinones, who was in charge of making sure that reservoir in the Palisades was full, was caught in an interview saying that her top priority was DEI.
Yeah.
Legitimately verbatim a quote. And I think that is exactly what Piers is talking about. I can't speak to Karen Bass or
It's
how
a mindset.
qualified she was or she wasn't, because I'm no longer a California resident, so I didn't vote for her. I didn't do my homework on her. And I do agree that regardless of DI, she's doing a crap job, and regardless of Republican or Democrat, Newsom sucks. He is the worst, and he has been the worst forever, since 2018, when he got the job in 2019, and how he's run the state since then. He sucks. But there are two very clear examples of what Piers is speaking about.
Yeah. Marlo, I want to take a look at Gavin Newsom, who keeps smirking. I just don't understand why he keeps smirking. Let's take a look.
We're in this emergency environment and everything else. So I just want to determine the facts. But no one has any patience in this weaponized to the grievance, drop everyone else. People, there's immediacy. And lies travel the proverbial world, and it's hard to get the facts out there unless you have the backing of those facts and you can communicate them soberly. And so that's what we're trying to achieve.
Even when it was fashionable to have them shits be that expensive, them shits.
Across the board on disasters. Getting the major disaster declaration, maybe the first one in U.S. history over text with the White House within literally 36 hours.
And every appearance he's made, Marlo, he just can't stop this supercilious smug smirk. But what are you being smug about?
Right, yeah, I'm not sure what's actually going on there, and I have seen him smirking in other interviews where he's talking about reimagining LA and the plan that he already has for the city, so we'll see what that actually looks like. And quickly, to the point of DEI, for Mark and Michael, we don't have to call them DEI hires, they call themselves DEI hires. When we got this fire chief rolled out, she wasn't rolled out as a woman with 22 years experience as a firefighter and an engineer. She was rolled out as a woman who's lesbian. The very same for the assistant fire chief who says she won't pull a man out of a fire. The very same for Quinones, who Jillian was just speaking about. We don't have to call them diversity, equity, and inclusion hires. They will do that themselves.
Yeah, and I think, Marlo, the point I was trying to make to Mark, but I'm not quite sure he grasped what I was getting, is that large swathes of the electorate in LA, I think, have been contaminated by this woke virus. And they start to think that DEI has to be the be-all and end-all of everything. And they start to vote accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are seeing a culture that's been created in this city where we're pushing forward these initiatives. If I took 1,000 California residents and I showed them a photo of a white man and a black woman with giving them no qualifications, no idea about their education, and no idea about the job that they'd be going into, they would pick the black woman. Let's be honest about where the culture has been set in this city and look around to see that the city is also on fire.
Okay, let me bring Michael.
Can I just say one?
Yeah.
It just might be worth knowing that for the last 3 decades, there have literally been hundreds of scientific studies that have done the very thing you're talking about, usually through resumes. And what the evidence shows, what the scientific data for conservatives, Republicans, black, white, independent, political, apolitical, whatever, have all said the exact opposite of what you said. There has literally not been one empirical study in which the person has chosen a black person over a white person systematically. Also, when the names are blocked and they
You don't think a single person, hang on, you don't think a single person in Los Angeles has ever voted for somebody based on skin color? Are you being funny?
That is a Bikram yoga stretch. There's nothing of what I just said is what you just said.
Yeah, you did.
I just said, I was talking about employer hiring, and you just flipped it and made it seem as if I said no one in LA has ever voted on the basis of race. Everybody votes on the basis of race, but not literally everybody. Every country, every state.
Do you agree with me then?
People who vote on the basis of race. I guarantee you, old white men in Mississippi voted on the basis of race, and I don't think they voted for Kamala. Black men in New York or black women in New York voted for president on the basis of race, and they didn't vote for Trump. People vote on the basis of race all the time.
So you accept? So okay.
That is not my point.
Okay.
The point is that
So you accept that Karen Bass could have got a lot of votes based on her skin color? So you accept my premise that Karen Bass in Los Angeles could have got a lot of people based on her skin color because they bought into the whole DEI argument.
No, that's not what I just said.
It is.
I said that everybody does it. The difference
Right.
is
So you agree
only
with me?
seem to think that black people. No, let me finish the sentence. Let me finish the sentence so we're clear. You seem to only think that black people voting on the basis of race or brown people voting on the basis of race.
No.
I'm saying
I
black,
said she
white, red,
got
yellow,
her job,
Democrat,
in my
Republican,
opinion.
They all.
No, I'm saying
You have
it.
no evidence for your
You
opinion.
just said everybody
no
votes
evidence
according
for
to
it.
race, which is also bullshit, by the way. They don't vote according to race. But the
That's
point,
not,
but you've actually, without realizing it,
literally everybody.
but Mark, without
realizing,
hang on, without realizing it, you've confirmed my thesis, right? Because you basically agree that there are large numbers of people in Los Angeles who probably voted for Karen Bass because of her skin color. And now she's turned out to be useless.
I want you to hear. I want you to try to attempt to hear what I'm saying. First, I want you to allow for the possibility that I can completely comprehend what you're saying and just disagree. And second, I want you to allow for the possibility
I'll allow for that possibility.
That you see this differently. Thank you. This is what I'm saying. Your premise is
Fishing as well.
Partially, at least, because the people who voted for her on the basis of race. And you're saying that I have affirmed that.
That woman is incompetent.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is both candidates and all candidates get votes on the basis of race. A billionaire white man also gets votes on the basis of race.
And this is why I don't argue about racial shit. Oh my God, you're so embarrassing.
Any more than the votes for him by virtue of race. I never said that, and I don't believe that. So at least, even if you disagree with me, you can at least acknowledge on national television.
What is that? She's selling a bag?
If you comprehend, I didn't affirm your thesis.
I think we're edging towards a greater comprehension of each other's position. The point I'm making is that
I always comprehended.
Okay, but the point I'm making is that DEI has become such a massive thing in someone like LA that inevitably it's spilled over to the electorate when they vote for elected officials. And I think that's what happened with Karen Bass, who has now exposed herself to the world as being utterly useless. That's my point. Let me bring Michael back in. On Gavin Newsom, look, he's a slick operator, no question. He's the kind of guy that if you were building a politician, he'd look and sound like Gavin Newsom, or Barack Obama. They look the part, they sound the part, they're articulate, whatever. And I think he's getting found out here. I think there's a supercilious smuggery about it. And particularly when he was asked about Trump going after him about reservoirs, and he started saying, there's nothing wrong with any of the reservoirs. And they said, well, literally, one of the biggest reservoirs, the biggest near Pacific Palisades, was not working. Let's take a look at that.
The reservoirs are completely full of the state reservoirs here in Southern California. That misinformation, I don't think, advantages or aids any of us. Responding to Donald Trump's insults, we would spend another month. I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that one reservoir that serves the Palisade was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation, to understand what was happening with that local reservoir. That was not a state system reservoir, which the president-elect was referring to as it relates to the Delta and somehow connecting the Delta smelt to this fire, which is inexcusable. because it's inaccurate, also incomprehensible to anyone that understands water policy in the state.
Now, he was squirming and tap
Yeah,
dancing
so-
around there, Michael, but I mean, to me, he got called out.
Yeah, I think he did get called out there because one of the reservoirs was empty and it shouldn't have been empty, and it was empty because it fixed to the cover that should have taken a week ended up taking more than a year and costing way too much. And this is an issue with, I think, the way that we spend money and the way that we manage projects in the state, and that needs to get fixed. But I'm glad that's the focus, because there's so many other things being brought into this conversation that I think are distractions. I think, you know, the fact we're debating whether Karen Bass got elected because she's a black woman is frustrating. I think Gavin Newsom is reasonably frustrated about the smelt and the way that Donald Trump tried to blame the water shortage in California on this like endangered species. What we should be talking about is why wasn't the reservoir full? Reservoir full. Thank you. That's hard to say. Why weren't we ready for this fire? And how do we hold our government officials accountable, regardless of their race, regardless of their gender? I don't care, right? Like how do we get better at this? And I think that is a question that we really ought to be talking more about. And I appreciate Jillian for bringing up at the beginning of this conversation the fact that we should be doing controlled burns, the fact that we should be doing brush clearance, the fact that we should be hardening our structures so that wildfires don't spread so quickly in this city, where wildfires are endemic and they are going to happen again.
But here's the point I'd make to you, Michael. Here's the point I'd make back, is that I don't think you can divorce the two things. I don't think you can divorce the politicking that's gone on in the election of certain officials and the incompetence we now see laid bare. You can't divorce that from that, because ultimately these decisions get taken by elected officials. It's all interwoven. You need very, very good people to run a city like Los Angeles. You don't need someone like Karen Bass, in my opinion, as an Angelino half the time.
Well, Gavin Newsom is white and privileged as it gets. He certainly wasn't a DEI hire, and he's the tip of the spear here. And he is responsible for so much of this catastrophe. I could point to specific bills in California that passed the entire state's legislature to manage forestry that he personally vetoed and said, well, you know, I'm worried about the ongoing costs. Well, how much is this going to cost to fix the state? You're going to pass it on to the taxpayers across the country? I mean, we know for a fact that fire breaks work, and I'll give you a perfect example. The fire stopped in northern Malibu where it had already burned. That's why you do controlled burns. We know that it works. It just worked in these conditions where it already burned. And there are so many different issues with how water is mismanaged. Why haven't we built any of those new reservoirs that were commissioned in 2014 under Proposition 1? Not one of those reservoirs is complete. And you can point to all of this red tape, but now he says, I'm gonna cut through all of this red tape and make sure all this stuff gets done. Well, why haven't you previously? This is not this guy's first rodeo. We have a fire every single year. And the one where I lost my home in 2018 was catastrophic. And let me say one more thing about that, just to really shine a light on this guy's negligence. PG&E was responsible for that fire. This is a privately owned utility company that had equipment on power lines that was 100 years old. They donated to his gubernatorial campaign in 2018. When he was elected in 2019, he facilitated their ability to walk away scot-free. I cannot tell you how many people died, how many people lost their homes. No infrastructure has been updated. I could go on and on and on about this guy. And he isn't a DEI hire, so I can kind of play both sides of this argument. And this is where I kind of defer back to, let's look at what the hell needs to change, period.
Yeah, I mean, Amanda, there's a clip of Donald Trump appearing with Newsom from 2018 in a California forest. Take a look.
Senator Finland, and he said, we have much different. We're a forest station. He called it a forest station. And they spend a lot of time on raking and cleaning and doing things, and they don't have any problem. And when it is, it's a very small problem. So I know everybody's looking at that to that end, and it's going to work out.
I mean, he was right, wasn't he, Amanda?
Yeah, it seems like Donald Trump has been right on several occasions in looking at California and specifically Los Angeles and sort of predicting what was going to happen here. And what's devastating is that we can find so much evidence of people predicting this exact thing taking place, and yet it seems as though nothing was done. I got the opportunity to go into the Palisades to see what has happened on the other end of these fires. It is absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
But what's important is that our communities have really come together. I mean, first responders, shout out to every single one of you that has shown up to fight these fires. And the community members, the people who are living in these houses, who stayed to fight and to keep their property and to help others around them. It seems as though our regular citizens and our first responders, people who we would consider lower on the rungs of leadership, have really done better than anybody else in this city. And yeah, as we saw in that clip, the fact that we could have seen this coming and we knew exactly what to do to prevent the devastation that we've seen is just harrowing.
Yeah. Mark, a couple of issues, obviously, which are slightly detached from this, but are going to come into play. One is to talk about things like the Oscars, the Olympics in LA and so on. Huge events where LA would be the center of global attention. Some people thinking the Oscars should be put off now, that maybe the Olympics might be jarring with people spending all that money on a huge event like that. I've got to say, I don't agree with that. I think that actually it's a great chance for LA to show its back on its feet and do what they do best. But what do you think?
I think the Olympics is such a big haul. It's so lucrative. It's such a big stage, such a big spectacle, and it's so unwieldy. I can't easily. And I think to your point, it certainly helps the narrative from a state branding, even national branding. Top down, all benefit from us continue to drill, baby drill, as the incoming president is saying, and as we continue to cook the earth. All of these people want us to start looking at each other. They want us focusing on what comes. As long as we're distracted by that,
Interesting point. Michael, I want to end on just the climate change quickly, because one of the things has played a factor here. I mean, I only know that LA has gone through a lot of periods in its existence. We had very dry periods, then very wet periods, but almost uniquely, in the last 3 years, it had 2 very wet winters, and then this year it was quite wet and then suddenly incredibly dry. And the theory is that this has led to a lot of extra vegetation, then getting very, very dry, and that acting like a gigantic tinderbox when this fire came with the Santa Anas. How much of that do you think is connected directly to climate change?
I think that's the direct result of climate change. What climate change does is it makes weather patterns more extreme. So I'm glad you mentioned last winter, because last winter we had incredible
weather. Is it
actually, we had a hurricane here. It was the first time I've ever seen a hurricane in LA, and I've been here my entire life. And then we had 8 months of drought following that torrential downpour and a hurricane. We had 8 months of drought. So these extremities are being caused by a warming climate that is getting warmer. 2024 was the hottest year on record in human history. So there's no doubt that the drought and the hurricane were both the result of changing weather patterns due to climate change. And what that means is that the weather is getting more extreme, which means that the fact that we have a city in a wildfire zone is becoming a bigger and bigger problem, right? Because this was always going to be a problem, but now it's becoming an emergency level problem. And if we don't get better at preventing wildfires and dealing with them when they happen, this type of thing is going to continue to happen. And it's a huge tragedy now. My heart goes out to everyone who's been affected, but I think it's the responsibility of the residents and especially the officials here in LA to prevent this from being so bad ever again. But the climate change is going to make that an uphill battle.
And finally, Mark, I wanted to ask you one thing about something you said in your YouTube channel. The idea that potentially, would there have been this kind of global attention on these fires if it wasn't affecting rich white people disproportionately? Would it be the same if the fires were ravishing the hood, as you put it? I mean, you got a bit of blowback on that. You still think that's a theory you want to put out there?
This is the first blowback I've gotten from here, so I appreciate it. But
you think you're living in an echo chamber?
Maybe right now I'm literally in an echo chamber, but I love talking to you, and I think that this country has a different response to poor people, black or white, than they do rich people. We simply respond differently. Our response to Katrina versus the response to those fires.
But if 12,000 homes had literally, if 12,000 homes had burned down in South Central LA, for example, there would have still been enormous attention to it. I don't think people would have cared what color the people were who lived there, or how impoverished it may be in parts of there.
Again, your powers of psychological interpretation are stunning. I mean, you're always saying what other people would care about. I tend to go by data and things like that. No, I go by research studies and data because I feel like science is a better indicator than our journalistic instincts or vibes. And so when you look at national opinion polls, you look at people's response to, say, Hurricane Katrina, for example, you see that many people actually didn't have the same empathy and sympathy levels. You even had people like Barbara Bush said, oh, this worked out just fine for them. People who got dislocated and moved to Houston permanently. I mean, it's just not true to say that we deal with poor people tragedy with the same way we do rich people tragedy. There's no historical precedent where that has ever been the truth. No one has ever said, whoa, poor, that was fine. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't work that way.
Amala, do you want to just respond to that?
Yeah. Oh, sure. Jillian, you want to say something?
Jillian, you go.
No, you go. You please. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All I will say, I guess, like on some small scale, I can grant exactly what Mark is saying. If we looked at a celebrity house setting on fire and then compared that to a normal middle class or lower class person, of course, the built-in audience and the built-in interest, I think, is going to really expand the view of what's happening. And we can see that play out in the Palisades and the Eaton fire. But I think, without any doubt, this has been the largest, wildfire in all of LA history, and this was going to get the press that it's gotten regardless. But I can't say that, we don't have certain people who care more about the rich and famous than they do the lower income and the middle class.
Okay, Jillian, funny you?
Okay. I actually don't really care to watch celebrities' homes burn. And I know this is a terrible thing to say, and I feel very bad for celebrities who've lost their homes. I lost my home in 2018, and you know what? I was fine because I was well insured. I lost some family heirlooms. It was sad. It was, it was very inconvenient. I was fine. The reason this is actually so upsetting is because there are many people who are poor, and many people in Altadena. That's a very diverse community, actually. And those are the people that should be getting the press, because these are the people whose lives are going to be financially destroyed. I know one person who doesn't make a ton of money. He's got to pay his $9,000 mortgage. He's got a $100,000 allotment from his insurance company for interim housing. It's going to take 2 years to rebuild minimum. He's got 2 kids. It's going to be financially devastating for people. And I got to be honest, I'm very sad that Paris Hilton lost her house. That's terrible. I'm sad for me. That's terrible. They'll be just fine. I was just fine. I don't really think they deserve a huge amount of sympathy. But I do know for a fact that there are many people that are not wealthy who've lost everything in this fire. And I think that is really what we need to focus on and where we need to deliver help immediately.
Yeah, my view on that, you're not wrong. All I would say is it doesn't matter how rich you are, when it comes to personal possessions involving beloved family members who may no longer be with you and stuff, there's no price you put on that. It's the same for everybody. So I think it's that stuff is the irreplaceable.
I get it, but here's...
No, I get your point.
When someone's life is devastated...
I get your point.
You know what I mean?
If you have the means to rebuild your life, I get it. If you have the means to build a place over your head again, I get it. Great panel. Thank you all very much. Mark, always a pleasure sparring with you. Thank you to the rest of the panel. Great to see you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Well, the comedian, podcaster, and lifelong LA resident Adam Carolla has made headlines throughout this crisis. The stinging rebuke of the Democrats and their mismanagement of the state. He joins me now. Adam, great to talk to you. I've been watching your visceral rage pouring out in various ways over the last few days and cheering you on. What is your view? As we sit here now, we're facing another barrage potentially in the next 48 hours. It could make this exponentially worse, this crisis. What is your view of where we are with this in terms of the political dimension?
preface this by saying, Pierce, that I didn't pick the painting out behind me. I'm at a hotel in Burbank, California. So I
was a bit worried about your taste.
For that art. Yeah. You know, my taste, I lived here my entire life. I live in Los Angeles my entire life, and I was always, you know, Democrat, sort of left-leaning, progressive. I'm an atheist. I'm not a gun owner. You know, and I was with most of the policy, legalize pot and, you know, legalize non-consensual or consensual crimes, prostitution, stuff like that. You know, I'm a guy from California, and I was progressive. But I was sort of Bill Clinton, you know, Democrat, and then they sort of kept going with sanctuary cities and no one's illegal and open the borders and all the DEI and LGBT stuff. And that's when I thought, now we're getting into territory that is going to be destructive. And I would sort of distill it to what we've done with the fires and everything else as sort of what we did with declaring we're a sanctuary city. It's great. We declare it. Everyone's a hero. Everyone pats themselves on the back. And then the first busload of migrants gets dropped off in front of your house, and everyone runs in a circle and panics and yells, "What are we doing?"
Yeah. And we were just having a debate about the DEI aspect to all this. And you saw the advertising that was being done by the fire department, almost making a virtue of, you want to have someone like me come and save you. When in fact, I don't know about you, but I just want someone who can save me. I don't actually care what they look like or what their skin color is or what their sexuality is or any of those things.
There seems to be a lot of projection on that side about race, which is nobody I know cares a damn about who helps them, whatever, a paramedic, a first responder, someone coming into I'll put it to you this way. I know guys who may rather be with a white prostitute than a black prostitute or an Asian prostitute. They have their preferences. I don't know anyone who has a preference about who's coming into their home when it's on fire.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's as simple as that, isn't it? Where are you on Gavin Newsom and his performance?
I have a long sort of running bad history with Gavin Newsom because he came on my podcast many years ago and started lying about race and agitating race baiting and just doing whatever they do, which I think is horribly destructive. And, you know, what I want to say to these people is all your race hustling doesn't really hurt me. I'm rich. I'm fine. It hurts the race that you're agitating constantly, trying to convince them that they're not wanted in a progressive city in modern times, which is insane. Biden did a ton of race hustling. The race hustling hurts the race you're talking about. It's essentially what I'm saying. Biden's incompetent, but Newsom's incompetent in that he doesn't really care about the sort of boring part of politics. The boring part of politics is kind of the nuts and the bolts, the filling of the aqueducts and that kind of thing. You know, there's a kind of a fun part where you're on the, you know, parade float, and and you get to announce we're doing something no one else has ever done. You know, we're going to outlaw gas-powered leaf blowers by 2031, you know, and everyone goes, whoa, you're the first to do that. And then the rest is a bunch of bean counting, nuts and boring stuff that the progressive politicians don't want to do because it is kind of behind the scenes, very non-glitz and glamorous, boring stuff, but it is the most essential stuff.
Yeah, and there was a fascinating exchange between a woman called Rachel Darvish, who went up to Newsom when he was in one of the streets where burnt houses. And Newsom claimed to be on the phone to President Biden, and this happened.
Literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally
I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why is
call,
the president not taking your call?
because it's not going to.
Why? So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
You know, I found that a fascinating exchange because she was real, visceral, passionate, and he looked increasingly fake and smarmy and kept smirking inappropriately. I was clearly lying to him about being on the phone to Biden at the time or whatever it was. All of it was like a meeting of two different worlds. One, the slick willy politician, and one, the real-time woman who was seeing a school potentially disintegrate.
Yeah, I agreed. I had this thought last night before I went to bed. I think that form of politicking is gone. It may be forever gone. You know, soap operas and, you know, just sort of bad over-the-top theatrics. Like, maybe it's all going to be, and there'll be a Democratic version of it, but I think it's all just going to be that from this day forth. And I think he is of the old chapter of politics where you just, you know, sort of kissing babies and just going, I've never talked to my son one time about business ever, and just sort of storming out of the room. I don't know, maybe we can't pull it off in the digital world anymore. I mean, he's literally getting digitally busted because he's saying, let me see. You know, in the past, you could have just said, I spoke to the president 10 minutes ago and I'm calling him from my limousine, but can't get away with it anymore. And yes, he's a liar and he's sociopathic, but people in California are really, they're not stupid, but they're so ideological that they will vote for someone who's a BS artist like Newsom if he fits the bill over somebody like my friend Larry Elder.
I mean, I got into an argument with Martin Monthill earlier about Karen Bass, the mayor, because I said, you know, it's hard. She was up against a billionaire candidate and she won. And I felt at the time, and I feel it massively more now, that a lot of people in Los Angeles have been almost like Elon Musk would say, about their mind invaded by the woke mind virus. And they were just going to vote for the black woman candidate, whatever happened, against this privileged guy. Incensed by that and said, you know, you can't say DEI about a democratically elected politician, but in a way you can. If vast swathes of the electorate, it seems to me, get infected with this mindset. You can.
Oh, yeah. Listen, my mom, you know, would have and probably did before she died vote for Karen Bass simply because we love the idea of having a female of color as the first. We get very caught up in the first. We're going to be the first to have this. We're going to be the first to have that. And yeah, it is. And it's interesting because it's not a DEI hire because it's a vote, but it's a DEI mindset.
Yes, that's the point I made. Exactly that point. Yeah. And I think it's real. It's real.
Oh, for sure. And it's not that these people's hearts aren't in the wrong place. They really think to themselves, look, we've had this type of person run the city for an extended period of time. Let's have another type of person. I will mention, because I've been here a long time, Tom Bradley was a black man who ran the city all through the early 70s. I mean, Tom Bradley International Airport in LAX is named after Tom Bradley. It's been 50 years plus. So it's not like this is so new and so fresh. We were progressive enough to vote in Tom Bradley. And by the way, I don't even remember if Tom Bradley was Democrat or Republican. He seemed to be
there are various celebrities getting caught up in this in different ways. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex, as they call themselves, Meghan and Harry, have been touring the damage from they came down to LA from their mansion in Montecito. And the actress Justine Bateman wrote online, Meghan Markle and Harry are no better than ambulance chasers. What a repulsive photo op they achieved. They're touring the damage. Are they politicians now? They don't live here. They're tourists. Disaster tourists. What did you think of that?
I just think they're both zeros, and I don't get why we're enamored with zeros, and it's a real Hollywood thing. Like they have. Remember Michael Avenatti and all the ladies from The View were in love with the criminal shyster Michael Avenatti for 10 minutes. There's everyone in Hollywood is so gullible, and they're gullible and so sort of predictable and gullible and sad, and that these people have money, they have a title, and they speak with a cool accent, so we're gonna go worship at their altar. Those two are zeros. I don't think they have a thought in their head. They give them multi-million-dollar podcasting deals, except for they don't have anything to say. It's really sort of sad. We sit around and we kind of make fun of your system for anointing these people. Then they come here and we all fawn over them like idiots.
Exactly my point. At least there are monarchy where you can nothing to do with them, and yet you still treat them the same with the same deference. I'm glad you don't.
Yes, I know they're 40-year-old idiots who aren't fat. That's all I got.
Adam, what do you think is going to happen after this? Once we get through this week and the damage is what it is, and the repair work has to start. I saw a very interesting thing you did a couple of days ago talking about permits. You know, a very simple thing, but that this Democrat-run city is part of a Democrat-run state. People are going to find out that however wealthy you are, actually getting permits through the bureaucratic system to be able to rebuild your home could prove to be incredibly difficult, and that process may lead a lot of people who may have been naturally skewed Democrat to end up switching and going red.
Yeah, well, what because he tried to get solar at his home about 4 years ago and ran headlong into the bureaucratic state, and 3 years in with no solar and still trying to pull permits, he was like, what the hell is going on around here? So he experienced it firsthand. Suzanne Summers and Alan Hamill, Susan passed recently, but they're good friends of ours. They had their house burned down in Malibu, and they could not get it past the Coastal Commission. I mean, Alan told me this, and Suzanne told me this. It said, look, people, we we're moving on first. We can't do this anymore. They weren't young at this point. We don't, you're 60 years old. You don't have 10 years to stick around the bureaucratic system. And by the way, it's not like the city pays for the rebuild. You pay for everything. They just let you do it. You have to pay for the permit. He said we couldn't take it anymore. We loved Malibu. We loved our home. We couldn't do it. So if LA tries to pull that on these people, they're going to see a lot of flight, and they're going to convert a lot of people from blue to red. They better streamline and expedite it, because you're going to have a lot of pissed off campers when literally the Winnebagos that sell meth slide onto PCH and all the bums and junkies live there for free. We're still arguing with this city, trying to pull permits for a house it's going to take 3 years to turn the first shovel load of dirt over for. That's going to anger a lot of people who live here.
Yeah. Adam Crowder, great to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, Beard.
As we were just discussing, California is the bluest of blue states, nowhere more so than in Hollywood and Los Angeles. Could this crisis be a tipping point? One famous face thinks it might well be. I'm joined by the actor and former Superman icon, Dean Cain, who's lost 3 properties in these fires. Great to have you on Uncensored. First of all, my deepest sympathies about the loss of all these properties. I know so many people. I have a home in Beverly Hills. So far, luckily, it's been spared, although that isn't necessarily going to be the case over the next few days. We'll have to see. But the number of people I know who've either lost homes or been evacuated not knowing if they've lost their homes, or know people who've lost their homes, is staggering and terrifying. So my great sympathy to you. How are you dealing with this catastrophe?
Well, I saw the writing on the wall, Piers. I saw it years ago, and I've been railing about the crisis that was coming years ago, and I moved myself out. I moved myself and my parents to Henderson, Nevada. My brother and my sister still there, and obviously properties and things of that nature. You know, it's just weird that things are gone. It feels like someone's telling me a story. Your house that you lived in for this long is gone, but it's just absolute epic mismanagement. It's horrible. It's like being a football coach and saying, you know, you're Gavin Newsom, you're a football coach. You're like, our team is totally prepared. We've worked so hard. The game comes on and you lose 56-0. You know what happens when that happens in the NFL or college? You get fired.
Yeah.
And he should get fired. He's done a horrible thing. I feel my heart breaks for so many people. You see, I mean, literally does everything. They've done well, but there's so many people there who cannot. And you had Adam Carolla on right before this. Adam, and I love Adam. He's great. He knows a lot about this game. Contract. That's going to be the biggest test. People have to rebuild. They're going to face that bureaucracy that they all voted for, and it's going to smother them. So I hope that changes the way they vote in the future, and they can streamline this process and get rid of the bad actors who are Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom. I mean, honestly,
yeah, I mean, it does feel like California, because it's been. I was telling the people earlier, hard to describe it until you actually live there a lot of the time, as I do. You know, a few months of the year on there, and you just to see the thing in something like Beverly Hills, it's very safe. See the level of crime going over there. The afternoon, the rest of it. The level of the level of homelessness as well and stuff like that. When they pledged to sort all this out, it's got progressively worse. Ironically.
Well, of course. And here's the funny thing: who had a 10-year plan to end homelessness in San Francisco when he was mayor? Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Now they've got half of the country's homeless are in California because they make it easy for them. They pay them. They give them free drugs, needles, and it's not compassionate. It's actually the opposite. It's horrible for these people. If you walk around San Francisco, you can't. It looks like, if I were to make a film set, I'll tell you this is like a zombie apocalypse. That is San Francisco. It's absolutely insane. I would not believe my eyes. It was such a beautiful city. But who ran it into the ground? Gavin Newsom.
Do you think he's been found out here? Do you think this could be the moment where the Newsom bubble completely bursts? Because obviously, you know, he can't run again for governor. He's in his second term. He desperately, obviously, wants to run for president, and many people have been pumping him up for that. It just seems to me that the scale of what's happened here and the level of his own bullshit, which keeps emerging in interviews and stuff, I feel like it's a tipping point for him.
100%. It should be a tipping point. Again, I'll use another sports analogy because sports are merit-based. You know, I don't. And my dad used to say to me when I was a kid all the time, "Son, there are reasons and there are results. You're giving me reasons. I want results." Gavin will talk you around in circles and circles and circles, but the results are homelessness is at an all-time high in California. The highest unemployment. You know, crime out of control, and all of these things are because of his policies. So again, if you're an NFL coach, you're fired. If you're a college coach, football, you're fired. If you're a boxer or a UFC fighter, you are knocked out, and it's pathetic, and you're gone. And he should be drummed out. And the idea that he wants to make, you know, the United States like California. Look, I love California, not because of Gavin Newsom or their policies, because it's a gorgeous place to live. Southern California. I grew up my entire life in Malibu. It's paradise, and it really is wonderful. Best weather. But when your policies are so bad that you're driving people out, the fact that Gavin Newsom is the poster boy, you know, the U-Haul salesman of the year every year for 10 years running, it tells you something. And I really believe, and I hope, and I pray that people see this absolute horrible leadership, make a decision to change California. You know, I'll say it, Piers, make California great again, and it ain't going to be Gavin Newsom.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, you could say that he was the most woke governor in California, and he seemed quite proud of that. Elon Musk has called it the woke mind virus and said several days ago he now thinks that the virus has basically been eradicated. You know, the scale of Donald Trump's win against Kamala Harris, another one who's a kind of woke queen of politics, if you like. It does feel like the backlash against wokeism is pretty overwhelming right now. People are just done with it.
Well, I got to say, Elon Musk Twitter is one of the greatest things that have happened for free speech in the world. I mean, in the history of the world. It's unbelievable how under threat it has been. I mean, I don't even want to talk about the UK, the stuff going on there, and getting 7 years in jail for a Facebook post that isn't inciting violence. I don't understand that. But
Well, on that,
it's our First Amendment.
all I would say on that, he actually needs to check that guy out a bit more, because he was absolutely not only inciting violence, he was instrumental in organising it. So it wasn't quite how Elon, I think, thought. There have been other people who've been put in jail for social media posts, which I think is ridiculous. So I don't think the one he highlighted yesterday is a good example. But that's just by the by.
But being put in, I get it. If you're inciting violence, if you're saying, let's go kill this or burn this down and let's do that, obviously that's an issue. But free speech is free speech. And I love what he's done with free speech. Look, I've been speaking my mind politically for a while.
Yeah.
It's not a very popular thing to do in Hollywood, and you know that.
Yeah.
But I'm speaking truth, and it feels to me like people are sort of waking up to this, because there's only so long you can speak eloquently and be so magnanimous, and then all of a sudden your house burns down, and that changes. And Adam Carolla, before, he had talked about this before. I heard him say something really smart, which is, when these people start trying to pull permits and things, it's a nightmare. The Woolsey fire in 2018, it burned my backyard, sort of the corner of my house. But I was in New Zealand with my son. We were walking in front, we thought it was gone. Then I came back, and there were fighter boots and prints all in my backyard, and they had been there and fought the fire. Amazing. I loved it. I was so thankful. My fire insurance dropped right after that, and the idea of having to pull these permits and do this stuff, it is going to be a nightmare. And I think it's going to change the way people look at things, because the bureaucracy, that ridiculous bureaucracy that exists in California, is going to smother them. There's conspiracy theories left, right, center, and my brother's a conspiracy theorist, and I argue with him all the time. He's saying it's all on purpose. Look,
funny enough, I was going to play you actually a clip of Mel Gibson.
It's like this. You sort of look, is it on purpose? Which, it's an insane thing to think. But one begins to ponder whether or not...
Is it on purpose?
What could it be? I can make...
Insurance dropping right after that,
Really?
And the idea...
Mel Gibson said this. Remember, he lost his shit for a minute.
And I think it's going to change the way people look at things, because the bureaucracy, that ridiculous bureaucracy that exists in California, is going to smother them. There's conspiracy theories left, right, center, and my brother's a conspiracy theorist, and I argue with him all the time. He's saying it's all on purpose. But it's
funny enough, I was going to play you actually a clip of Mel Gibson.
It's like this. You sort of look, is it on purpose? Which, it's an insane thing to think. But one begins to ponder whether or not there is a purpose in mind. What could it be? I don't know. I can make all kinds of horrible theories up in my head, conspiracy theories and everything else, but it just seemed a little convenient that there was no water, and and that the wind conditions were right, and that there are people ready and willing and able to start fires. And are they commissioned to do so, or are they just acting on their own volition? I don't know. But they seem pretty well equipped, some of these people that they're catching.
Yeah, that was Mel actually on Fox. But what did you think of what he said there?
Well, he sounds like my brother. He really does. I love Mel, but I mean, Mel is a genius filmmaker, and he's got some ideas of what could be going on, and he's not the only one thinking that. I happen to know too many people in government to think that they could be anywhere near that organized. They're the most inept group. If you want anything done poorly and slowly, have the government do it. If you want it done, efficiently, Rick Caruso, there's a reason Rick Caruso's mall didn't burn down. He hired a private firefighting group, and they took care of it. That makes sense. But that should be the way it is done in all of California. Do I have any idea? I mean, listen, there are people who are bad actors, and they try to take advantage of a situation like this, and they're catching them, and then they're firefighter suits, and criminals. I mean, they can be genius, because all they think about is how to rob people or do something, awful.
It's interesting, isn't it? Rick Caruso, I was arguing earlier with people about Karen Bass and whether she won that election because of her skin color and gender. A lot of people voted that way against the rich guy, Rick Caruso. But you think, well, who would have been better for fixing things like this? And maybe people are going to think about it and go, actually, maybe he would have been better.
Yeah, but that's that woke mind virus, and I agree that exists. They don't know what her positions were or are. She doesn't speak I mean, when the BBC reporter cornered her,
Yeah,
when
no,
she got
the
back
Sky
from
News
Ghana-
guy. It was terrible. Yeah, terrible.
Sky News. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
Just
That
the,
was the
the
most
damning
shocking thing I've ever
silence of
seen.
somebody who had no answer to any of it.
That was like a 5-year-old getting in trouble for eating the
Yeah,
birthday cake.
It was.
You know, has the chocolates, frosting all over the face. Was like, just doesn't answer the question. That was insane to me. There's no way she's qualified to be mayor of LA. Listen, if they want to do that, go ahead. But this is the kind of thing you're going to see. This is the kind of stuff you're going to have to experience. And I think people, after a while, when your house burns down and you can't rebuild it, you start to figure it out. But what I was going to say earlier is the 2018, the Woolsey fire. Like a fraction of those houses from 6 years ago, a fraction of them have been rebuilt.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the
this is
massive
gonna
thing.
be-
Also, the thing that's going to happen, obviously, it's going to become incredibly punitively expensive to get any kind of fire insurance afterwards, right? So I have fire insurance on my place, but God knows when it comes to renewal, God knows what's going to happen to all these premiums. And a lot of people are going to get forced out of LA, or they may even preemptively go, or it may be the insurance companies have to commit so much money to the payouts for this disaster, which is still going
There we
on
go.
and might get a lot worse in the next 2 days, given the way the predictions are going with the wind patterns. And
I don't know what insurance company holding on to them policies, but
devastating for Los Angeles.
it's a wrap.
Kind of commercial, economic.
Right?
It might be too difficult for people.
Oh, I think you see a ton of people are going to flee. They're going to go someplace where the policies aren't so bad, the taxes aren't so high, criminals get prosecuted, things of that nature that make sense. Again,
He said, he said where the criminals get prosecuted, things that make sense. That was wild.
they're gone. So I think they're going to drive a ton of people out. This is the beginning of a very long story. We're going to get sick of talking about it because you're going to have story after story after story after story. I mean, my heart breaks for some of these elderly people who've been in their home for
Terrible.
50, 60. It's the
You know the
human
saddest thing? One of them
cost
said, I saw a guy in his 90s, and he was on one of the news
Yes.
networks, and he just said, it's like it's taken my whole life. So it hadn't taken his actual life, thank God, but it had taken everything he'd ever collected in his life, representing his entire life. And I felt so sorry for this guy. It's like at 90, everything was gone. Gone.
all memories. I'm sure he hadn't digitized half his stuff and things, stuff he was going to pass on. I mean, it's just
really sad.
horrific.
Yeah.
And the thing is, look, I'm all for meritocracy. I don't care what color, creed, religion you are. If you're great at what you do, wonderful. But again, if this was a football game, these coaches should be fired. Horribly prepared, terrible mismanagement, and the real life cost. It'd be funny if it wasn't so tragic.
Yeah.
I mean, Karen Bass saying if you need emergency services, you go to URL. Well, I mean, that is insane.
I mean, just literally reading anything she could think of the teleprompts. I agree. Listen, what she was doing in Ghana at the inauguration of the new president, when there were already reports that there was going to be a big problem with winds and fire. I mean, completely for that alone, she should be fired. Dean, great to talk to you. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, Piers. Thank you, sir.
Good to see you.
Yeah, that's crazy. California fires. Los Angeles fires live, blackout, widespread power outages. Oh my God, they. Oh God, bro, it. Yeah, that's wild. I don't want to hear nothing about that. Let me get.
Still on fire and more high winds.
Well,
The last thing
shit, I just fell out the sky.
friends are sending me some surreal photos. Encino Hills and Encino proper, where the fires almost look like a sunrise. Above their place on Mulholland, it's surrounded by the National Guard. And finally, fire trucks are being pre-positioned along with other emergency vehicles in this Bel Air Church parking lot. First responders are working round the clock. We should thank them, and they should be rewarded handsomely for the work they're doing.
Neighborhoods have been dealing not just with panic, but as Matt just said, with the fires as well, but the waves of looters, some of them appearing on scooters. Well, these 4 pieces of human fungus were arrested in Santa Monica over the weekend. More on that coming up. One of them was even busted with a dagger and a window-breaking tool. The politicians in charge, of course, all Democrats.
These folks out here, y'all really trying to rob folks in the middle of a devastating. Y'all are savage, fucking straight caveman. What the?
We all know that the mayor was thousands of miles away on an international boondoggle when ominous weather conditions were forecasted. Even though she promised, by the way, when she was elected, she would not go on foreign excursions. Just another politician's promise broken. Now, we know that for whatever reason, they did not pre-position enough fire crews in vulnerable areas when Mayor Bass was over there in Ghana. We know they allowed at least one major reservoir to remain out of operation. That was critical. And that, of course, the very
fucking dick.
fell dangerously low and sometimes even ran out of water altogether. Even Gavin Newsom himself has a lot of questions. He's doing an investigation. And at the same time, we know that diversity often trumped merit in hiring and promotions, as still does in California. We also know that millions could have been directed toward better emergency services that were instead spent on illegals.
Wait a minute. Why does my ground say 60 more?
And of course, we know that that helped fuel homelessness, which is skyrocketing still in California, and at points has also posed its own fire risk. People lighting fires outside for cooking and so forth. And of course, we know that will strain the school system, which now ranks a pathetic 34th in the
Wait a minute. What?
the highest taxes in the nation for the people who live there. We also know that there's an exodus of businesses already from California, and that the wealthy are leaving, and the middle class, they're picking up and leaving as well from the state. It's simply too expensive. So although California is so incredibly beautiful, it has so much promise, so much still brain power, such rich history, courtesy of horrid liberal policies, California
I'm not even gonna.
has in a metaphoric sense, been burning for decades. Now, given this, why should we listen to the same people who helped cause the education disaster, the fiscal disaster, the immigration and homelessness and drug disaster, and who didn't get the state ready soon enough to battle the current disaster? Why should we listen to any of them about how to fix California going forward, when the flames are finally put out? We know this already. We know it's going to take hundreds of billions of dollars to rebuild LA County. He has bold plans.
We're already organizing a Marshall Plan.
The place is still burning. So how you got a plan together? Why would you advertise about got a plan for anything, my guy? You're out of pocket.
To recovery, how we can organize the region, how we can galvanize the community with folks that
Well, you was
to really develop a mindset so that at scale we're dealing with the scope of this tragedy and responding to it.
why are you doing the Kamala Harris hands thing? Like you just like this. Hey, look, she said too much hand gestures. I'm about to say the same thing. What's wrong with the boy?
Signing an executive order to streamline permitting for the rebuilding of lost or damaged property, even nixing some environmental regulations that, of course, hampered builders in California for years now. Well, we're actually encouraged by that, but the proof will be in the pudding. The main concern of so many who've lost their homes is having the ability to rebuild their single-family homes, again, given the high costs and given the fact that in some cases, like I believe State Farm was one of them, insurance companies began to pull out of California. That's also because of the California regulations on letting rates go up. But in California, environmental radicals have succeeded in making the state among the most expensive for construction costs in the United States. Because the liberal dream that's been called sustainable housing, which really means high-density housing for most people, meaning goodbye single-family homes, hello to high-density housing. Can put out the fires a lot easier in high-density housing. Everyone's in one place. But the old Brady Bunch view of California, a family house with a backyard, maybe a few cars, a neighborhood, I think that's what most Americans want. But I'm telling you tonight, despite what we're hearing from Gavin Newsom, and we look forward to seeing his plans, do not be surprised if you start hearing more politicians and more activists clamoring for smarter, safer housing options, which, again, on the surface, it sounds very good. It's not smarter. On climate change, maybe they can't really do anything except change the way you live. They can't govern differently. They can change the way you live. Always remember this. The rules that they put in place won't apply to them. They never do. Remember Gavin Newsom's French Laundry dinner during COVID? That's a real story. So Californians are being chased off beaches. They were prevented from going to restaurants. He was enjoying a gourmet dinner with friends in the Napa Valley. That worked out well for him. So Californians do have a choice. They can stick with a progressive
Some pants from a hunter.
decades, or they can have a thriving middle class. But they cannot have both. American progressivism is fundamentally an elitist project. It benefits a small class of rich people at the expense of almost everyone else. And progressive government in California is causing the middle class to flee the state.
Yeah, I already know it. I mean, people I know that left California, they had to get the fuck out of there quick.
They want to have the type of lifestyle that's demanded by the middle class.
I feel sorry for all my people that's out there in California right now. That shit's wild. They just let y'all motherfuckers burn, bro. They didn't even bother to like have enough liquids to piss you out. I do kind of feel some kind of way about the way that shit popped off.
And that's the angle.
Neighborhoods wiped off the map.
Like, if it wasn't about friends that were like down south that I know that game and shit for the hurricanes, now you got the whole burning of California. 250 billion.
And the Palisades fires are still only just 13% contained. Wind gusts are predicted to kick up, and firefighters are bracing for explosive fire growth. This isn't over yet, and the looting isn't stopping. At least 29 fire looters have been arrested, including these 4 fiends caught in Santa Monica.
Fire looters.
Breaking into homes in Pacific Palisades was dressed as a fireman when he was apprehended.
Stop. Wait, man. What? He said he was dressed like a what? I know he didn't say this fool was dressed as a firefighter. Hold on.
And firefighters are bracing for explosive fire growth. This isn't over yet, and the looting isn't stopping. At least 29 fire looters have been arrested, including these 4 fiends caught in Santa Monica. One thief breaking into homes in Pacific Palisades was dressed as a fireman when he was apprehended.
Bold. Fucking bold.
Precious heirlooms. Even someone's Emmy was stolen. And remember the guy with the blowtorch last week who was lighting fire to Christmas trees and garbage?
Oh, yeah, I heard they let him out.
Illegal alien.
Yeah, and they let him out.
Bandits and arsonists are
Illegal alien named Juan.
while it's still smoldering.
He was caught on videotape starting fires, and they let him go. And now they're looking for him.
Real text that I just received from a friend of mine about the fires. Some of the neighbors caught a guy setting more fires on the back of our hill. They chased him away. They called 911. I think they caught the guy recently in Woodland Hills trying to put gasoline in sewers. It's happening all over.
Police haven't confirmed this, but there's a sense of every man for himself in Southern California.
Oh, this is multiple. Okay.
Firefighters and actor David Spades announcing
Korean
bounties on arsonists.
I'm California, and people are saying there's guys lighting fires out there. Make this worse. They just caught somebody. We're pretty sure was lighting fires, walking on with a blowtorch. They let him go. So if you can find someone lighting a fire and you catch somebody, and you get the cops to bust them and throw them in jail, I'll give you $5,000. So keep your eyes peeled and.
Wow.
The social contract's been shattered. The government isn't able to help the people it's sworn to protect. Biden wrote a blank check and left on his legacy tour. No one knows where the VP is. Kamala's home state's California. She lives in LA. They say she could be the next governor. It's like she disappeared. Police just caught 2 sketchy men casing Kamala's house in Brentwood after someone called 911. Here's the latest on what caused the fire. Nothing definitive yet, but the Washington Post says the Palisades blaze may have originally started from fireworks on New Year's Eve. Firefighters put it out, and it may have reignited days later. Other reports say downed power lines might have sparked the inferno, and arson hasn't been ruled out. The governor says he can't get a straight answer out of anybody.
I want to get the answers, and I'll be candid with you, I wasn't getting straight answers. Yeah. I watched the press
He
conference.
trying to throw folks under the bus. I can't get.
We had my team start talking.
You responsible, buddy.
Our state.
And you weren't getting straight answers.
I was getting different answers. When you start getting different answers, then I'm not getting the actual story.
The governor doesn't have a strong grasp of what's happening and keeps passing the buck to the locals. But he's out in front of the cameras every day.
We're dealing with a myriad of issues. I was just talking to Josh Green, the governor of down in Hawaii, who had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around speculators coming in.
Why is the governor shimmying around like that with a smile on his face? What kind of presentation is that? Why does he look so gleeful when he's talking about land speculators? It's getting so bizarre that NBC is having to call Gavin out for spewing misinformation.
I don't know what he's referring to when he talks about the Delta smelt and reservoirs. The reservoir.
You talking about that little minnow-sized ass fucking fish y'all got there that y'all forever protecting? I've seen the fucking fish that I had somebody show me this. It's like unnecessary. Ain't no rest.
Not a state system reservoir, which the president-elect was referring to.
And the level of like
somehow connecting the Delta smelt to this fire, which is inexcusable because it's inaccurate, also incomprehensible to anyone that understands water policy in the state.
Notice how Gavin.
why are you using big ass word? He ain't using the words right.
Budget cuts, lawsuits to save the smelt. All that's true. Gavin destroyed dams and then bragged about it.
Now, the Klamath River once supported one of the largest runs of salmon in the western United States. And for decades, dams along the Klamath River blocked salmon from migrating, damaging our ecosystems and hurting native communities who rely on these fish. By removing the dams, we're helping to restore salmon, steelhead, and lamprey populations, restoring, get this, 400 miles of historic spawning habitat, bringing life back to the river, supporting commercial and recreational fishing jobs, and honoring our commitments to tribal nations.
California didn't have enough water and firemen to put out.
Wasn't them dams there to be able to for water and like aren't those dams also some of those electric dams? Like why would you?
Too big of a disaster to cover up. Here's a free press reporter who just got inside the Bone Dry Palisades Reservoir. Watch this.
This was supposed to be the water to put out the Palisades fire. This is the Santa Ynez Reservoir. It's the water supply basically for the Palisades. When they first started fighting the Palisades fire, they ran out of water extremely quickly. Wednesday, 3 a.m., they were basically out. And there's been a lot of talk on why this happened. So how long has this reservoir been empty for?
Since February of last year. There was no communication from the Department of Water and Power to LAFD that there was a water supply issue.
The firefighters, when they started fighting the fires, no one informed them that the reservoir was empty.
Misinformation or mismanagement? But the ladies of the View say it's
Both.
to report on what
Oh, here we go. The spew.
Who I don't applaud is someone like Jeff.
The spew. That's what I'm gonna call it.
This is what he said.
I be saying some ignorant shit.
Blamed LA fires on diversity. He said that California
Ain't there Smithery over here? Yeah.
DEI are the reasons for the fires because Newsom has been tearing down dams because Native Americans, but he called them Indians.
They are Native Americans. They're not Indian.
So they could catch salmon.
You can call them Indians if you want to. I'm gonna just leave it alone.
He knocked down 4 of the dams. I'm sorry, this is stolen land, first of all, okay? California stolen land. Second of all, that's part of what always happens. These
Did she just say stolen land?
just complete, not only misinformation, but it was racist.
You know how much of that? How about the Louisiana Purchase? We bought So much. Part of California was ours.
$1 million a year, says her number one priority wasn't water.
You call it powered by equity, and I know that it's been really important for the DWP to put an equity lens on everything.
Yeah, and that's the number one thing that attracted me to this role. It's important to me that everything we do, it's with an equity lens and social justice and making sure that we right the wrongs that we've done in the past from an infrastructure perspective and that we involve the community.
So you get involved to right the wrong. You're doing more than righting wrongs. You're trying to swing it back the other way to correct. You're not trying to right the wrongs. You're trying to, like, it's not even justice. That's like a form of revenge, ain't it?
The mayor of LA,
Oh God.
even though she promised voters that she'd never travel internationally as mayor. And here she is in Ghana while her city was getting scorched. And instead of fire.
Oh, she actually said it. Okay, that's not. I heard it on some low budget shit off of reported.
To protect Biden migrants from being deported. So the illegal alien caught with a blowtorch, lighting a neighborhood on fire, Juan Newsom is going to spend millions of dollars to stop us from deporting blowtorch Juan. You're not going to believe what his excuse was for having the blowtorch. He said it's lighting up a joint. Now Newsom's calling for a Marshall Plan to rebuild LA, so the city will be ready for the Olympics.
With this rebuilding effort needing to take place, is LA going to be ready for all of those global events?
My humble position, and it's not just being naively optimistic, that only reinforces the imperative moving quickly, doing in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation. That's why we're already organizing a Marshall Plan. We already have a team of looking and reimagining LA 2.0.
While it's still burning, LA 2.0.
What is that Marshall Plan? Tell us about this Marshall Plan.
We're just starting to lay out. I mean, we're still fighting these fires.
Do you trust Gavin to rebuild LA?
He's already planning to rebuild California before it stopped burning. Sorry, that's something nefarious in my book, bro. What's going on in California?
The only thing Gavin built was a
This is wild business we talking.
who think they can control the Earth's temperature, but they can't even control a fire in their own backyard. Did you know
That's
before
funny.
the 1800s, California lost about 4 million acres a year to fires? But when Americans arrived, they managed the land intelligently. And by the end of the last century, California only lost 250,000 acres a year to fires. But in the last 4 years, California is back to losing millions and millions of acres a year to fires. Their stupidity has literally set California back centuries. The state that's fighting global warming the hardest is creating the most emissions. What do you think a week of this wildfire smoke is doing to the atmosphere?
To the world.
Basic common sense. Fireproof the power lines, clean up the underbrush, let cattle and sheep graze there, store more water, and fix the fire department.
Get them people some help.
Liberalism is going up in smoke because it doesn't solve problems. It's ideology on everything.
That was deep.
Liberalism is if you give liberals enough money and power, they'll create utopia. But voters have given liberals all of the money and power in California, a supermajority, and it's literally on fire. So California has to fire these politicians and hire someone else.
I gotta get what?
Trump's heading to LA.
What's that? 9 more?
He won't be focused on
Yeah.
ideology. He's a developer. He just wants to get things done. Will the LA City Council let him?
I'm ready for him. We'll be excited to see him here. To be in Pacific Palisades here in the city of Los Angeles, the San Fernando Valley, and Pasadena, Altadena. We hope that he comes soon before the 20th. And I know that the mayor and the governor are working on that. And so we're very excited to see him here.
Liberalism's destroying paradise. If Americans can just work together, we can get results.
Yeah, we
But
can.
You can't throw money at California.
But, bro, they.
Tearing down civilization and then rebuilding it over and over and over again. Primetime is going to continue to pray for the victims, and if you want to donate, go to the Red Cross. They need all the help they can get.
But we start tonight on a high note. Less than 7 days, 1 week from today,
Joe Biden will be out of the White House for good. At this time next week, Donald Trump will once again be the president of our country. Joe is leaving behind a colossal mess for President Trump. America's largest city is in ruins, more than 40,000 acres gone, filled with homes and businesses and schools and communities burned to the ground. We have a death toll now, 24 and going higher. Over 12,000 structures, they have been destroyed. And the fires, they continue to burn completely out of control. Water remains scarce or completely unavailable. Finger pointing and blame are running rampant. Last week, the LA Fire Department was sent out to battle the blaze without water. Crucial fire hydrants, they were dry. A key reservoir was completely empty. Taxpayer-funded reservoirs, 5 of them that was supposed to be built. The voters approved of this in a referendum in 2014. They were never built. Nobody informed the firefighters. Pleas by the police, the fire chief were completely ignored. Firefighters' budget was cut. Billions yet set aside for fines. Over 650 million federal state dollars out to make the port of Los Angeles green. Nobody had a backup plan. You know,
He's like nobody. He just threw that one at you. No one had a backup plan.
to save these neighborhoods. Nobody's taking responsibility, not the president, not the governor, not the mayor, not the fire chief. Take a look.
Did the city of Los Angeles fail you and your department and our city? It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say, justifiably, what the fire department needs to operate to meet the demands of the community. Did they fail you? That is our job, and I tell you, that's why I'm here. So let's get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs. Did they fail you? Yes. The $17 million budget cut and elimination of our civilian positions like our mechanics did and has and will continue to severely impact our ability to repair our apparatus. Over the last 3 years, been clear that the fire department needs help. We can no longer sustain where we are. We do not have enough firefighters. With that, I have also requested multiple budgets, interim budgets, to show how understaffed, under-resourced, and underfunded the LAFD is.
Now, as the city's fire budget was just slashed by tens of millions of dollars, the city, the state, they spent lavishly on libraries, green energy boondoggles, social justice programs, DEI initiatives. The state, LA is a sanctuary city. Told hundreds of millions of dollars spent on illegals for their food, their housing, their health care, their education. It is the highest tax state in the entire country. They were not prepared for what was a predictable wildfire with predictable Santa Ana winds. But the California legislature, well, they did just pass a $50 million deal to Trump-proof the state of California.
In my fucking way.
You can get a degree in it. As we pointed out, it was ignored. The fire department was short-staffed, preoccupied with equity. None of
I'll do it later.
bureaucracy of political fact, none of them did their jobs. Now, none of the city's critical fire infrastructure and emergency planning was properly tested. Now, the mayor, Karen Bass, was in Africa when the fire erupted, despite an earlier forecast of heavy winds.
She still went out there and was like, I'm gonna go kick it, bitch.
As the mayor of Los Angeles. The governor indicated it was not his problem. This is local governments. They need to figure out those fire hydrant things themselves. And yet again, the Biden administration was caught totally flat-footed, completely unprepared. The people of California were failed by a Democratic mayor, a far-left bureaucracy, a governor, a Democratic legislature, a Democratic president. And by the way, guess in the end who's going to end up paying for the rebuild? You. Mark my words. And this is a Democratic president that can barely form a coherent thought, much less manage a major disaster. Saw that with Hurricane. People in North Carolina still struggling to this day. They didn't seem to remember that Donald Trump beat Kamala Harris in November. Take a look.
Mr. President, do you regret your decision to run for re-election? Do you think that made it easier for your predecessor to now become your successor?
I don't think so. I think I would have beaten Trump
could have beaten Trump, and I think that
Huh?
Donald could have beaten Trump.
What? Where? When? That shit was epic how y'all lost. Y'all got spanked. That was, look.
Just said with a straight face that illegal immigration came way down when he became president. Boom, 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 boom. Can't make it up. You decide.
Look, let's get something in mind about the border. When I became president, the numbers came way down, number one. Number two, we had a circumstance where I pushed very hard for bipartisan agreement to put more people on the border, more Secret Service agents.
Secret Service.
This is nowhere close to reality. His border bill was an amnesty bill. This is a complete, total delusion on his part. All right, take a look at the numbers. Remember that chart? You might remember that. Butler, PA. You see that massive spike, on the right side of your screen? Yeah, that would be Biden. But the delusions, they don't stop there. Today, Biden announced that America is stronger than ever and the world is a more peaceful place. Maybe nobody told him there's war in Europe and war in the Middle East. Maybe he forgot. Take a look.
Compared to 4 years ago, America is stronger. Our alliances are stronger. Our adversaries and competitors are weaker. We have not gone to war to make these things happen. During my presidency, I've increased America's power in every dimension. We've increased our diplomatic power, creating more allies than the United States has ever had in the history of our nation.
What? Boy, everybody fighting. What do you mean? What is going on? Was this pre-scripted 4 years ago and he memorized it?
Thought you conquered Kyiv in a matter of days. The truth is, since that war began, I'm the only one that stood in the center of Kyiv, not him.
Okay, beyond laughable, actually sad. I guess a preview of coming attractions. His, farewell address is coming this week. A third-rate terrorist organization is still holding Americans hostage if they're alive in Gaza. New wars in Europe and the Middle East, they continue to rage. And China, Iran, Russia are more hostile than they have ever been. They've been emboldened by Joe and Kamala's weakness. And just remember, according to Joe Biden, anything bad that happens around the world or here at home is not his fault. It's climate change. It's climate alarmism. That's always the culprit. Not that, it's Donald Trump. Take a look.
I know some incoming administration, some in the incoming administration are skeptical about the need for clean energy. They don't even believe climate change is real. I think they come from a different century. They're wrong. They are dead wrong. It's the single greatest existential threat to humanity.
No, it's not. Joe Biden does not have a grasp on reality. Over the past 4 years, while Biden struggled cognitively, the media lied for him, his staff lied for him, far-left bureaucrats, elected Democrats, they have wreaked nothing but havoc on our country. They neglected the basics. They focused on woke social issues. They sacrificed your safety, your security for feelings of victimhood. They opened up our borders. They allowed in terrorists, known terrorists, murderers, rapists, criminals, cartel members, gang members. We have to find them and we have to send them home. And they turned our justice system into a politicized, weaponized arm of the Democratic Party on top of everything. And now it will be up to Donald Trump. 1 week from tonight, it begins. And his administration...
Boy, it sound like a fight. Sound like fight night.
It's a heavy lift. It won't be easy.
Thank you. I mean, that's okay, but I expect more. Happy Monday, everyone. So President-elect Donald Trump is preparing more than 100 executive orders starting day one.
Boy, coming in hot.
And thanks to Joe Biden, 99 of them have to do with removing the carpet stains in the Oval Office. Yeah. And yet another interview, the president wouldn't leave. The president now said, quote, I could have beaten Trump. I think that he added, if you don't believe me, just ask my good friend. I know. Speaking of Carter. Last week, the 5 remaining disputed. LA residents are demanding Gavin Newsom explain how they're supposed to survive with empty restaurants. The homeless LA man caught on. LA residents are demanding Gavin Newsom explain how they're supposed to survive with empty reservoirs. The governor recommended they try a dry shampoo or perhaps a leave-in conditioner. The homeless LA man caught on video wielding a blowtorch is an illegal alien from Mexico.
Yeah.
Democrat leaders were quick to defend him as an undocumented welder.
That's messed up.
Welder's a funny name. I'll take it. It's Monday. Before taking office, LA Mayor Karen Bass said she would not go abroad. She might do abroad, but not go abroad.
Hey, funny.
I don't know.
You're gonna do it. Swing for the fence.
I don't know anything about her. At Kamala Harris's home in Brentwood, California, police responded to an alleged burglary, but the suspects were instead detained for violating curfew. And thanks to Doug Emhoff, both of them are now pregnant.
That was cold.
Officials claimed that they weren't trying to loot. They were only trying to remove any flammable materials. And finally, according to a new study, drinking grape juice can greatly lower the chances of erectile dysfunction in older men. In a related story, guess who wants to outlaw grape juice?
Hillary Clinton, y'all funny.
So the sign of a wise person is their ability to change once they realize they made a mistake. Whether you're a former liberal who's finally come around, or perhaps an organization admitting that you've hired some real idiots. Now,
Thanks for coming, B.
now, okay. Had to get that out of my system. Now remember, making a mistake doesn't define you. It's what you do after the mistake. You can either say, I admit what I did and I'm ready to try something new, or just keep blaming it on climate change. It's especially true when it comes to Donald Trump. Most idiots dig in their heels hating him, even at the cost of destroying themselves. Look at Robert De Niro. He played a boxer, but it was Trump that gave him brain damage. But I'm also a good example. Oh, sure, I was early pro-Trump. We've heard these rumors that you might run for president, and I was wondering if you do and you win, what would be my role?
Well, I think you'd be a fantastic press secretary. You know, would finally have a little personality in that position.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. Now, but fast forward a few months, people defend him about making fun of a disability, making fun of John McCain, making fun of a woman's face. It just never ends. No one will ever stop defending the crass stuff he says. He's very impulsive. He instead of thinking about what he says, he's impulsive, and it makes you wonder: do you want an impulsive leader, or do you want a leader that thinks? I don't want somebody who can beat Hillary. I don't think an impulsive leader is going to beat Hillary. Me? Why was I like that? Was it because Dana and I did a line of coke in the bathroom right before showtime? No. She offered, but I said not today. Wow. But you know, when I hear myself describing Trump, it reminds me of myself. Witty, powerful, outspoken. And we both dated supermodels. Shout out to Fabio. But why was I so emotional about it? Well, here's an analogy. In the late 1970s, I couldn't wait to hear the Sex Pistols. They were punk rock, and they were going to destroy all the mainstream crap on the radio. But when I got the record, I hated it. It was loud and scary and ugly and evil, and I didn't get it. So I separated the record from my collection. I didn't want its evilness to rub off on my cheap trick records like some type of musical STD. And then time passed, and I decided to give it another shot, and it blew my mind. But the record didn't change. I did. What happened there? Why did it take time? Well, like Trump, the Pistols were not asking for me to like it. And I resented that confidence, but then I grew to love it. That's the Trump effect in 3 steps. It's repulsion, confusion, then affection. It's the same 3 emotions I get when I stick my finger in Larry Kudlow's belly button. That's why he's smiling. And so the Trumpian messages that used to upset me then resonate. I changed Trump. So when people in the media said, I used to like that fella, but he's changed, damn right I changed. If you don't,
Nice.
you're wrong. You're a
Jewel crafting. Knew it'd start dropping eventually.
Let's be honest, it was a terrible night last night. It was a terrible night for women, for children, for the hundreds of thousands of hardworking immigrants who make this country go.
Oh. Someone fetch that guy a 12-pack of tampons. That's a Trump effect, but not a healthy one. Here's Trump on meetings with Democrats.
A lot of CEOs, including some who censored you 4 years ago, have been coming down here basically to kiss the ring. Did they change or did you change?
Well, maybe we all changed. I think they've gained a lot of respect. I think they looked at the mandate that we got. As you know, we won the popular vote.
This is a good answer, for it suggests a middle ground, even if he didn't have to give an inch. And it gives Dems a path forward out of the darkness. We all changed. Funny, Trump may turn out to be the greatest ally for the Democratic Party, but not for the reason the media thinks. Trump is their Moses, and that he's parting the sea so Dems can flee their extremism and seek sanctuary in common sense. Just when you thought he couldn't do any more for the Jews, now this. Maybe they're finally ready to get rid of their golden cows.
The View, that's funny.
The Trump effect gives you the green light to talk in real terms about real problems. So now Dems no longer have to embrace stupid causes. They can talk about illegal immigration, rising crime, schools. Stephen A. Smith, Bill Maher, Fetterman, they all seem freer. Hell, Fetterman looks positively radiant. Like Frankenstein if they put in the good brain. And why? Trump made it okay not to give a about pronouns and focus on the economy, law and order, and yes, fires. When a fireman is coming up that ladder and it doesn't look like you, who gives a Yeah, I want mine to look like Ryan Gosling, but it's not happening. So when someone like Zuckerberg gets grief for now backing Trump, your instinct might be to say, too late, we're good. But as Scott Adams always says, all good things take too long to happen, including other people coming around. This is why conservative never-Trumpers are so miserable. Their ego won't allow them to admit they were wrong, for their hatred of Trump is tied to their self-worth. But thankfully, not all Dems are like that. RFK, Tulsi, Musk, when faced with new information, they changed too. How ironic for Democrats, really. The guy they've been trying to imprison for years is the one to break them out of their own.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to
That
subscribe
was deep.
to Fox News YouTube page and catch our
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to watch this.
Now it's time for
We got the
losing it, and I think it's high time we checked in on the leader of the free world. Yes, him, POTUS, the man the media told you was cognitively sound and a decent.
She said cognitive. She said cause she couldn't even fucking say it. She said cognitively.
Leader of the free world. Yes, him, POTUS, the man the media told you was cognitively sound and a decent and honest and competent commander-in-chief. You can now add dangerously delusional to President Joe Biden's long list of ailments.
I would have beaten Trump, could have beaten Trump, and I think that Kamala could have beaten Trump.
Ooh.
Say, what now? You could have beaten Trump? No amount of fortifying elections could have seen you beat Trump. And as we saw, Kamala didn't come close either. So why is the president saying that now? That's beyond me. Also beyond me is why he'd be uttering a sentence like this. Listen here as he speaks of California wildfire victims losing their homes before switching to his own personal news.
We got notification list for home.
Now it's time for lefties. His presidency.
Way down, number one. Number two, we had a circumstance where I pushed very hard for bipartisan agreement to put more people on the border, more secret service agents. And guess what? He's on the phone saying, "Don't do it, don't do it, make me look bad."
Did he just claim to put more secret service agents on the border? He is cooked, folks. The truth is that the numbers exploded to record highs during his presidency. The record numbers crossed illegally after Trump had overseen a sharp reduction in illegal entries. And let's not forget this statement from Biden after Jimmy Carter's death, where he used the occasion to, you guessed it, attack Donald Trump.
What?
Everybody deserves a shot. Everybody. Can you imagine Jimmy walking by something and just keep walking?
This from a man who doesn't acknowledge his own granddaughter, his love child down in Arkansas, who Biden's to this day refused to acknowledge, whose mother had to take legal action just to get some financial support for her. This is a man who wants to lecture us about decency. Okay, but whatever.
She said, okay.
Kamala. Here is the VP and wannabe president giving these words of advice to the victims of Californian wildfires.
And so it's critically important that to the extent you can find anything that gives you an ability to be patient in this extremely dangerous and
She asked for folks to be patient while there's a legit fire happening around them is wild.
Calm down as authorities fail you again. Now, this time with the inauguration days away, one must not forget the lengths the leftist media went to cover up President Biden's and Vice President Harris's many deficiencies, though some of them are trying to rewrite history.
I'm shook right now.
Correspondence roundtables dig into what was undercovered or underreported. Jan?
Undercovered, underreported. That would be, to me, Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline that became undeniable in the televised debate.
At the presidential debate with Donald Trump.
Unquestioned. And, you know, it's starting to emerge now that his advisors kind of managed his limitations, reported in the Wall Street Journal, for 4 years. And yet,
Understatement.
We should have much more forcefully questioned whether he was fit for office for 4 years, which could have led to a primary for that. It could have changed the scope of the entire election.
It's starting to emerge now. It was
457.
Dig into what was undercovered.
anyone knows that he is that the president could barely function. We ordered it here, and we were attacked for it over and over again. Let me quote Congressman Byron Donalds, who had this to say for those in the media who have now decided to discuss Biden's mental condition. They decided to discuss it when it no longer mattered. They blamed it on a stutter. They blamed it on Russian disinfo. They blamed it on cheap fakes. They hit him at every opportunity. They scripted every public event. They denied her report findings. They sent him on vacation for 570 days. They brazenly lied to you for years. This could be the biggest presidential cover-up in American history. Defended it all until they got exposed at the debate. Don't let the media gaslight you. This story existed for years, and they avoided it on purpose. Here, I couldn't have said it better myself. Every single word there is true. And one of the very worst in the media, Don Lemon, had this.
She said Don Lemon
About MAGA. He seems to have forgotten that Donald Trump actually won the election in a landslide. I don't know, he thinks it's all fallen apart for MAGA.
You dumb idiots. Now you're just figuring this out. You're so stupid and you deserve it.
What? And
Deserve it because you're
he's done. He's cooked.
Yes, I am gloating over your stupidity and how you were taken. I'm cracking, I'm cackling in Kamala. You know what they're saying about the anti-immigrant stuff, right? Who's in to say that one of the jobs you might be seeking won't be those white jobs? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
It could only be a much time before the men in white coats come and take away. Nice.
Don Lemon lost it, bruh.
They both, surprise, believe the Biden White House should be censoring free speech.
Meta has a lot of business before the U.S. government, and I think that's ultimately what this is all about.
Yeah, and he's complaining about the Biden administration, yelling at them to say, get some of this COVID misinformation off their platforms. I mean, that's sort of what the White House should do, right?
Dear. Sticking with the media, here is 60 Minutes Leslie Storm claiming the economy Trump is inheriting is great and trying again and again to get the CEO of JP Morgan Chase to criticize Donald Trump's policies.
He is inheriting a pretty good economy, despite what people fear, all these metrics that you see. But what about advice to him on some of the policies that he's threatening to do that could hurt the economy? For instance, tariffs. Have you talked to him about tariffs? If you could talk to him right now, what would you say?
I have not spoken about tariffs. I think you should read The Art of the Deal. He's a negotiator. He lays out some very tough things, and sometimes it works. We have to worry more about national security, resiliency, diversified supply chains, and we didn't. And also we should worry more about who it hurt. Tariffs are a tool that can help get some of those issues resolved.
Oh, she wasn't done yet. She was going to try again.
Your relationship with him? Story we all read that you called to congratulate him and he wouldn't take the call.
No, that wasn't true.
It wasn't true. No, it wasn't true, Leslie. You should be used to that. Remember when she claimed to President Trump's face that the Hunter Biden laptop story
Damn, they already caught his ass again.
Joe Biden being the recipient of financial benefits from his son's business dealings. She also claimed there was no evidence that they spied on Donald Trump's campaign. Forget this.
The biggest scandal was when they spied on my campaign. They spied on my campaign.
There's no real evidence of that.
Of course there is. It's all over the place. Leslie,
Sir,
they spied on my campaign and they got caught.
Can I say something? This is 60 Minutes. And we can't put on things we can't verify.
You won't put it on because it's bad for Biden.
We can't put on things we can't verify.
Leslie, they spied on my campaign.
Well, we can't verify.
It's been totally verified.
No.
And now that same journalist is upset that trust in the media is at historic lows. People do not trust these activists masquerading as journalists. I'm shocked.
If you watch the opinion of us, how many people trust the press anymore? I mean, we're way down there with the lawyers. Yeah. This is really rough, as you know. You're way down there with Congress.
Exactly. I mean, we're way down there with Congress, but we're way down there. And I despair. Seriously, I worried greatly. And I think there are other institutions that have been suffering. And you're right not to blame Donald Trump 100%, obviously. Started many years before. But we're at a point where if the President of the United States is going to say legacy media is dead, well, I guess Musk said that. Legacy media is dead. And he wants it dead. He wants other media. But it is kind of sort of hobbling right now. And I don't know how it recovers. I'm very dark about it.
Ooh, she's very dark about it. Kids call
They
that
got to.
FAFO, S-A-F-O. Google it, Leslie. What you're saying is the consequences of your actions.
The consequences of your actions.
Irreversible surgeries are perfectly safe. Everything you're about to hear is a lie, a dangerous lie. And I've got to add, this clown is a TV host.
Found gender-affirming care in minors. First of all, puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are safe, and interestingly, puberty blockers are given to cisgender kids now when little girls or little boys experience precocious puberty, meaning puberty very early, around like 4, 5, 6, 7. They will be given puberty blockers to delay puberty, not prevent it, so that when they're closer to 12, 13, they can then stop puberty blockers, and then puberty happens as typical. As far as
No, you don't, because you can make a child sterile for the rest of their life. That's why they don't actively do that shit. They only do that for a certain segment of people. It's wild. Oh no, buddy. That's terrifying.
That's Clear Eyes, Jonathan Van Ness, another celebrity gender propagandist who can't even stick to his own nonsense. He's getting these top surgeries and bottom surgeries, except when they're, 16? That's under 18 in my book, if with parental consent, as if that makes it okay. And we're talking here about mutilating confused kids, removing healthy breasts at 16, perhaps a penis, and thinking it's justifiable. Goodness me. Now,
She said, goodness me.
have a look at these absolute simpletons, these leftist agitators who think a member of Hamas, an Islamist terror group, would be more LGBT friendly than a typical Trump supporter. Just when you think that the left can't get any more stupid,
She goes stupid. Sound like Hermione. That's only one of the major reasons why I listen to her.
Because he's a brown person and he's not for Trump.
I think the fact that he's part of Hamas would stop him from supporting that community?
Not at all. Probably number one.
Number one?
Palestinian.
Why would you say that?
Because Trump supporters are bigly anti-LGBT.
Do you think somebody that's a member of Hamas, would they support the LGBTQ community?
I'm not sure.
Number one? Okay, what makes you say that? Kinda. Do you think that, somebody that's, say, a member of Hamas would support it? Yeah. What do you think?
Maybe him.
Number one?
He looks a little friendlier.
we've got plenty more lefties losing at content with my next guest.
That's wild. That somebody. That's against That's against the religion. That's what haram, bruh. Like, yo, my boy used to say haram. It's all haram. I was like, yo, what? You know, I learned to be a better person off of some of his rhetoric, not the whole book, but man, there was some fine points in there.
Potential legal battles with the Trump administration.
Despite several empty seats in the chamber because of the LA wildfires, the Democratic State Assembly gaveled into its special legislative session to prepare for incoming President Donald Trump.
I'd ask that you keep in mind
Governor Newsom called the special session shortly after the election. As fires raged in Southern California, state lawmakers still prioritized their anti-Trump work. They established a committee and set a hearing for the legislation that sets aside $25 million to prepare for legal battles with the incoming administration.
Of course, rainbow flags everywhere. Joining me now is Newsweek senior editor.
Ain't no way they about to wait. They actually had time to set up 25 million, even though the city's burning. During it, it's still on fire. What is wrong with folks?
It's going to act as a red pill for the state, for so many just voted Democrat without even.
That shit made my chest tight. I almost had a panic attack off that level of crazy. You setting a battle to fight somebody while people's homes is burning up like that? Come on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta breathe and just let the music play for a minute. That's wild business right there. That's crazy. That's some crazy business. You planning on trying to figure out how to have legal battles while your homes of your peoples is burning. I'm sick to my stomach right now. Ooh. That made me all kinds of nauseous. Sorry, y'all. I can't be that person like that. Like, I can't. Like, I got decency. Like, if you against me, that's a whole nother statement. But like, even then, I wouldn't even be feeling like bury you and like cover you in rocks. Like, like, God. Ooh, I would have to be a no. You know what? I could say it, wouldn't mean it, but like, be like, say some foul shit because I'm mad. I could say that. I could definitely see myself doing that. But just, yo, plus they was finding cats out there actually fucking foreign fucking illegals who ain't supposed to even be here or got an appointment with a judge to have a hearing to be deported because they ain't showed up, was helping to start fires, which is wild. And in the midst of this, Call of Duty is like, man, that's lefty. That lefty losing it was rough.
I mean, Donald Trump seems to really want Greenland. I mean, California has been going down the tubes for decades now, but it has really accelerated under Governor Gavin Newsom's tenure. Governor in the entire history of the state of California. California became a state in the 1850s, and literally from then until the 2020 United States census, California always gained seats in the representation in the U.S. Congress. This is the first time they lost seats. It happened under Gavin Newsom's tenure there. It's the highest cost of living in the state there. But look, for central session, Rita, he's been too busy Trump-proofing the state. He forgot to fireproof the state. I mean, look at what he's doing in Sacramento. He forgot to put water in the water hydrants there. But no, in a media interview just a few days ago, now he says, oh, you know what, it's the local person's problem. They're going to figure it out there. It's a problem for the people on the spot. No, sir. You are the governor of the nation's largest state, the most populous state, the state that still has the largest GDP and so forth and so forth.
And the largest amount of homeless.
And I don't know what's going to happen to the state of California.
Unhoused, whatever they want to call it.
And say to you that I think California is going to be red-pilled as a result of this. Maybe on the margins, but I would be remiss if I made a confident prediction that that state is going to start voting for Donald Trump and Republicans anytime soon. But even a marginal state of being a totalitarian one-party state, I think would be something quite beneficial.
I think you're right. I think by the time they're going to go back to polls, this will sadly be forgotten, and much more. The fact that you've got a exodus of people. California is so blessed. It's the most beautiful state. You've got the mountains. You've got
has
people. California is so blessed. It's the most beautiful state. You've got the mountains. You've got everything going for you. And yet you've got people leaving in record numbers, going to states like Texas and Florida and Tennessee, Republican states, because it is so difficult to live there unless you're uber wealthy. Now, this is an important development. Incoming FBI Director Kash Patel has promised to investigate a progressive political consulting firm owned by Lauren Merchant, the daughter of Juan Merchant, the judge in Trump's hush money case. Patel on Fox News earlier.
I'm calling for the subpoenas to be issued to Judge Merchant's daughter's company, who made $15+ million from the illicit information pouring out of her father's courtroom. I want to know the bank records, because money doesn't lie. I want to know how deep it is and how much of it went to the family and how much of it is going to the family after this false conviction. And then we need to investigate the FEC actual violations that this judge and his family conducted, because he significantly overseen this trial to begin with, because of the illicit campaign money that was flowing through there, and the unconstitutional due process violations are only the beginning.
Josh, what do we...
Why Merchant fucked up? Oh, it's about to get rough for my man.
Her father was overseeing in emails soliciting donations?
So first of all, this is exactly why Kash Patel is a perfect fit to lead the nation's FBI and to try to bring the FBI back to a modicum of respectability, because he cares about getting to the bottom of blatantly corrupt scandals, which the FBI has been ground zero of for the past 7, 8, 9 years, going back all the first Trump campaign in 2016. To your question, though, yes, 1,000 times yes. Lauren Merchant, she works for a company called Authentic Camp. It is a Democratic Party aligned progressive fundraising vehicle. They distribute money to Democratic officials. He was absolutely fundraising on a job based on the fact that her dad was the first judge to sentence a former president of the United States. Juan Merchant himself, by the way, let's not let him off the hook easily. It's not just his daughter. Juan Merchant himself donated $20 to the Biden-Harris campaign in 2020. Seems like a small sum, but the fact is he donated in the first place. He specifically earmarked that donation, incidentally, to the cause Get Trump. This guy never in a million years would have been on this case in the first case there. He had a million opportunities to recuse himself. He rejected it over and over and over again. He should have declared a mistrial after the Trump versus United States case at the United States Supreme Court in light of the presidential immunity decision there. He's done everything wrong since day one there, but ultimately he's an egomaniac. That's why he put in audio recording on sentencing day on Friday, because he wanted the history books readers to remember that he was the first guy to sentence a former president of the United States. Unfortunate for Juan Merchant, this thing is going to get tossed on appeal ASAP. So this whole stupid convicted felon thing, unconditional discharge, let them get their day in the sun. It's going to last a matter of weeks, maybe even shorter than that.
I remember speaking to legal experts who observed some of this case, and they said it was an absolute sham. It was a travesty that this was happening in a first world nation, the sort of thing you'd expect to see in some sort of banana republic. Now, we've seen Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, do away with the leftist activists masquerading as fact checkers on sites like Facebook and Instagram. Zuckerberg pretending to be some sort of defender of free speech. What he is now that Americans have re-elected Trump. But should we trust him, Josh? Because when it mattered, he was complicit in censoring and suppressing free speech. He donated hundreds of millions of dollars of own money, I'd argue, to fortify the 2020 election. I don't trust this guy as far as I can throw him, but I'm seeing a lot of people being receptive to this backflip of his. What are your feelings about Meta and Zuckerberg in particular? Because I'm just feel like he just goes with whoever's holding power. If Kamala Harris had won, none of this would be happening.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget Mark Zuckerberg, to your points about using this kind of tongue-in-cheek euphemism about fortifying the 2020 election. He spent $400 million in so-called Zuckerbucks. He did probably more than any individual in the world, other than possibly George Soros himself, to tip that election to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So all of the judges, he is on this great first time to the fact that they censored COVID-19 information, censored the Hunter Biden laptop. Now he's doing Joe Rogan's podcast, he's flying to Mar-a-Lago. I'm not buying it. I'm with you. I don't think this guy is sincere whatsoever. I guess the only additional point I would make is if he's actually making concrete changes, and he just made this guy Joel Kaplan, a former George W. Bush White House attorney, a longtime D.C. Republican. He is now the head of global affairs of Meta, if I have his title right there. So he's trying to position his company well for the second Donald Trump term. He's basically just trying to make sure that Donald Trump's antitrust cops don't start busting on Meta, forcing them to divest Instagram, WhatsApp, or the various others there. That's what's actually going on here. But as long as he's actually doing real steps to get free speech back, Facebook, Instagram, and to be clear, I have a distrust but still verify approach to this. I don't trust him for a second, but nonetheless, I guess let's take the progress.
Absolutely. It's a positive move. You look at the numbers of people who use Facebook every day, who use Instagram. If these changes are going to be implemented properly, then it is going to make a huge difference. But yeah, I do not trust Mark Zuckerberg, not yet. Now, the musical lineup for Donald Trump's inauguration has been revealed. We've got country music superstar Carrie Underwood taking part. The Village People, we know he loves the Village People, as well as a couple of Trump's favourites, country singer Lee Greenwood, opera singer Christopher Marchio. They're all going to be performing. Particularly excited, Josh, about Carrie Underwood, and it's pretty brave of her to do this. She is a mainstream star. She's a superstar. And we know how intolerant and far left the entertainment industry has become. So is she going to get some blowback over this?
Well, Rita, I'm actually a country music mega fan. That's basically all. So let me just real quick say that Toby Keith should have been here performing for Donald Trump on his second inauguration. He performed back in 2016, but unfortunately, Toby Keith sadly passed away, succumbed to stomach cancer, far too young, back in September 2023. So may his memory be a blessing. I am very happy that Carrie Underwood is performing here. I mean, she is an absolute megastar. I'll be honest with you, I had no idea that she was right-leaning. I had no idea what her politics were. She hasn't really previously revealed them at all here. You know, country music as an institution based in Nashville, Tennessee, it's still based in the South. Their fan base is still, by and large, right of center, the kind of people that are salt of the earth, go to church on Sundays. But you've had a lot of woke stuff still emerging from the country music industry. So between Carrie Underwood here, Al Dean, his hit Try That in a Small Town, hit going on Tucker Carlson's old show on Fox News, you're starting some of the megastars kind of come home to their own fan base. And as a longtime country music diehard fan, I'm loving it.
I'm with you 100, Josh. I'm a huge country fan too, and it's good to be reclaiming the genre from the pretenders.
And we are back, y'all. Go ahead and hit that like button. You know it helps us out. Help us out. Come on. Just touch it. You can tickle it. You can do whatever you want to it, as long as you hit it. Now, y'all, we are back with another Fonnie Willis story. It seems like the hits just keep coming with Fonnie. Now, as you know, Fonnie has been disqualified from the Trump election interference case. The case is all but dead now. Fonnie has been disqualified by the Georgia State Appeals Court, but she is now saying please to the Supreme Court to see if they will put her back on the case. So we're going to take a look at this, and we're going to try to get a sense for, will the Supreme Court, that is the Supreme Court of Georgia, will they save Fonnie? So the Associated Press is reporting Fonnie Willis seeks to overturn her disqualification from the Trump Georgia election case. Now, at the end of this video, we're going to flow right into a press conference that Fonnie triumphantly gave back when she was first starting this whole Trump thing. You're going to see how it all started. Right now, you're going to see how it's going, but we'll flashback so you can see how it started a little bit later. Let's read. So the Fulton County District Attorney, Fonnie Willis, had asked Georgia's highest court, the Supreme Court, to review a lower appeals court ruling that removed her from the Georgia election interference case against Donald Trump and others. The Georgia Court of Appeals last month ruled that Willis and her office could not continue to prosecute because of an appearance of impropriety created by a romantic relationship she had with special prosecutor Nathan Wade, whom she had hired to lead the case. In a petition filed late Wednesday, so that was just a couple of days ago, Willis asked the Georgia Supreme Court to review and reverse that decision. Now, the filing argues that the 2-1 ruling overreached the Court of Appeals' authority, creating a new standard for disqualification and disregarding decades of precedent. So Bonnie's saying, look, this appeals court ruling that took her off the case, it is not following Georgia state precedent. It is the jurisprudence of this ruling, according to Bonnie, is something totally new and something that Georgia has not seen before. Even if the high court eventually rules in Willis's favor, it seems unlikely she will be able to prosecute Trump, who returns to the White House on January 20th. But there are 14 other defendants who still face charges in the case. A grand jury in Atlanta indicted Trump and 18 others in August 2003 using the state's anti-racketeering law to accuse them of participating in a wide-ranging scheme to illegally try to overturn Trump's narrow 2020 law. Okay, so Willis's filing asked the Georgia High Court to consider whether the lower appeals court was wrong to disqualify her based solely upon an appearance of impropriety and absent a finding of actual conflict of interest or forensic misconduct. So we all know that Fonnie and Nathan Wade, they were getting it on. We all know she was paying Nathan Wade, who was not an employee of Fulton County. She's paying him. He's circling back around and buying her gifts and doing things for her. You know, did the money come from that he's paying for her to enjoy their relationship? Did that come from the money she paid him? You know, these are the kinds of questions that maybe
she paid him to take her out.
They haven't found that I've actually done something wrong. Y'all just disqualify me because it looks bad. All right. The state Supreme Court is also asked whether the Court of Appeals
they gonna accidentally do discovery on you if you don't quit.
In this case, quote, no Georgia court has ever disqualified a district attorney for the mere appearance of impropriety without the existence of an actual conflict of interest. That was what Fonnie said in her filing to the Supreme Court of Georgia. And she also said, quote, and no Georgia court has ever reversed a trial court's order declining to disqualify a prosecutor based solely on an appearance of impropriety.
It wasn't an appearance. It was full out.
She's trying to get back on that Trump case. She bit off more than she can chew. Trump's about to be the president. Fonnie really doesn't have a leg to stand on. Even if she can get herself back onto this case, she's not going to be able to go after Trump. Now, she had indicated she might be willing to wait 4 years for Trump's presidential term to be up and then try to go after him. But then you have to ask the question, will she even be the district attorney at that time? You know, it's a mess for her, y'all. But at this
man, what you got to pull off to force your way to stay in, though?
Herself back onto this Trump case, and we may even see her continue to try to prosecute the other people who are on the in the RICO indictment. So that's another question as well. And also to follow up on the
she done fumbled mad bags.
Judicial Watch just got Fonnie. They just got in Fonnie's pockets. Her office has to pay them almost $22,000 due to basically lying to them and not doing their job properly. So let's take a quick look at Judicial Watch's statement after they got this court order saying Fonnie got to pay up. Let's take a look.
Good news for the rule of law for a change, which is a massive victory by Judicial Watch against Fannie Willis and
Fannie, because that's her name, not Fonnie.
Our document lawsuit to get hold of her communications with the Pelosi gang and the Biden gang at the DOJ, specifically Jack Smith. We sued for these documents, I think it was back in March.
Now remember, these documents are about whether or not Fonnie's office is inappropriately or was inappropriately working with the Department of Justice to try to go after Trump.
And we had asked for the documents. They told us
Yeah, they trying real hard to hide whatever it is.
between Fannie Willis and the Justice Department and the partisan Congress. And then Congress says, oh no, there's at least one letter we got. And Nathan Wade, Fannie's boyfriend, was regularly visiting the Justice Department by all accounts. So there'd be no doubt. And rather than respond, as you're supposed to do when you're sued, they didn't respond in court. And when you don't do that, as a litigant, you could be found in default.
And they were found in default.
Because they just didn't go in. Because it was like, I don't got to pay attention to you. Whatever. Ignored them and didn't do nothing. He just like defaulted.
Things are just not looking good for Fonnie. We all
I remember that. That was hilarious.
back in the White House.
It's just wild.
Untouchable by her as the president. She's very touchable by him as the president as well if he decides to go after her. I'm not advocating that. I'm simply just calling balls and strikes as I see them. So y'all, we will see what's going to happen. But as of now, Fonnie has two different questions before the Georgia Supreme Court. There's a question about her being taken off of the Trump case. And she also has another question about her having to testify in front of the Georgia Senate when they subpoena her because she's still on the hot seat herself. And she's been trying to avoid testifying before the Georgia Senate, and she's been ordered to testify. So she also wants the Supreme Court. So as I've said in the previous video, she wants the Supreme Court to get her on the Trump case and get her off of her own case. So we will see what happens, but still not looking good for Fonnie as of right now. Y'all don't forget to like, definitely do comment, subscribe, and we'll flow right into the previous press conference when Fonnie kicked this whole Trump hornet's nest over. Again, we see how it's going. We're going to flash back and see how it started. Thanks for watching.
Thank you for joining us. I'm here with the prosecutors and investigators who have worked diligently on the investigation of criminal attempts to interfere in the administration of Georgia's 2020 presidential election. Today, based on information developed by that investigation, a Fulton County grand jury returned a true bill of indictment, charging 19 individuals with violations of Georgia law arising from a criminal conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in this state. The indictment includes 41 felony counts and is 97 pages long. Please remember that everyone charged in this bill of indictment is presumed innocent. Specifically, the indictment brings felony charges against Donald John Trump, Rudolph William Louis Giuliani, John Charles Eastman, Mark Randall American, John Earl, Jeffrey Clark, Jenna Lynn Ellis, Ray Stallings Smith III,
That whole case has got gonzo.
David Shealy, Michael A.
Oh, she talked for like 20 minutes. I can't sit. She sound like some angry chick at church.
judge who creeps on girls at the gym. He's been caught doing that on video. We do have video footage of that, and Judge Engoron is also the one.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome back to the show. Dylan here. We have a major bombshell today about Judge Engoron that you do not want to miss. Donald Trump just came out and spoke about this judge, and I want to share it with you all. Okay, there's some very fishy things going on in this case between Judge Engoron, Letitia James and Donald Trump that Judge Engoron is overseeing. Remember, Judge Engoron is the judge who creeps on girls at the gym. He's been caught doing that on video. We do have some video footage of that, and Judge Engoron is
That's creepy.
He can't keep his own emotions out of it, right? There's been some alleged speculation that, well, the judge's wife is a Trump hater. We don't know if that's true or not, but that's just the rumor. And there's also some alleged speculation that Judge Engoron is also a Trump hater. Again, we do not have confirmation of that, but that's just kind of what people are saying, okay? So we're going to dive into all of this, but before we do, we're going to read the Bible and pray because God comes first, amen? Comment amen down below if you believe God comes first, okay? I was watching his reaction to his house getting burnt down in Malibu, and he was he was doing an interview, and they were showing footage of his home. It was his $14 million house burnt down to a crisp, and Mel Gibson, they say, oh, how are you feeling? He goes, I feel great. And because it's like Mel Gibson, he's like, it's just stuff. It's just stuff. He was like, of course I was sad. It was emotional, but hey, I'm safe. My family's safe. And, just for him to be the man of the house, that's what it means to be a man, right? You lost everything, but you're still strong. But I even more so, I think it's because he has Jesus in his life. He has the Holy Spirit. Mel Gibson, the civil fraud over the case. Look at this. A New York court assigned a new judge to preside over the civil fraud case against President-elect Trump, brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James, seemingly replacing Judge Arthur Engoron. So a court threw out the judge and brought in a new one. But then hours later, the court put Judge Engoron back on the case. The case and the trial were handled by Judge Arthur Engoron, who was accused by Trump allies of acting with bias against the president-elect, his family, and his company. Sources familiar told Fox News Digital the court sent out an automated email at around 12:45 p.m. on Thursday, this past Thursday, notifying the parties that had reassigned New York County Supreme Court Justice Judith McMahon of Staten Island to the case. But several hours later, 4:12 p.m., 3.5 hours later, attorneys on the case received another automated message from the court notifying them that Judge Arthur Engoron was assigned back to the case.
He put himself back on the case.
Weird, right? The case is pending on appeal. After the appeals court issues its decision, the case will be remanded to a lower court, which Engoron presided over during the trial. Engoron, after a weeks-long non-jury civil trial, there was no jury, that began in October 2023. All these cases are weird. Judge Merchan, no cameras in the room, but you can listen to the audio of the judge sentencing Trump. And, the Judge Arthur Engoron, no cameras in the room, right? And then, randomly, they did bring in a camera, and the judge is acting like a freaking school child. Elementary student. Did you see this? So weird. Look at this.
We're gavel to order.
They brought in a camera.
Well, you're more likely to have cameras in state proceedings, and so it's up to the discretion of the judge.
It's up to the judge whether or not you want cameras in. So why did the judge want to hide the cameras?
Quite frankly, I'm not too sure
what was going on.
I think that Trump views this and the optics of it. This is working to his advantage. So people looking at this live picture right now will be either filled with rage or they will be thrilled. And that's the problem, is that, you have James now being shown in the background. You've got Trump.
Look at this. Look at the judge. It's a whole joke to him.
Workaround. And it fulfills the narrative.
He's smiling and making faces at the camera, and it looks like he's making eye contact with Trump here, or maybe one of his buddies in the court audience.
On both sides, Trump is likely right. I mean, he's being shown in a sort of tag team.
Trump's not smiling. Trump is serious. You think this is a joke for Trump? Look at Trump staring down the judge. Trump won in this moment. When I saw Trump staring down the judge, I knew right then and there, Trump would, no matter what the judge, sentence on Trump, decided on Trump, I knew Trump won. Okay? Trump was made the underdog in this whole race. This isn't about Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. This isn't about that payment to Stormy Daniels. This is not about, Mar-a-Lago's only worth $18 million. Trump got a nice loan on one of his properties, so we need to put him in jail for it. No, they tried to take Trump down. This was a tactic that they tried to use to take Trump down. And Alina Habba and Donald Trump, they were not messing around. Trump had the strongest legal team right by his side. And by legal team, I mean Alina Habba. Okay? If you have Alina Habba on your side, I'm sorry, but don't mess with Alina, all right? Alina's going to be the counselor to President Trump for the next 4 years. So anybody who tries to mess with Trump, yeah, they got to get through Alina first. And let's just say Alina, she is an angel. I believe she is a guardian angel sent by God to protect Trump. I don't know. Maybe you want to call me crazy, but I believe Alina Habba, you can thank her for Donald Trump beating Kamala Harris. Because without Alina Habba, who would have spoken to the press this whole time? Who would have been coming out and defending Trump this whole time? Trump would have had to be doing this all by himself. And not only that, but Trump, maybe he didn't have enough time to do all that. But Alina Habba did, and she was there telling the people the truth about all this stuff. The judge was yelling at me. The judge did this. The judge did that. This is what's going on inside the courtroom. Alina Habba took care of all of Trump's legal problems while Trump could campaign. And I believe Alina Habba helped Trump defeat lying Kamala Harris. Now, Trump lawyers all actually filed a motion to remove the judge from the New York civil fraud case. But Trump shared this. After the judge was removed and then brought back in, Trump said, "What is going on here?" Right? Trump is baffled as judge in this case is replaced and reinstated. Donald Trump late Thursday night asked a simple question about his legal case. What is going on here? What is going on here? Why is the judge being dismissed and being replaced? It does not make sense.
Former President Trump's legal team has just filed a motion asking Judge Arthur A. Gora to recuse himself from Trump's civil fraud case. And
he should recuse himself. He should get completely disbarred, buddy.
Tom Winters is following this for us. So, Tom, what are their grounds?
Right, so they're specifically citing a series of reports done by our colleagues at NBC New York, Melissa Russo and Jonathan Deanston. This stems from an interview they
won't be colleagues for long. NBC is trying to get rid of you guys, MSNBC. So you can't say that for too much longer.
Did with Adam Bailey, who's not a party to this case. He is an attorney in New York. He once had his license suspended. Basically, what happened is over the course of 2 interviews, Bailey said that he reached out to the judge, in this case, Judge Engoron, asking him, suggesting to him potentially how this case should proceed. And I want to read the quote so that we can get it right. In a subsequent interview, Bailey said that he never mentioned the word Donald Trump, but when asked if it had been clear which case they were discussing, Bailey responded, well, obviously, we weren't talking about the Mets. So there's a potential issue here that exists when a non-party to
the Mets? You're talking about a freaking baseball team? It's like a joke to all these people. It's crazy. And what the hell's going on? Because this judge, he's like a creep at the gym. Did you guys see this? And he said, I can't keep my emotions out of it.
Juries get it wrong a lot. That's my own opinion. I do own these civil trials. Personal injury cases, contract disputes.
This judge, he's a freak. He's like, juries get it wrong a lot, so that's why he didn't want a jury. He's like, oh, juries don't matter anyway. We don't need a jury. Juries get it wrong a lot. A lot.
I've had situations where, like, oh my heaven's sake, how could they have thought that? Well, I have a tool that I can deal with that. It's called jury notwithstanding the verdict, judgment notwithstanding the verdict.
This dude can't even talk. You literally don't even know the saying. That's like one of the most popular things. You don't even know that.
I can say there is no possible way that a reasonable jury would have reached that conclusion. And all right, am I following the law or am I making law? Okay, I'm following law. I'm an impartial referee, but it's hard to factor out my own emotions.
It's hard to factor out your own emotions. Yeah, I'm sure it is, buddy. I'm sure it is. Get a freaking comb. Holy crap. Your hair looks like shit. This judge is crazy. And he was literally caught creeping on chicks in the gym. Look at this. Somebody sent this in.
Him from running businesses in New York City for 3 years. One source even sent us a video saying that Arthur Engeron creeps girls out in an Equinox.
Look how close he's standing to that next to that chick. This girl is working out on a machine. She's minding her own business. She's stuck. She's literally, her feet are inside this machine. While this judge walks up to her, who stands like that when you talk to someone? Oh yeah, look at this crotch is sticking out. Hey, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, buddy. That's freaking nasty. That's nasty, dude. Stand back and don't even talk to her in the first place. And then he goes to reach his hand out towards her, and she goes, oh.
In an Equinox gym
Look at this.
in Long Island.
Look at this.
At the end of the clip,
Look at that.
is visibly annoyed by the judge.
She goes, oh, sorry, I'm taken. Yeah, don't creep me out. What are you, 70 years old? She looks like she's 22.
And tells him to back off, gesturing with her hands.
And then he leaves.
Other sources
I wish we had audio of that. She was like, yeah, get away from me, you creep.
confirmed that the Equinox he works out in at 5 a.m. is in Great Neck, New York. So we decided to work out alongside him.
He goes in, I'm a huge fan. Thank you for what you did. This should totally be grounds to throw out the case. He's undercover. This is James O'Keefe. He's far-right conservative reporter, investigative journalist, just if you guys don't know. He's pretending to be a liberal, though.
I was wearing...
He said, thanks for getting these MAGA people out of our state. And Judge Engro goes, oh, yeah, thank you. Like, dude, this is not confirmed bias at all.
The OMG t-shirt said O'Keefe speaking. The judge didn't know who I was. My name is John published. But I really mean a lot to you.
He says, you're a hero of mine. Keep it up. The judge goes, thanks. Like, he's like, oh, I'm a celebrity. People love me. Dude, you're a freaking judge. You should not be talking about the case in the gym with a lib. He thinks he's a lib. That's crazy talk. That's absolutely crazy. He goes, don't let the bastards get you down. I'm strong. The judge says, I'm strong? What? A lot of hate mail. It's out of control. He says, keep up the good work, man. Thank you. And by the way, the judge's form in the gym is absolutely horrendous. Gosh, so nuts. So nuts. And we also do have breaking news that Judge Engoron and Letitia James could be facing sanctions as well. Take a look at this, guys.
Joining me now is former Acting Attorney General Matthew Whitaker. Matthew, I want to know, is anyone going to sanction the judge or the Attorney General, Mr. James?
Stuart, good to be with you this morning. The short answer is it's too soon to tell. You know, this reduction by the appeals court in New York suggests that they even thought that Judge Engoron's decision was excessive and obviously beyond what was allowed under the law. And, you know, the case might fully be reversed because if you remember the details, the facts are pretty straightforward. The loans that were subject to these alleged frauds were paid back in full with interest. The bank said they do more loans in the future with President Trump, and, you know, they didn't believe that they were defrauded. Now, you know, whether or not any bar complaints have been filed against Judge Engoron or Letitia James, you know, ultimately that's going to be a separate proceeding. But, you know, based on how this case turns out, and especially if courts reverse the entire case, you know, that would suggest that the judge and maybe the prosecutor went beyond their bounds and could be subject to some sort of sanctions for sure. Wow. So the judge could actually legitimately get sanctioned. Elena Hava even said the judge yelled at her and slammed the table. That's crazy.
All right, the president's team has stepped up to the microphone. They just walked outside of the courthouse. Let's sit in here and listen. Coming from the judge who has already predetermined that my client committed fraud before we even walked into this courtroom.
Crazy.
I'm not here to hear what he has to say. Then why exactly am I being paid as an attorney, and why exactly are taxpayer dollars being used in this courtroom?
Yeah.
The answer is very clear. Because Miss James wants to stand right here like she did this morning and call my client a liar.
Wow.
Call the company fraudulent and make a name for herself. She said this morning that the numbers don't lie and they won't lie in this case. Well, Miss James, I have a message for you.
Oh.
The numbers didn't lie when you ran for governor.
Oh.
That's why you dropped out. President Trump runs for office in 2024.
Exactly. See what I'm saying, guys? Alina Hava's like, she's handling all this stuff while Trump's like campaigning. Like, this is amazing.
And those numbers are loud and clear.
Oh, yeah.
The country is falling apart. And if we don't stop corruption in courtrooms where attorneys are gagged, where attorneys are not allowed to say what they need to say to protect their clients' interests, it doesn't matter what your politics are. Everyone has a right in this country to get up and put a defense. I don't care who you are. You have a right to hire a lawyer who can put objections on the record. You have a right to hire a lawyer who can stand up and say something when they see something wrong. But I was told to sit down today.
Damn.
I was yelled at, and I've had a judge who is unhinged slamming a table. Let me be very clear. I don't tolerate that in my life. I'm not going to tolerate it here. And you know what? You shouldn't either. Because not every American citizen gets a camera and a microphone. And what I'm seeing is such a demise of American judicial system and democracy.
Yeah, they literally had a predetermined decision, no jury, and no cameras or audio in the courtroom. How are you supposed to have a fair trial at that point? And, oh, someone snuck in a camera at one point and caught the judge is laughing about this? It's such a slap in the face, a big middle finger to America.
James came out this morning and said that she knew Mr. Trump, and she always called him Mr. Trump because it killed her that he was the president. But the 45th president of this country, one of the best presidents we've had.
The best. You have to call him President Trump. He's President Trump. President-elect Trump. It's gonna be the second term.
Has built a great company. It's worth a ton more than that statement of financial.
He's a lot happier about this than he's a lot happier about it than I am.
She calls him a bully. She says he's going to bring out racial slurs. He's going to say things today. Well, Miss James, you taunted him before you came into office, before you saw one record, one statement of financial condition. You taunted him.
Crazy.
You said his administration was too male and too pale. Those are her words.
Wow. Lena Hava. holy cross. She is a Christian, faith-filled woman. Now you see what Mel Gibson came out and said on the Joe Rogan podcast, talking about the resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Donald Trump is a Christian. Mike Johnson's a Christian. Alina Habba's a Christian. Melania Trump's a Christian. All these Christian leaders coming back, being raised up, sent by God maybe, to bring Christianity and the freedom of religion, no matter what religion you are.
Bro, you doing way too much. I mean, I'm down. I do Jesus, but bro, we ain't doing all that. We ain't doing all that. Give me some legal. Give me some legal.
And submitted his final confidential report January 7, 2000, separated from the department on January 10. Fine, Jack. There can be no serious question that Garland had at minimum the statutory to hire Jack Smith and his staff as employees. Yeah, but he didn't. He didn't do that. He was illegally appointed and he was not hired as an employee by their own arguments, right? They made that argument multiple times. Jack Smith is gone. He resigned very quietly
And spent over $100 million. How they?
And now the DOJ is still trying to finagle the release of his report, which we'll talk about. Judge Cannon is doing some interesting things on that. But Trump is celebrating Jack's pathetic departure. The illegal prosecutor is gone. Trump says about Jack, the stench of deranged Jack Smith and his thugs is gone. They were sent packing after spending over $100 million, destroying the lives of many people and families who will never be the same again. Deranged Jack accomplished nothing except to show what complete losers my political opponents are. Jack, Brat, Molly, Gaston, Highlighter Girl, and the rest of them who weaponized the DOJ to try to take Trump out literally and throw him in jail so that he could not be a part of the campaign. They failed, and now Jack is running scared. Trump also posted this, says deranged Jack was fired today by the DOJ. He is a disgrace to himself, his family, and his country. After spending over $100 million on the witch hunt against Trump, he left town empty-handed. No convictions, 2 dismissals in both cases, and a good argument that the special counsel was illegitimate from the beginning, and he stole $100 million that I hope Trump investigates. Illegally apportioned money ripped off from the government to prosecute a political opponent. I hope every dollar is accounted for and straight, but that would never happen, but we do want accountability. So Jack is now gone, and let me show you what's happening in the court filing, because even Politico is calling this, saying Jack Smith ends with a footnote. This is from the government's response right here at the bottom. After the conclusion, after the new attorney, Elizabeth Shapiro, all the way tucked down here, little loser footnote, page 10. The special counsel completed his work and submitted his final report January 7, 2025, and separated from the department. Fine, Jack. That's all you get. Footnote 3 on page 11 after your conclusion. Pathetic. Completed his work. Back to the Hague over there. So full confidential report must be done to be completed. And let's hope plenty of that. Now the they said, oh, guess what? Now Senate Judiciary Democrats are pressing Merrick Garland all of his records. The shredder van just pulled over like 2 minutes. Where were you 10 minutes ago before the shredder van arrived? Hello? Yeah, we want all the documents too. We want all the emails. We want all the emails that went back and forth between Senate Judiciary Democrats and anybody even remotely connected to the you know, Fannie may have had emails. We want those. We know Tish may have had emails. We want those too. We want everything. So don't come out here and pretend, Democrats, like you're on the side of transparency and accountability. These people have been exploiting him for the last several years. So here's what Trump's people said. You should extend your stay, the injunction that would prohibit Jack Smith from releasing his book reports. Stop those from coming out because Jack Smith is disqualified and you have the right to do that. The government minimizes your role, Judge Cannon, in overseeing its own trials and your words. And Judge Cannon said Jack Smith is not a real boy. The relief requested is not contrary to the law, but rather consistent with long-standing practice. It's also consistent with principles of ethics. equity, okay? In the law, before they perverted that word, being equitable used to actually mean something. Now it means that everything gets worse or something. Now, the government, driven by political priorities, no place in a criminal trial, talking about illegitimate Jack, seeks to strong-arm its way through this orderly process. And this court, you, Judge Kennan, should enforce your order. You said Jack Smith was not a real boy, and so you better make that have some teeth to it. Now they're trying to view this as a political inconvenience and saying Jack has every right to give Garland the book report. So they say, Cannon, you have jurisdiction to maintain the status quo and to enforce the conduct that is going to taint this trial. The government's position is that the mere filing of a notice divests this court of jurisdiction to enforce its own orders. They say that's obviously a problem here. You said Jack is not a real boy. Now he's acting like he is a real boy. So do your words matter or not? And temporary orders like this one are also subject to appeal. And so the government is misstating and misrepresenting the law, saying that you don't have any jurisdiction here. They cite Coinbase referencing interlocutory appeal, which is a very common case to talk about. But they say the merits of Trump, Walt, and Carlos's request for emergency relief are not an issue in the appeal. The only question is about the injunction, and the court did not enter the injunction on the merits of the request. It was temporary while we were appealing to the 11th Circuit, and so you can and you should do this. The government attempts to litigate the merits of this dispute, but we're not doing that here. We've got several bases to restrict AG's release of this. The most significant of them is that if they release the report on Trump from Jack's fake office, it could impact a fair trial for these two continuing co-defendants. An extension of the stay here would allow us to continue to litigate this. The government is talking about what the Attorney General can do and whether Jack is a subordinate official to him, but it cannot be deemed concluded because this court disqualified Jack from the very case. All this stuff that he's saying he has the power to do and can do, and Merrick Garland and all these stuff, it's irrelevant. He's not a real boy. Nor, although the special counsel resigned, the matter is not concluded. The appeal was filed and it was briefed by Jack. It still continues. And to the extent to which the former or disqualified counsel is still operating, the defendants are still under the protective order of the court. So if they're still under the jurisdiction of the court as it relates to their protective order, in other words, if Carlos and Walt can't say or do certain things, this court still has jurisdiction over them, so why wouldn't it have jurisdiction over Jack? Another reason that the government cannot rely on this portion of the law is because he was also unlawfully appointed. The final report was prepared unlawfully after you found he was already unconstitutional. And so it is a legal nullity under a binding order of dismissal from you, Judge Cannon. And as a result, all of this is not subject to that provision. There's no obligation to release the report. Merrick Garland is authorized to do so. He's not authorized to do so because his prosecutor who wrote it was illegal. Now, the DOJ seeks to ignore this court and you, Judge Cannon. And worse yet, they're trying to exploit a loophole by claiming that because Jack was disqualified from the case, his investigation concluded and referred it to a local office. Now, this case presents an unprecedented scenario of an attempted release to Congress while the case is still going. There's a lot of litigation to be concluded. We are up in the 11th Circuit right now. So such a scenario is not contemplated. Now, the government asserts that whether the case will ever proceed is presently uncertain. Now, it's nice that they're saying that right now. And while we view this court's order of dismissal as the correct reading of the law, the mere fact of an appeal means that this could be reversed. And there's the prejudice. The government also overstated their proposal removes judicial oversight over the flow of evidence. Remember, Jack the Senate in the judiciary committee to allow them to leak. So they won't publish it because, if the DOJ publishes it, then it would harm Walt and Carlos, the two other co-defendants. But if senators leak it, I guess that's better because that would the DOJ seeks to pillory these statements. And the proposed parameters are unclear. I say, what are the restrictions on members of Congress who can review it? Can they publish it? Where is the government's in-camera review going to occur? Is it going to be in Jack's office or in Congress? Are members permitted to talk about it? Are they permitted to discuss the case at all, now that they've seen the confidential parts of it? Are they permitted to disclose their reactions? Can they talk about and wage war against them for fundraising, like Judge Mercan's daughter did? Does public discussion of the report relieve the defense of their protective order? Are they still gagged, or can they also talk about whatever they want? If this case is going to be tried in the court of public opinion, is the defense not at least entitled to an adversary process in that forum? All these questions warrant consideration. We need a hearing. A hearing will ensure that our due process rights are properly considered. And Judge, as the defense noted before, there is no way for this court to bind members of Congress. You can't do that. Nor does the government propose any assurances to insulate against the leaks, which are obviously going to happen. So Congress is a political body, right? And its individual members have political political aims. And this is a political case. So the government's claim that disclosure to Congress is a safeguard is obviously not true. This is an era in which a draft of a Supreme Court decision on abortion was leaked. The functioning of the political press demands and depends on leaks, and if these leaks occur here, our defendants have no recourse. Members of the judiciary in the House are not entitled to access in a pending criminal case, especially not privileged in grand jury materials. So there's no reason to provide that here. Any access must only be provided after a court process, due process, remember, and a hearing, not unilaterally by the DOJ when they want to just publish something to Congress. The government's response illustrates the need for this court to pass a stay, and you need to stop the release of both of these volumes. In response to this court's order, the government says Volume 1 does not concern this prosecution. Volume 1 is the J6 case. Volume 2 is the Florida Classified Documents case. They say they're separate. Trump defense says no, they're not. They reference each other and they're commingled to a degree that you cannot disambiguate them. They say that is non-responsive. The question was whether Volume 1 directly or indirectly refers, relies, or bears in any respect upon any evidence or argument related to the charges, and whether understood liberally it contains any of the foregoing. Are they referencing each other? Are they commingled? The government has set forth only what appear to be the most formal articulations of Volume 1's reference to Volume 2. Those references were deemed significant to Jack, and a review of the entirety of Volume 1 is expected to reveal the full interrelatedness of grand jury testimony, witness attacks by the government, conspiracy, and other criminal theories for which Jack sought to vouch for in the report. The protective order principle applies fully where the government seeks to try this case in a court of public opinion. A figure as a co-conspirator in this case, the government has sought far more reaching gag orders than anything here. Now, what they're not telling you, Judge Cannon, what they're not disclosing, either in its public filings or in its sealed supplement, who reviewed Volume 1, what the person who reviewed Volume 1 knows about the sealed or even unsealed proceedings in this case, what standards of evaluations were used to support this belief of the United States. Now, this is amplified by the fact that 3 attorneys, 2 of them civil lawyers, who signed the government's brief are brand new to the case, and they're not familiar with the facts or nuances. Jack's office is gone, so they threw these newbies on. The attorneys asserting no connection do not know the significance of certain matters in the report. They don't understand the connections between the 2 cases. They don't have a well-versed understanding of the evidence. There is anticipated overlap between the witnesses and the 2 cases, and the facts and circumstances are inextricably intertwined insofar as the conduct targeted in both investigations was around the same time involving the same people. And so that evidence would not be admissible in Walt Nada's trial, and it would taint the jury pool. So the significant overlap between the 2 cases, both temporally, in time, and with respect to witnesses and evidence, combined warrants an independent review of Volume 1. Do not release that either. Now, counsel can proffer that Volume 2, so the attorneys for the defense say, we've read it. We know Volume 1 is referenced in Volume 2. So when Jack's talking about Florida, he's also hearkening back to J6. The report has a coordinated message and intent to the best of counsel's understanding. Now, the government invites this court to review Volume 1 in ex parte fashion, so on your own, Judge. But that request is inconsistent with due process, the government is saying. You look at it. But that's inconsistent with our adversarial system. The defense, too, should be permitted to examine Volume 1. The government has it. They're showing it to you, Judge, and they don't want us to see it. That's ridiculous. We should see it. We should be able to lodge sealed objections to be dealt with in a sealed hearing. Ex parte applications are disfavored when only the judge meets with one side because a fair hearing requires a reasonable opportunity to the opposite side. And the government has not offered any argument to support its ex parte review of Volume 1, the J6 case. Again, it's attempting to avoid the adversarial process in the interest of politics. There's no prejudice that will result by allowing us to look at it. We're not going to release anything. We could have a sealed proceeding. There is no reason to block the defense from the process, but the government just wants to publicly release it. There's no harm to them if we have an opportunity to review. So they say the Trump defense and team, they request that the court stay its expiration. Do not allow the report to be released moving forward and hold a hearing signed by Stanley Woodward, who's going in as counsel to the White House in some fashion over there, on behalf of Carlos and Walt. So you can see, this is what the government sent. They say, Your Honor, you have to release this report. There's 2 volumes here, okay? Volume 1 is about J6 in 2020. Volume 2 is about the classified documents. They say, you don't have any jurisdiction, Judge Cannon. Okay, sorry. You can't release this even if you wanted to. The court is prohibited from hearing this motion, and there's no jurisdiction here because we're up at the 11th Circuit and they're handling this case right now. But in addition to the jurisdiction argument, you have to release this anyways. An extended injunction without basis on Garland's prerogative, he can manage the DOJ. And he got a report that was prepared by a subordinate, and so he's allowed to release that. The laws say that he can determine that in public interest, we need to release this, and the injunction doesn't give you the power to stop it. Now, they speculate that the department is going to violate or leak this stuff. They say it's ridiculous. We're taking precautions, says the DOJ. We're going to put an in-camera review of the document to 4 members of Congress and allow them to review it. This argument is resting on conjecture, saying that they'll leak it. These are esteemed members of Congress. Why would they do anything like that? There's no case that they can cite where that concern that Congress is going to be leaky prohibits the disclosure. And so an extended injunction to stop the release is even less warranted. Merrick Garland has already determined that he's going to release Volume 1. That volume is about the election. They say they identify no Article 3 standing issue that would justify not releasing this because they don't have any claim in the other case. This holds true even if this court were to grant Trump's motion to intervene, because he doesn't have any basis to block Volume 1 either. None of the arguments raised would prejudice them. Trump is no longer a defendant. Okay, they dismissed him from the case. And even if Trump had colorable grounds for blocking 1, there's still no basis for allowing him to do that. Beyond the now allayed concerns of prejudice, there's no basis for allowing this. And even if Jack were invalidly appointed, it would still not follow that the report was improper. What? There can be no serious question that Garland had at minimum the statutory to hire Jack Smith and his staff as employees. Yeah, but he didn't. He didn't do that. Okay?
At all.
The whole thing would have been different. The Supreme Court has recognized that investigative reports can be prepared. There is, therefore, no appointments-based reason to doubt his authority to draft a report, much less prevent him. Yes, there is. What a stupid paragraph this is. He was illegally appointed, and he was not hired as an employee by their own arguments, right? They made that argument multiple times, saying that Jack Smith falls into a certain category. He's got power appointed by the Reno Regs. The Attorney General, in the Senate-confirmed head of the Department of Justice, is vested with authority to supervise everybody. Okay, that's great. He can't supervise officers. Jack is not one of them. He can't supervise employees. Jack Smith is not one of them. The Attorney
He's not a real boy.
decide whether to release a report prepared by his subordinates. Jack is illegal. He never was one of those. That authority is inherent under the law. Sure, he has that power if he has actual employees working under him. So their objection to his appointment has no bearing on his authority. Yes, it does. This is ridiculous. The court should reject their request for a hearing. As explained above, this court lacks jurisdiction, and that reason alone should be enough to deny this continual injunction. And so, in conclusion, do not make us continue to hold this report back. We want to release it, especially Volume 1 of the final report. And then once again, after all of that was written, they came back and Jack got sent off into the pasture in a tiny, pathetic little footnote right there. So Elizabeth Shapiro sent that one out, and that went into Judge Cannon. Obviously, the argument that people anywhere can write reports. Like, I can write a report, send it to Merrick Garland, and he can just take it because he's got authority to do it, even if you're not a lawfully appointed prosecutor or a hired employee. That's how it works, apparently. And Judge Cannon came back and issued her order. Judge Cannon, Southern District of Florida, now allowing portions of Jack Smith's report, Volume 1, to go out. Volume 2, she wants to hear more. But here's what she released. This is an order denying the emergency motion that would stop the J6 2020 report from coming out. Here's what Cannon writes. This cause came before me. Got a bunch of people filing stuff. The emergency motion seeks to stop the entirety of Jack Smith's final report from coming in. And Cannon, you can see she has capitalized final report, and for a while she was bundling them together. Then Jack, very conveniently, Volume 1 did and Volume 2 did, so he could bifurcate the two to release one, because he knew that he was in trouble on the Florida case. So she tells us, as described by the United States in its filings, Volume 1 is the J6 case, election interference, and Volume 2 is this case, the classified documents case, which is the subject of this court's order granting the motion to dismiss based on Jack Smith's illegality. She said, I dumped this case because he's not a real boy. Now, the United States, DOJ, and who's not there anymore, opposes any restriction on the release of Volume 1. They want that to go out publicly, and I imagine it's coming soon. And they agree that Volume 2 should not be released to the public because it concerns the ongoing legal rights of Walt and Carlos. But nevertheless, they seek permission to release a limited amount of Volume 2 to specified members of Congress because they say Congress is very curious about this. So here's what Cannon says. The emergency motion is denied as to Volume 1. So we can no longer hold that back. The United States represents, and she's quoting them, that it believes that nothing in Volume 1 of the final report directly or indirectly refers, relies, or bears in any respect upon any evidence or argument related to any of the individual charges in the Florida case. Now, she's quoting them, right? See that right there? So you guys are representing it. Cannon says, I have not read it yet, but you're telling me it's got nothing to do with the other report. The United States further indicates in the same thing and reiterates in a sealed addendum that we cannot see. She says some of that she'll show us. She says that Volume 1, according to the government, makes two generalized references to this.
All right, let's go ahead and do some more dailies.
But it doesn't reference the names Nada or De Oliveira, and it doesn't address any conduct by them, evidence against them, or the charges against them. So it references them
Actually,
by name.
let me
They
see.
also said, other than these two references, the government says, there are no other references to the classified documents case in Volume 1 of the final report. So, like, that better be true. There better
What's
not
40
be
times
another
18?
reference in there. There's a third reference in there. Based on these representations, the court sees an insufficient basis to stop the release of Volume 1. The court's order granting the motion to dismiss the indictment based on the appointments clause was confined to this proceeding, right? She didn't dismiss the J6 case, and if the J6 report has nothing to do with the classified documents report, she's saying, I don't have jurisdiction. And hence, this court's authority to enforce its own orders is similarly confined to this proceeding and to the remaining defendants in this proceeding. They also tell us in footnote 1. In a letter submitted by the United States to this court, Jack Smith states as follows. He says, because Volume 2 discusses the conduct of Mr. Trump's alleged co-conspirators in the classified documents case, Walt and Carlos, and consistent with the policy, Volume 2 should not be publicly released while their case remains pending. They did dismiss it against Walt and Carlos. It just looked obvious that they were only doing that to enhance the report. But here we go. It tells the emergency motion from Cannon as to Volume 2 now presents a contested factual and legal issue. It must be resolved in an expedited basis following a full briefing and hearing. All parties agree that Volume 2 expressly and directly concerns this case. All parties also appear to agree that public release of Volume 2 would be inconsistent with the fair trial rights of Walt and Carlos or Justice Department policy. And despite these concerns, the U.S. still seeks limited disclosure of Volume 2. They want to give this to Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer because they say there are public interests and congressional leadership needs to be apprised. Now, the defense vigorously opposes this request, relying on their due process rights, local Florida rules, and they know that this report is ultimately going to be publicly disseminated and leaked. Now, in light of these contested issues, Judge Cannon says, we need a hearing on this case at the end of the week, January 15th, 17th, Friday, 2 p.m., Fort Pierce Division. Any response to this is due on the 14th, and a reply is due on the 16th, and you should let me know if there is an agreement about the release.
Whatever.
So all that will be resolved later in the week. Now, to the extent the counsel for the United States has any doubt about the representations made to this court about the absence of any connection, because these are new attorneys on the Jack Smith team. The team is now gone, right? So they're evaporating. So the DOJ brought on new prosecutors who were not part of the original team. So they're making this avowal to the court. Your Honor, we promise. We've got a duty of candor to the court. It says between Volume 1 and the factual legal issues, they say that there's a belief, right? There's a belief that nothing in Volume 1 relates to this case. You better be damn sure about that. There's a court order requiring specific clarification. Now, counsel, the judge is running, they are reminded of their obligation. There is a duty of candor to the court. Lie or be manipulative or hide things. Got to be open and honest and forthcoming. So if you say that, oh, I believe that there's no reference there, and then we get the report and it's riddled with it, you're in trouble. And their duty as officers of this court to ensure complete accuracy and completeness in their representations. So belief better be pretty dang sure. Now, of course, what is the recourse for this? If the report comes out and it is full, what's Cannon going to do? Maybe she calls them in here, issues an order to show cause, you were dishonest about this, sanction. The report court's out, so can't unring that bell. Now, the court is next bound to consider their emergency motion to stop the release of Volume 2. Now, on this point, now if we're talking only about Volume 2, the court agrees with the defense. Release of Volume 2, even on a limited basis to hack people, risks irreversibly and substantially impairing these co-defendants. This court is not willing to make that gamble on a basis of some generalized interest by Congress, at least not without a full briefing and hearing on the subject. Nor has the United States presented any justification to support the suggestion that Volume 2 must be released now, as opposed to after a reasonable hearing that's being expedited, by the way. We're going to do it on Friday. And so for those reasons, the court must enjoin temporarily Garland, the DOJ, officers, agents, employees, and more from releasing Volume 2. Don't release Volume 2. Don't release any drafts or anything until Friday the 17th. We're going to have a hearing, and then the judge will make a determination thereafter. I mean, the judge is going to need some time to think about this. So hopefully she comes back with her order over the weekend. She gives it a lot of thought, and then she can decide what to do on Monday afternoon. Inaugurate, right? So a final word on this jurisdiction, says Ken. The 11th Circuit January 9th summary denial of Trump's motion contains no directive that I don't have jurisdiction over this, and we're not persuaded by the government that I don't have jurisdiction either. I've got jurisdiction, and so stop saying that. So in light of this order, the court denies stopping Volume 1 from coming out, but allows the stay to continue in Volume 2. Now, Trump, meanwhile, says, why would deranged Jack Smith be allowed to issue a report on a complete and total witch hunt against me, strictly for political purposes, when he was thrown off the case and ultimately dismissed by the DOJ? Therefore, nicely, he was illegitimately involved in this political persecution, and all of the hundreds of millions of dollars spent by our hapless government were, simply put, wasted. He has already filed thousands of rejected statements and documents against me, which were a joke, and the public just voted for me in a landslide to be their president.
That's that flex. That's that flex right there. Mm.
All right. Meanwhile, 7:20 now here in New York City, and something that happened at midnight. A Fox News alert. The Department of Justice has released Special Counsel David Weiss's scathing report on Hunter Biden.
In it, Weiss defends his probe that found that the president's son made millions of dollars off his last name and political connection, then failed to pay his fair share of taxes.
Peter Ducey joins us live from the White House with the latest. Hey, Peter.
And a look at recent history, we remember that the heart of President Biden's pardon of his son was that he accused the special counsel, David Weiss, of singling Hunter Biden out. Now David Weiss is saying that the president was wrong to say that. A quote from last night's report, other presidents have pardoned family members, but in doing so, none have taken the occasion as an opportunity to malign the public servants at the Department of Justice based solely on false accusation. The biggest problem the special counsel Weiss has with Hunter is that he didn't pay $1.4 million in taxes over a 5-year stretch. Weiss says those are not inconsequential tax violations, and that Mr. Biden made his money by using his last name and connections to secure lucrative business opportunities, such as a board seat at a Ukrainian industrial conglomerate, Burisma Holdings Limited, and a joint venture with individuals associated
Best
with a
deals in all of
Chinese energy
Stormwind, my friend.
conglomerate.
Won't
He
find any better.
negotiated and
Now, what can I
executed
help you with?
contracts and agreements that paid him millions of dollars for limited work. The Hunter legal team is pushing back. Late last night, they told us Mr. Weiss immediately omits his proposal to resolve this investigation in 2023 with a pair of misdemeanors and a diverted gun charge recommended by career prosecutors. Mr. Weiss also fails to explain why he reneged on his own agreement, a reversal that came at the 11th hour in court as he and his office faced blistering attacks from Republicans and his then filing unprecedented charges with someone with no aggravated gun factors who had paid his taxes in full years before charges were filed. President Biden came here to the White House almost 4 years to the day, promising to restore faith in institutions. Now this special counsel is saying that President Biden's actions have undermined faith in institutions.
And Peter, nobody asked Joe Biden more about Hunter than you. And David Weiss went after Joe Biden saying, you know what, you made up a bunch of baseless allegations, suggestions about your son. What do you do?
Then feels an olive stormwind, my
Yes,
friend.
and the
Won't
answer
find
was
any
always
better.
that
Now, what
Joe
can I help
Biden
you
didn't
with?
know anything about his son's overseas business
travels.
dealings, but he's about to be retired, so it's possible they could have a new venture together.
Right. Father and son, Biden and Biden. All right. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
Deuce
That
and
feels
Deuce.
an olive stormwind, my
I'm
friend.
Steve Ducey.
Won't find
I'm
any
Brian
better.
Kilmeade.
Now,
And
what
I'm
can I
Ainsley
help you
Earhart.
with?
And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Strength, stamina, intellect, defense, mana, spell power, block. Jesus. Why is that so much better in his blue?
Trace, to build off of what you were just talking about, President-elect Trump is also watching as this $50 billion 0% contained fire continues to spread. And you've got to suggest that Governor Gavin Newsom should immediately go to Northern California and open up the water main and let the water flow into his dry, starving, burning state instead of having it go out into the Pacific Ocean. It ought to be done right now. No more excuses from this incompetent governor. It's already far too late. And
That
this
feels an olive
cleanup and
stormwind,
rebuild
my
are
friend.
going to be a
Won't find
huge
any better.
undertaking
Now, what can I
during
help you with?
Trump's next term.
So what's happened is a tragedy, and the governor has not done a good job. With that being said, I got along well with him when he was governor. We worked together very well, and we would work together. I guess it looks like we're going to be the one having to rebuild it.
Newsom is taking a lot of incoming from frustrated Californians, and he says he doesn't think it's the time for Trump to be involving himself right now.
People have lost their lives. Kids
Safe travels.
lost their schools. Families completely torn asunder. Churches burned down. This guy wants to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't.
President-elect Trump is back at Mar-a-Lago after the Carter funeral in Washington, D.C., and we do expect to see him about 2.5
That
hours
feels an
from right
olive
now
stormwind, my
at the
friend.
club
Won't
when
find
he
any better.
hosts Republican
Now, what can I help
governors
you
who
with?
are here. Trace.
Welcome back, President-elect Trump and Gavin Newsom trading shots on who's to blame and who's politicizing what over the deadly wildfires that have ravaged the Golden State. Watch.
It's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish.
Well, he isn't the only person calling out Greasy Gav. Watch this.
Literally talking to the president right now, specifically answering
See you
the question
later.
of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it. Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor? Dana, that woman speaks for so many. There is so much frustration. They are angry at Karen Bass. They're particularly angry at this governor who's had a long, long time to fix these problems that Rick Caruso has said that they predicted them. They could have prevented them.
And Gavin Newsom basically has the run of government out there with the state legislature, right? So if you wanted to put some points on the board and get some things done, you could have. You've also could have had he had the political might to be able to tell the environmentalists, go pound sand. We're not going to leave kindling around here when we know these Santa Ana winds are coming. We are going to clear the brush. And yes, we are going to fill the reservoirs. Do not file that. Do not defend that lawsuit. There are lots of things that you could have done. I was thinking today, imagine if Ron DeSantis were the governor of Florida. I'm sorry, the governor of California. Yeah. Even for a year, the things that might be different today. And I think that her being willing to go up to him and Gavin Newsom being willing to talk to her at least, rather than Karen Bass, who was just dumbfounded after 14 hours on a flight and couldn't come up with "I'm sorry." What was she doing? Just watching the flight map for 14 hours?
No, she said she was on the phone, but it doesn't feel like.
It doesn't really look like. But they didn't fill up the reservoirs. This is also something that, one, there's the short-term problem, but there is a longer-term problem.
talked about that with the little duck smelt and all of these things. There is a reckoning coming. And one of the exciting things for people that want to regroup and have better environmental and land conservation policies going forward is that with this new administration, you have a lot of different people that will be there, and one of them is Governor Doug Odom of North Dakota, who understands these issues very, very well and will be instrumental in helping make this happen. And then Brooke Wallens over at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, they oversee forests. So I think you're going to see a concentrated effort to make sure this doesn't happen again. But we're just at that tipping point of understanding the scope and scale of this disaster. Yeah, that woman was just one person who lost everything, doesn't know our kids are going to go to school. No, the schools have literally burned down. And again, you're talking about something that is so incredibly personal. But Greg, obviously you are from California. Gavin Newsom has had a lot of time to fix these things, but he doesn't want to because they're not sexy. You know, as you pointed out in the past, he's much more interested in virtue signaling and talking about things that feel good and make him seem like a good person, as opposed to tackling the things that he's not going to get a lot of credit for, that take a lot more work, but will help the long-term health of the state should he resign.
Excellent question. You know, I find that the strongest anti-communists were once communists. You know, the most persuasive Republicans are usually an ex-Democrat that was burned by their policies. Look at the trans movement. The most persuasive voices on against child mutilation are the de-transitioners. You look at the most interesting Republicans we have now.
Server's restarting, so I'm gonna just back up.
So the most powerful agent for change
Let that happen.
burned by their own beliefs. I think you can see that. I was just thinking too, the reaction to the virus in LA kind of mirrored the reaction to crime in New York. It's where the public suddenly realizes that there's no help coming. There's no help coming. And we sit there and we talk about crime for years and nobody listens.
Yeah, I'm just restarting everybody waiting. Be right back. Shit's still downloading. There we go. We're back. Clicking buttons. What is it telling me to click this for? What did I not get? Oh. Yeah, let's go.
We have a governor who went on the subway and said how safe it is, and days later, a woman was set on fire. Ironically, it took a woman in flames to get people to realize that platitudes won't save you, and it's doing that right here. Lastly, it's weird. I was just thinking about this. That so many people are homeless. There's like thousands of homeless people. I don't think any of them are going to be sleeping on the streets. Just think about why not? What's the difference?
Well, the money is allocated towards something that hasn't gotten better. It has only gotten worse.
No, I'm just saying there are people who are homeless that aren't going to be on the streets. So why are the homeless on the streets? You know what I mean? It's like we think like they don't have there's something about the lifestyle. If you have a network of people around you, if you haven't cut yourself off from the world, you will find a place.
So people are angry. The anger has to go somewhere. Why shouldn't it go to the governor?
It should. And I think that he feels okay about it. I mean, he wasn't trying to turn his back on her and push her off on a staffer. I think that Gavin Newsom, especially in the post-French laundry world, understands that you need to do constituent relations better, and you need to be a public face for it. I haven't seen him cowering from this. I think that's the only thing he does. I think he's a public face, and I think he's really good at optics, but when he says things like, we're going to leave the water up to the local folks, it's a state issue. It's not just a local issue. And I think it was a longer conversation than just that soundbite, obviously. And I'm not here to say that everything has gone perfectly. Obviously not. It's worth $53 billion probably to repair this. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands displaced. I hope that it's only 5 who have passed away, but we don't know. And it's not because I'm a Pollyanna or I can't take it. I just don't see why it's worthwhile for President-elect Trump to be calling him Gavin Newsom or to say, like, you should resign right now. Like, if Barack Obama had shown up in New Jersey after Sandy and said, like, hey, Chris, you could lose a few pounds or something like that, or gone down to Florida and said to DeSantis, like, those lifts are doing a lot of work down there, right? How tall are you really? Like, why? I don't think he's. Yeah, he is. He's making fun. Greasy Gavin Newsom.
But Jessica,
he's making fun
that's
of
the issue
him.
with you guys.
No, it's
You're
not.
so obsessed with talk.
I'm not.
And not action.
I have action things to say on top of that. I'm making a
Well,
point
then say
about,
them, Jessica, because no one cares
stop talking
about
so I can.
name calling. All right?
Actually, some people do.
No one cares what
there
you
is a problem as well.
The state's on fire. The state's on fire. And you're out here saying they have water.
No,
they don't have
I'm
water.
saying that the tanks were full. There was a pressure problem. Either way,
Jessica, there's a pressure problem because they're not a
the governor of California should not have to put a fact check up on his site that says Trump is conflating two entirely unrelated things: the conveyance of water to South California and supply from local storage. No such document as, quote, water restoration declaration exists. It's pure fiction. Why can't President-elect Trump take the mandate that he got, right? A lot of left-leaning people voted for him and show up and just say...
I know we're in the middle of Jesse on Jesse Action, but let's hear from Jesse Walker.
I was loving that action. I mean, I have press releases from the state, from the DOJ. California sues Trump administration to block water rules. Attorney General Becerra files lawsuit against Trump administration. They're trying to send water from the north to the south, and they're suing them to stop it because of fish that no one eats, Jessica. That's all we're saying. That's what we're saying. We're saying that the guy can't run the state, and he's sitting there with his hands in his pockets. And you're bringing up the homeless. There's a good chance the homeless started this fire. Did you know that 54% of the fires that the LA Fire Department respond to were started by the homeless? And we're spending more money on the homeless than we are on starting and stopping these fires, Jessica. This guy is a bad executive, and he wants to run for president, and he's got no army behind him. Bezos is gone. Bezos is in Mar-a-Lago. Zuckerberg's at Mar-a-Lago. Who's going to stand with Newsom while everything's burnt to a crisp? Nobody.
Not his wealthy billionaire donors who used to have homes. They're certainly not going to stand with him and bankroll his presidential run. I think this hurts his legacy, and I don't think he rebounds from this. And I hope he doesn't.
Whoever smelt it, dealt it.
John, to that point, we've been seeing the planes come in. They can only do so much. From Quebec, you were noting earlier. But this is ongoing, and the biggest fires are still at 0% containment as far as we've been told.
Yeah, and to Larry's point about the water, the president-elect is watching this afternoon. He also saw our segments with Molly and with Jackie, and he texted me this statement just a couple of minutes ago. He's still on Governor Newsom to do something about this immediately in terms of diverting water to the southern part of the state. He wrote, quote, Governor Gavin Newsom should immediately go to Northern California and open up the water main and let the water flow into his dry, starving, burning state instead of having it go out into the Pacific Ocean. It ought to be done right now. No more excuses from this incompetent governor. It's already far too late. So that's the latest from the president-elect on California, what he thinks the governor should do to take immediate action to help the folks in the southern part of the state.
Just brutal. I mean, so many people are just in the thick of this right now. And as we know, officials are saying they're still in survival mode, looking for anybody who may have not fled or left or evacuated that might be in this mess. So we pray for them.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they weren't able to get water up to those reservoirs in the upper elevations to keep the water pressure up, I mean, that's a serious problem because clearly they didn't have any plans for anything this big.
Joining us for more on this is Steve Bardak, who owns 2 properties in the Pacific Palisades. I think he served.
Oh, shit. He lost not one, but deuces on the houses. Woo. I wouldn't know what to fucking do, tell you the truth. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Real talk. Oh shit, Nero. Talking about the Call of Duty drama.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel, and we have a lot to go over here in today's video. We have Call of Duty devs leaving the company, we have some major leaks that came out, and believe it or not, Activision broke Call of Duty today. If you guys missed it earlier, they pushed through a new update, which virtually did nothing, by the way. If you're looking for the patch notes, I don't even need to link them to you. I can just show them all on the screen with this little picture right here. And the funniest part about this is to push out this massive update, they broke the entire game for what, like an hour, 2 hours, something like that. Like earlier today, the matchmaking on Call of Duty just stopped working. You would be in this endless loop of searching for matches across multiplayer and Warzone, which Activision claims was due to the new update slowly rolling out to everybody. Even when the update did finally go through, it looks like it created even more problems, especially in Warzone, with players falling underneath the map, buy stations not working, and plenty of other random bugs and issues. Like, why does this seem to happen each and every update? Like, it seems like on the rare occasion that they do try to fix the game, which today's update was meant to fix people crashing on loading screens, which happened to me a bunch when I tried playing the game last week. It seems like they always inadvertently end up breaking other parts of the game, right? Like, I don't know if it's an issue with, like, too many studios or too many cooks in the kitchen, but it seems like tweaking one part of the game breaks other parts of the game, and each and every time, this causes a weird chain reaction of them fixing one thing, which breaks another, then they go to fix that.
It's on purpose.
It just keeps going on and on throughout the entire game's life cycle. It's been like a month and a half, nearly 2 months of Black Ops 6 and Warzone being plagued with problems, and the few times that they actually try to fix something, even something tiny, it doesn't seem to work. So instead of like trying to overhaul and like fix the game, they're just going to be doing what we all predicted. They're going to try to cover up that entire fiasco with, you guessed it, Verdansk. We called this, ladies and gentlemen, a while ago, and it's coming true. With Black Ops 6 and Warzone bleeding players, the game being full of bugs and problems, the anti-cheat not working, and hackers running ranked play, and with the COD community turning their backs on the franchise, Activision has pressed the nuclear button, and they're going to rush out Verdansk to try to stop the bleeding. So, via Ghost of Hope, who has accurately leaked a lot of information in the past, Verdansk will be returning in Season 3 of Black Ops 6. Now, Call of Duty has officially announced that the map would be coming in 2025, but they never gave us a date or a real timeline or anything. But I think it's pretty clear what's going on here, and we predicted this all a while ago. In response to the bleeding player base and the incredibly negative perception around Call of Duty, Activision is going to rush out for Dance in an effort to try to win back the player base, and it's likely going to be full of bugs, and it's going to break tons of other parts of the game, but Verdansk itself is a big seller, and Activision knows that. You know, the original Warzone was a phenomenal...
They about to screw this shit up, too.
Not only enjoyed it...
They about to screw this shit up.
You know, but I think people
You're giving them too much...
where the world was at that time. I think that Andrew Heighton, who wrote this article for Insider Gaming, you guys might know it, it's Tom Henderson's website, essentially. Well, Andrew wrote an article today about the news in regards to Verdansk coming back to Season 3, and in there he said, quote, Verdansk was a source of comfort for frustrated players emotionally bettered by the plight of the world in 2020 and beyond. With Warzone not quite what it once was, and COD in general in decline, it feels like the time for the fictional city to return. I'll put a link to the full article down there in the description if you guys want to check it out for yourselves, but it really does feel like Verdansk has been this ace that Activision has kept up their sleeves for a long time now. They know that the original Warzone fans love it, so its release, without a doubt, is going to be huge. They're probably going to have a massive marketing campaign surrounding it. They're probably going to go back to paying streamers to play it, and we learned recently that in the case of at least one streamer, Activision was paying them $8,000 an hour to stream the original Warzone back in Modern Warfare 2019, and that culminated in a total of $400,000 for one freaking streamer. So I would not be surprised whatsoever if some of these Warzone creators suddenly start changing their tune when it comes to COD and try to get back into Activision's good graces. It will be interesting to see if the community falls for this, because it's pretty clear, at least to me, that they're pushing out Verdansk in place of actually addressing the issues with the game, but I suppose that will be a bridge we will have to cross when we get to it. For right now, we have more pressing matters to attend to, because finally, I got my skill-based matchmaking data from Activision. They finally sent over the email, and the website itself is so freaking buggy. It was so frustrating to actually get through, so they let me know that my case was finished, right? So I had to log into the website, and then from there, I had to log into my Steam account, my PlayStation account, my Xbox account, and the website kept crashing and having HTML errors and kept just having dead links and everything. It was a massive pain in the ass, but eventually, I got my data, and holy hell, dude. They track absolutely everything, man. Everything from multiplayer, campaign, zombies, co-op, private matches, and everything else from Black Ops 6 all the way back to Vanguard, and even some stuff from Modern Warfare 2019 for some reason is in there. These guys know your Call of Duty character better than you. Like, they know you as a player better than you know yourself. It's actually pretty freaking creepy, and it's been taking a while for me to clean up all that data and kind of make it presentable, because for some reason, for example, certain game modes will result in several duplicate entries in your data, so I've been going through and getting rid of them and getting old gameplay clips and then finding the exact match and looking at the data from that match compared to what happened in the clip and going to my XP testing and seeing what happened on their end versus what happened on my end. There's a lot to really get through here. And if any of you guys know a good site or a tool or something like that for creating graphs and charts, please let me know about that down there in the comments, because I'm pretty new to all this stuff and I want to make sure the video is as good as it can possibly be. Again, there's a lot to get through, but the video, I think, will be worth the wait. But for right now, let's wrap up this video with two more bits of pretty interesting news. So, news story number A, the multiplayer development director at Sledgehammer Games left the company today, and he was at that studio for 15 years and worked on every single title. Modern Warfare 3, Advanced Warfare, Call of Duty World War II, Vanguard, and of course the newer Modern Warfare 3. In fact, he was the guy who helped revert all the terrible changes that Infinity Ward made with Modern Warfare 2019 and Modern Warfare 2 and fixed them in Modern Warfare 3, and now he's gone. For 15 years, he has left the studio, even though they are currently developing Call of Duty 2027, and it's actually pretty sad to see. Like, all the former faces of the various Call of Duty studios are leaving. The head leadership at Treyarch. Now, you see all the problems we have with Black Ops 6, and Sledgehammer also has people leaving, so who knows what their studio is going to look like when it's once again their turn to walk up to the plate. And I think that right now, a lot of people would consider Sledgehammer Games to actually be the top studio within the COD franchise, because Infinity Ward, well, let's be honest here, they're just Infinity Ward. I don't think I need to say much more about that. And then Treyarch, I mean, Black Ops 6 has been an unmitigated disaster so far, essentially. So a lot of people are thinking that Sledgehammer Games is the best development studio because they actually listen to the community and they have more open communication. And it will be interesting to see what happens with their studio moving forward. And speaking of moving forward, the final bit of news for today is that Treyarch has announced this year's annual 115 Day. If you guys don't know, 115, January 15th, is kind of like the international Zombies Day within the COD community. Apparently, this micro holiday has been pretty lackluster in recent years, but today, Treyarch took to Twitter to say, quote, 115 Day arrives this Wednesday, and we've got plenty to share with the Zombies community, including details on our new map. Yes, this soon. Shows your best Zombies artwork, cosplay, and collections using hashtag 115 Day for a chance to be featured on January 15th. I love that they said, yes, this soon in the post, dude. It's just like with the Verdansk leak that came out. They are clearly putting this news out in response to all the players leaving and everybody being hypercritical of the COD franchise right now. We keep saying it, it's eventually going to have to do something. Just like we predicted, here we are. They're teasing the upcoming stuff way sooner than usual and will likely be pushing out Verdansk and the new Zombies map before they are ready in an effort to try to win back the player base, which likely means those maps are going to be full of bugs and problems because, hey, why fix the game when instead you can just dangle new things in front of the community and try to distract the player base? Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for this video here today. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. Leave your thoughts and feedback down there in the comments. I'm going to get back to work on my skill-based matchmaking video. So until then, I want to thank you all so much for listening and thank you for your continued support of my channel. I hope you guys all
Hold on. Cancel. Let me see something. Do I own fucking Divine Storm? Oh my God, Tim, no, fuck no, bro. We're not doing that. So I have Divine Storm, right? So why isn't it fucking showing? Hold on. Is it only under ability? Yeah. No, shut up. I gotta look. How about Crimson? That's for that. Oh, the Dark Moon Zeppelin's only 150. Oh, I fucked up, son. I gotta get more. All right, so I'm gonna fly back out there. Hold on. See the corruption go hard. Kill shot. Oh, hold on. Take me on through. Oh shit.
Revealed that he didn't learn anything useful for Trump.
Okay, that shit just started.
Signal messages. Bottom line, nothing helpful to the president from one classified briefing somewhere. And guess who rigged the election? The people who would give you classified briefings, like the CIA when they were rigging things with Anthony Blinken. Said, I also believe that there are some direct quotes from interviews with false electors who claim to be Duke Gozer knew. And that's kind of it. There's not much else in there. So, okay, that's the report. Jack Smith is now releasing it as he flees back to The Hague. Here's the report from Politico. They say Trump has not been exonerated, says Jack Smith. All right. That's the message from Jack. He laid out evidence that he said would have led to a conviction. But Trump's only off the hook because he won. That's right, he did win. The department's view that the Constitution prohibits the continued indictment and prosecution is categorical and does not turn on the gravity of the crime, the strength of our case, or the merits of our prosecution. The admissible evidence was sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction. Oh, you didn't get him, though. You didn't get him. The Justice Department is withholding for now the classified documents case, because we have a hearing on that on Friday, and the volume on the election case summarizes the trove of evidence that they claim they got. They interviewed a bunch of people, 250 people, 55 grand jury witnesses, Jeffrey Clark and others, explaining the same thing that they've been screeching about, like pathetic losers for the last 4 years or so, give or take. Says it was a late night release, and there was a lot of activity last night. It was off everybody's phones. But
That's funny.
Yeah. So this is the docket in Florida, and here is what was happening yesterday. So after the show, we finished the show, there was a battle. Judge Cannon had already issued an order saying that she was going to be releasing some materials to the public. So then what happened is Trump filed a response, and that came skidding in late at night. And here's what Trump said. Well, this was a notice. Did I have that one queued up? Yeah, Trump submitted a filing late last night and was basically saying, do not release this. And it doesn't look like it's on this docket yet. But then they came out and Judge Cannon denied their order. And what happened was they released the report. So you can see even Anna Bauer was reporting this. There was 2 hours to go until the release. The president-elect, so Trump's counsel, filed another motion. Right, this came out, I don't think you can see the time on this, but it was like, 10 o'clock at night my time, or very, very late. So they submitted this. This is Trump's supplemental motion
14 attack.
to stop the release of the report. Submitted all this. Of course, Judge Cannon took it and then denied it. They say today the court issued an order denying Trump's requested relief. But the court hasn't ruled on other motions. Trump filed to intervene. And so, in other words, Judge, you're too soon. You can't release this report yet because you haven't even heard Trump's arguments. They say, in addition to being unlawful, the publication of the final report serves no public interest. And it turns out it doesn't really, actually. It's the same garbage that was in his prior useless reports. This is especially true of Volume 1. They say that Smith has already abused his office to engage in an egregious series of public attacks on Trump. There's a lengthy speaking indictment that we read, numerous public filings, endless anonymous leaks, procedurally irregular 185-page broadside that they filed against Trump before the election. Yet another report would serve no purpose other than an attempt to smear Trump and attack his character. But the DOJ even itself admits that imposing stigma and opprobrium threatens a president's executive power. That's why they dismiss the cases against him. Such pointless
That'd be a nice fucking that would be nice.
President Trump and his standing with world leaders, his domestic political actors who are here, the public, and more, which is what they're trying to do. Now, it's falling flat, I think. Even the media is not
reporting on it
too much about it. We'll go back and see what they're up to. But they say, look, this impedes the president. Any disruption that impedes the president could be a problem. Never before in our nation's history has the Department
all my hunter gear right here.
interfere with an incoming presidential administration in this manner. It's interference with the peaceful transition is what it is. Let alone on the very eve of the inauguration by means of a false report issued by a discredited prosecutor like Jack, who is now resigned in disgrace. Nor should the court permit the department to do so until providing Trump with an opportunity to be heard. Trump respectfully submits that the court can hear argument on his motion. So listen to, at least hear from us before you give the DOJ permission to release all this stuff. Trump respectfully requests that the court allow Trump to intervene, and then, of course, hear his arguments. This sensible course will ensure full ventilation of these important issues, which are not changed by what they say is in Volume 1. These issues are weighty, and so government says that they're going to release the volume right after midnight, and they did, man. It's like 12:01. Merrick Garland's like, send. Did you get it? Okay. The government counsel advises that we're releasing it, and they did release it, signed by John Lauro and Gregory Senior. So the report is now out. It's basically a dud. Even the cables aren't spending a lot of time on it this morning. You'd expect it to be all over the place, right? All the
Very well, then.
hysterics, like Joe Scarborough going nuts about it. In fact, Fox News is the only station right now talking about it.
Pence, the vice president then, and so
Andy
on.
McCarthy.
In each of those schemes, Bill, there are people who are, we now know, of course, that they are lawyers. They're, because of Justice Department rules, they're not named in the indictment, but we know who they are. They're closely scheming with Trump and doing most of the legwork in each of these schemes as Smith describes them. Yet it's not, he goes on to say we couldn't charge because, Trump became president and we have these rules that you can't indict or prosecute a sitting president. None of those other people are government officials. None of them had immunity. If he really thought that he had a strong case, you would have seen them indicted.
So he argued that he could have gotten a conviction. Prosecutors are always going to argue that. In a word, should this have been made public, yes or no, Andy?
No. He's illegitimate.
I think, Bill, the custom has now become that they're made public by the regulation. They're supposed to be confidential reports. I think it really doesn't matter. 3 weeks before the election, he did a 2,000-page proffer of his entire case. There's nothing in this report that's different from what was in the proffer.
In the meantime, David Weiss, final report on Hunter Biden.
That also dropped.
He says other presidents have pardoned family members, but in doing so, none have taken the occasion as an opportunity to malign the public servants of the DOJ based solely on false accusations. To which Hunter Biden's attorney says what's clear from the report is that the investigation into Hunter Biden is a cautionary tale of abuse of prosecutorial power, which reflects the letter that came from President Biden when he said it was selective and unfair and raw politics. And, Weiss is just feeding into, Law is feeding into what Weiss concluded here as it relates to Hunter Biden. How do you see it?
Well, I think Weiss was in on the problem
From the beginning.
until he got religion at the end.
Yeah.
The problem here wasn't
Part of the
selective
cover-up.
prosecution. It was selective favorable treatment, that Weiss was the chief person who gave to Hunter Biden
for years in this investigation, to the point of sitting on his hands while the statute of limitations ate a lot of his cases. When the sweetheart plea blew up and he was humiliated, then he turned around and prosecuted the president's son. But that case should have been brought years before.
Yeah. Andy, thank you.
Yeah, and Weiss was part of the cover-up attempt. They tried to get Hunter a non-prosecution agreement so that he didn't get any charges filed. And the only reason that any of that came out was because of the whistleblowers. And then David Weiss had to start to backtrack on that because people started to realize he's corrupt. Then he comes out and he writes this report. So we'll cover that at a later time. My goal is to get some insight from Garrett Ziegler, Marco Polo USA, on that one, which we'll come back on. But we've got Matt Gates is out there today. He's saying prayers up for Pete Hegseth this week. And we're just a few minutes away from the start of these proceedings. You can see the Washington Post is there. Here is what Forbes has inside the building. Getting a little bit busier
The Nauru have not forgotten us.
audio. So they should be getting started in about 9 minutes from now. And it looks like Hegseth might be making his way in. So there he is.
Why it wasn't just a little play special than just a private range.
So that was MSNBC's.
Well, my father.
Mr. Hegseth, so the whole committee see the FBI background check. Would you support the whole committee seeing the FBI background check? All right, so you saw him going in there, giving a thumbs up to the crowd. One of the big questions that we have is, well, who else will see this background investigation? Remember, right now, only the chairman and the ranking Democrat, the chairman Roger Wicker, the Republican chairman of the committee, and the ranking Democrat Jack Reed have seen this background investigation into Pete Hegseth. Democrats say there's holes in that. Republicans say that there's Democrats just looking for controversy right now. But there are a lot of members in the rank and file who do want to see this investigation. And one of the things that the Democrats plan to press in this hearing in a matter of minutes is to see it. They want to all see this. And typically for nominees, it's only the chairman and the ranking member who see those background checks, but it doesn't always happen that way. In fact, oftentimes, or sometimes in controversial situations, like one of the most famous ones, John Tower, who was the last nominee who was actually voted down by the Senate, cabinet nominee, voted down by the Senate over allegations himself of excessive drinking as he was picked to lead the Pentagon. The whole committee at that point did see the FBI background check. I expect Democrats to point to that in this hearing here, but as I tried to ask Pete Hegseth on his way in, if you support having the whole committee see that background check, didn't respond to that. Not surprising, nominees often don't respond to questions on their way in, but them Republicans are still feeling confident, despite all the Democrats ratcheting up their attacks, planning to go after him about everything from the past, about whether he's qualified for the job. Expect a lot of Republican defense behind him, and Republican defense is what he needs in order to get the job. Okay.
That's right, Manu. And what we're showing right now is we're just through that doorway that you're standing right there, inside the committee hearing room. Pete Hegseth is going to be walking in. He's probably in there and shaking hands with people behind the dais. That's generally what they do before he's going to sit down. And Manu, explain for everyone, walk through what's exactly going to happen now. Once they gavel in, he's in for hours, likely, of questioning. Lay it out for people.
Lloyd Austin's was about 3 and a half, 4 hours.
We expect this to be a very long, contentious affair. First, there'll be opening statements by the chairman and the ranking member. Then there'll be people who will be supporting Pete Hegseth, introducing him as well. The former Senator Norm Coleman, I'm told, will be one of the people supporting him, as well as Donald Trump's pick to be his national security advisor. Congressman Mike Waltz will be actually in here defending him as well. Waltz just actually spoke to reporters moments ago, defended Pete Hegseth's service, pushed back against the attacks that he is not qualified for the job. So then he'll make those statements, and then Pete Hegseth himself will deliver his opening statement. We've seen an early copy of it. He's planning to talk about how he plans to try to bring the military back to a lethal fighting force, defend how he's a much different and unconventional nominee of sorts. So expected to make his case. And then each of the members, the 27 members, on the Senate Armed Services Committee will get about 7 minutes each to question Pete Hegseth, and then start by the Republican, the Democrat, they're going to rotate, and then there'll be a second round of questioning after that for about 5 minutes or so. So this is going to be a long, contentious affair. Up, change the Republican minds. Huge question is Pete Hegseth trying to get one of the most important jobs in government. A critical moment is confirmation hearing in a matter of minutes.
It is all of that wrapped into one monitor that you're hitting on.
All right, so we're going to take a look at who's on this committee. You heard him just say there's 27 people on there, which is like, oh my gosh, how do they get anything done? There's 27 Congress people on there, but there's a bunch of them. So here is the list over from the official site over here. Committee members, Armed Services. You can see a bunch of familiar faces. So Roger Wicker, Jack Reed. You already saw people in there like Mazi Hirono. So the Democrats got Tim Kaine, Elizabeth Warren, Tammy Duckworth, Mark Kelly from Arizona. And that's going to be bringing up the Democrat side. So on the Republican team, we've got Tom Cotton, Joni Ernst, Dan Sullivan, Kevin Kramer, Rick Scott from Florida, Tommy Tuberville's there, Mark Wayne Mullen is in the house, Ted Budd, Eric Schmidt, Jim Banks, and Tim Sheehy, all going to be there representing the Republicans. And so that hearing is going to be starting any minute now. Now, here was a little bit of Chuck Schumer from yesterday. So Chuck Schumer came out and was railing against Pete Hegseth. So he's setting the tone for the Democrats, giving us an indication of what they're going to be doing very soon.
Tomorrow's hearing with Pete Hegseth is a good example of why a thorough and tough nominations process is so important. Mr. Hegseth is Trump's pick, Donald Trump's pick to be Secretary of Defense.
That's right.
Arguably the most important position in the entire cabinet. If confirmed, Mr. Hegseth will oversee a workforce of over 3 million people.
What do I need?
And handle issues of life and death on a regular basis. His job will be to keep our troops safe and keep our country safe. If there's any cabinet position that ought to have a steady and drama-free individual, it is certainly Secretary of Defense. Unfortunately, Mr. Hegseth's background is deeply troubling, to put it generously. We all have read reports about his radical views, his alleged excessive drinking, the allegations about sexual assault, and his failures in the financial stewardship of multiple organizations. These are such serious allegations for such an important job.
Yeah, Chuck.
So why would the Armed Services Committee wish to rush through these hearings, particularly when the documents are not available?
Because your claims are made up and hyper-exaggerated, like everything you guys do.
Mr. Hegseth will have an opportunity to answer questions about these allegations and about his record, as well as his views. He can expect his hearing to be tough but respectful, candid but fair. The stakes during
Wait a minute, where
will be very high, not just for the nominee, but for the entire country. It's not hard to imagine an emergency situation where the Secretary of Defense has to make quick and steady decisions about our military. Is someone with Pete Hegseth's alleged history really the kind of person we want at the helm?
No, we should pick Lloyd Austin, who disappeared.
Very, very important situation.
Nobody knows where he is.
Dangerous situation like that. Is that really in the best interest of American safety? That's something senators ask themselves during tomorrow's hearing. Of course, they should ask Mr. Hegseth.
And they should ask if they want him to wear
when it comes to a job like Secretary of Defense, there can be zero question, that the nominee's up for the job. Unfortunately, Mr. Hegseth's record leaves too many unanswered questions. Let's hope we get real answers and real documentation.
All right, so that's Chuck Schumer, so we can expect more of that from the Democrats. He's setting the tone, right? They just
Blades fire.
Because that's all the Democrats can do. So he came out and explained that's what their posture will be for these hearings. Now, here was another person who was on
Stu,
the Republicans, Tim Sheehy. He was out
and Crunchy Serpent.
Hegseth is qualified.
Okay, thanks so much for coming in. Quick question before we go though. Tomorrow the confirmation hearing for Pete Hegseth begins. He's been nominated to be the next defense secretary. As I mentioned, you're a former Navy SEAL. Will you support his nomination?
We're planning to support him. I've had some great meetings and discussions with him. And listen, that's what these hearings are for. Bring these nominees in and ask the tough questions. I think he's going to do great. He's addressed a lot of the concerns about his background. We'll see what he has to say tomorrow. But the reality is, having a combat veteran of the modern global war on terror generation is very important for me. My wife's a Marine veteran of Afghanistan. All my friends are combat veterans of this war. So it's very important for us to see a member of our generation have a shot running one of the most important agencies in American government, and an agency that needs reform.
Do you think he's qualified?
I think he is. Harvard, Princeton, Army officer, combat veteran.
All right. Senator, thanks so much for coming in.
Okay,
Thanks so much for
all right. I guess maybe he is well qualified. All right, so we're getting ready for things. Here is Hegseth. Look at that. He is there getting photographed.
Where do I gotta go? I gotta go. Shit. I could take a short flight.
We're getting ready to get seated. And let's go over to the cables.
Trial, 225,000 women can't be serving. Back to you, Dan.
All right, thank you so much.
So Roger Wicker's statement begins. Martha McCallan's right.
Good morning. The hearing will come to order.
Pete was walking in, a lot of veterans gathered there, and his opening statement is very strong, very personal, and very focused on what kind of Secretary of Defense he would like to be.
Okay, let's go ahead and drop in the first of many hearings our viewers are about to watch over the next several weeks.
Amen. Thank you. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my good friend, Ranking Member Jack Reed. This is my first opportunity to chair this committee in this Congress. I want to thank Senator Reed. Under his chairmanship, he proved time after time that he cares deeply about national security and about the United States of America, and particularly the men and women who wear the uniform and stand watch both here and around the world to protect the United States. Senator Reed, I want to thank you for the many courtesies that you have extended to me in the past, and I look forward to working with you again in a bipartisan fashion this Congress. It's also appropriate to recognize and welcome 3 senators attending their very first Senate Armed Service Committee hearing as members. Senator Banks of Indiana, Senator Sheehy of Montana, and Senator Slotkin of Michigan. We are excited to have you as committee colleagues and look forward to many important contributions from each of you. And Senator Slotkin, as I look down at the end of the dais there, it seems that only a week or two ago I was sitting in that very chair being recognized by the chairman of the committee, the distinguished senator from Michigan. So time flies. Now, let me say this. We had a very appropriate expression of approval by the members of the members of the audience as our nominee and his family walked in. The distinguished ranking member and I sincerely hope that that is the last signal of approval or disapproval in today's hearing. People of the public are here. They're welcome to observe today's hearing, and Senator Reed and I agree, though, that no disruptions will be allowed. Audience members may not verbally or physically distract from the hearing, to include shouting, standing, or raising signage or gestures that block the view of the audience. And we're very serious about this, aren't we, Mr. Reed? And those who do so will be immediately escorted from the room. Again, welcome to the witnesses, to his friends, and to interested members of the public. If confirmed, Mr. Pete Hegseth would assume the role in a moment of consequence. The United States faces the most dangerous security environment since World War II. We're witnessing the explosive growth and reach of China's hard power. We're also observing the emergence of an axis of aggressors. That coalition is characterized by broadening and deepening military cooperation among the dictatorships ruling China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Terrorism remains a threat as Israel wages war against Hamas and Hezbollah, and as the Assad regime collapses in Syria. America has entered a window of maximum danger, and the department needs energetic and focused civilian leadership. Those values begin at the top with the Secretary of Defense.
All right, so we got
many of my
America
distinguished
and Ukraine
colleagues have
Wicker.
served in a significant tenure on this committee, and our meetings are fairly long. We should reflect over previous secretaries of defense and their hearings and ask ourselves a simple question. Has the civilian leadership of the Pentagon under the administration of both parties proven up to the challenge? Often the answer has been no. The civilian leadership has not built the Department of Defense to meet the moment. And this is our moment to correct that. A few examples illustrate how leaders in the past have fallen short. Most of the department's signature programs run years behind schedule and billions of dollars over cost. Vital initiatives have suffered, such as the F-35, the new Sentinel ICBM, and the Navy's shipbuilding program, including the Constellation-class frigate. The Department of Defense desperately needs civilian leaders who listen to the advice of combatant commanders, many of whom would benefit from innovative systems. Yet a risk-averse DoD culture has kept too many promising technologies on the wrong side of the so-called valley of death. That tenuous period between experimental prototypes and production contracts. Defense companies backed by venture capital receive less than 1% of defense contracts. As we all know, the Pentagon still cannot even pass an audit. The department must simplify and streamline its bureaucracy so it can respond to innovation. Staffs have ballooned. Organizations are top-heavy. Civilian leaders have promised time and again to slim down the bureaucracy, and perhaps genuinely hoped to. Every day, men and women in uniform make tremendous contributions to U.S. security. They and the American people deserve a Pentagon that does the same. Today's Department of Defense is no longer prepared for great power competition. It is not a national defense institution ready to achieve and sustain technological supremacy across the range of operations. Admittedly, this nomination is unconventional. The nominee is unconventional.
What?
Just like that New York developer who rode down the escalator in 2015 to announce his candidacy for president. That may be what makes Mr. Hegseth an excellent choice to improve this unacceptable status quo that I just described. He is a decorated post-9/11 combat veteran. He will inject a new warrior ethos into the Pentagon, a spirit that can cascade from the top down. Mr. Hegseth will bring energy and fresh ideas to shake up the bureaucracy. He will focus relentlessly on the warfighter and the military's core missions, deterring wars and winning the ones we must fight. He will bring a swift end to corrosive distractions such as DEI. Today, many simply acknowledge and live with the systemic problems I have mentioned earlier in acquisition, accountability, technology transition, and organizational civil service reform. Mr. Hegseth will actually move to fix these issues decisively. In short, I'm confident that Mr. Hegseth, supported by a team of experienced top officials, will get the job done. The Secretary of Defense is an incredibly important position, but the Secretary's span of control is limited. The Pentagon is vast with 3 million plus personnel, uniformed, civilian, and contractor. A successful secretary understands that steering the ship means focusing his attention on strategic level priorities. The secretary must be supported with exceptional subordinates who will run the day-to-day affairs of the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the military services, and the other DoD components. I'm also confident that as an infantryman, Mr. Hegseth understands the military principle of commander's intent. Communicate the clear objective, empower subordinates to use initiative and judgment, and hold everybody accountable. We must not underestimate the importance of having a top-shelf communicator as Secretary of Defense. Other than the president, no official plays a larger role in telling the men and women in uniform, the Congress, and the public about the threats we face and the need for a peace through strength defense policy. I have no doubt Mr. Hegseth will excel in a skill in which many of his predecessors have fallen short. Much has been made of both Mr. Hegseth's personal life and some of his policy pronouncements. Regarding his personal conduct, Mr. Hegseth has admitted to falling short, as we all do from time to time. It is noteworthy that the vast majority of the accusations leveled at Mr. Hegseth have come from anonymous sources. Contrast these anonymous accusations with the many public letters of support and commendation. We have seen letters from people who served with Mr. Hegseth. These individuals have worked with him professionally. They really know him and his character. These patriotic Americans have been willing to put their names and reputations on the line to support Mr. Hegseth. I look forward to sharing these testimonials with the American people. Let me mention one right now. It comes from David Bellavia, who earned the Medal of Honor for heroic actions in combat in Fallujah, Iraq. David Bellavia writes the following: Pete is fearless, unflappable, and confronts conflicts head-on. He's a leader to the core. When Pete is confirmed as the next Secretary of Defense of the United States of America, this country will finally know the privilege of having a true ambassador able to speak on behalf of this generation and its two-decade global war on terror. Washington doesn't build men like Pete. Combat builds men like Pete. As I said, there are more letters expressing the same endorsement. Today, we'll hear from the nominee directly. I want to thank Mr. Hegseth as well as his loved ones for being here today. I look forward to discussing his nomination. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Hegseth about the ways he hopes to rebuild the American strength that secures the peace. And so now I turn to my friend and colleague, Ranking Member Reed, for his opening remarks.
Great job reading
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first congratulate you on your chairmanship. I look forward to continuing our committee's strong tradition of bipartisanship and collaboration. And thank you for your thoughtful and conscientious service to the committee over many years. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to take a moment to join Chairman Wicker in welcoming our new members, Senator Slotkin, Senator Banks, and Senator Sheehy. Welcome. We look forward to working with you. Mr. Hegseth, I welcome you and your family to today's hearing, and I'm also glad to recognize my former colleague, Norm Coleman, and Congressman Mike Waltz. Thank you, Congressman. Mr. Hegseth, I want to begin by saying that I respect and appreciate your military service in the Army National Guard. I know from experience that there is no greater privilege than to lead American soldiers, and I thank you for answering the call. You have been nominated to be the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary is responsible for leading a department of 3.5 million service members and civilians, an annual budget of nearly $900 billion, and hundreds of thousands of aircraft, ships, submarines, combat vehicles, satellites, and the nuclear arsenal. The Secretary also plays a powerful role with our allies, partners, and adversaries abroad. And as we speak, China is seeking to undermine our interests, intimidate our friends, and challenge our standing in the world. Russia's campaign against Ukraine threatens not only Europe, but the entire global order. Ongoing violence in the Middle East has teetered on the edge of all-out war, and the ideologies and actions of violent extremists endanger our citizens, even on our own soil, as the recent tragedy in New Orleans painfully reminds us. These are perilous times, And the position of Secretary of Defense demands a leader of unparalleled experience, wisdom, and above all else, character. The Secretary is expected to be a fair, nonpartisan, and responsible leader, as well as a trustworthy advocate for the men and women that he leads. Mr. Haig said, I do not believe that you are qualified to meet the overwhelming demands of this job. We must acknowledge the concerning public reports against you. A variety of sources, including your own writings, implicate you with disregarding the laws of war, financial mismanagement, racist and sexist remarks about men and women in uniform, alcohol abuse, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other troubling issues. I have reviewed many of these allegations and find them extremely alarming. Indeed, the totality of your own writings and alleged conduct would disqualify any service member from holding any leadership position in the military, much less being confirmed as the Secretary of Defense. Nonetheless, I understand that you reject many of these reports as they involve whistleblowers, non-disclosure agreements, and anonymous, although numerous, sources, including those who have faced political intimidation for sharing their experiences. I hope you will address each of these allegations thoroughly and truthfully during your testimony. Just as importantly, I hope you will pledge to prevent any repercussions for whistleblowers, both civilian and military, if confirmed. Mr. Hegseth, during our meeting last week, you said that if confirmed, your top priority would be, quote, restoring a warrior culture to the Department of Defense, because you believe the U.S. military has been weakened by political correctness. Over the years, you have made clear your opinion of the military's diversity initiatives. As you have said, quote, diversity is not our strength, unity is. And on a recent podcast, you said, quote, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. When I joined the Army as a young officer in the 1970s, the U.S. military was rife with racial tension. Women were prohibited from serving in most roles. Gay service members were banned, and we relied on a national draft to fill our ranks. The soldiers I served with were proud to do so, but it was certainly not the nation's most capable military by any standard. We have made great progress since then. Today, the Department of Defense is fully integrated. Every race and religion is accepted. Women serve in all combat roles and leadership positions. Sexual orientation is irrelevant to service, and the all-volunteer force visibly reflects the nation it protects. Our military is more diverse than it has ever been, but more importantly, it is more lethal than it has ever been.
What?
Mr. Head said,
what?
I hope you'll explain why you believe such diversity is making the military weak and how you propose to undo that without undermining military leadership and harming readiness, recruitment, and retention. Mr. Head said, another reason I'm deeply concerned about your nomination is your disregard for the law of armed conflict and your support for service members who have been convicted of war crimes. You have championed the pardoning of military members who were turned in by their fellow soldiers and SEALs. And let me emphasize that. They weren't discovered by reporters. They were turned in by fellow soldiers and fellow SEALs. And also pardoning of military contractors convicted of killing 14 Iraqi citizens without cause. You have also advocated for the restitution of interrogation methods like waterboarding that have been defined as torture, and you have belittled the advice and counsel of Judge Advocates General while on deployment. In your book, The War on Warriors, you write, quote, should we follow the Geneva Convention? If our warriors are forced to follow rules arbitrarily and asked to sacrifice more lives so that international tribunals feel better about themselves, aren't we just better off in winning our wars according to our own rules? Mr. Hector, I would ask that you explain how you, if confirmed, would maintain good order and discipline within our forces and the support of our allies and partners by rejecting international law and the law of war. I'm also concerned about your abilities as a competent manager of organizations far less complex than the Department of Defense. From 2008 to 2010, you led the organization Veterans for Freedom, which had an annual budget of less than $10 million. In each year you were in charge, expenses far exceeded revenues until the organization teetered on bankruptcy and had to be merged with another group. In fact, according to public reporting, An independent forensic accountant reviewed the organization's finances and discovered evidence of gross financial mismanagement. I would note that this report has not been made available for any government agency, which is, I think, alarming. But a Republican advisor to you during your tenure at the organization, who read the report, stated, and I quote, "I watched him run an organization very poorly, lose the confidence of donors. The organization ultimately folded and was forced to merge with another organization who individuals felt could run and manage funds on behalf of donors more responsibly than he could. I don't know how he's going to run an organization with an $857 billion budget and 3 million individuals." And that is the only comment we've had and the only access we've had to the forensic report. A similar thing happened with the Concerned Veterans for America, a second veterans group that you led from 2011 until 2016. During those 5 years, tax records show that the organization spent more than it raised. Just as troubling are reports that a significant amount of debt was incurred from social events and parties filled with excessive drinking and questionable personal behavior. Mr. Hicks said, "I hope you will explain what actions you will take, if confirmed, to be a better steward of Defense Department's large budget." Finally, while I appreciate our meeting last week, it is unacceptable that you did not meet with any other Democratic members of this committee before this hearing, as has been our bipartisan tradition. During my time in the Senate, I have voted for and worked closely with Secretaries of Defense appointed by Republican presidents. While we may disagree politically, there was always an understanding that rank partisanship should have no place when it comes to providing for the men and women who serve in uniform. And Mr. Hegseth, I am troubled by the many comments you have made both as a commentator and in your published writings. For example, in your book, American Crusade, you wrote, quote, "Modern leftists, who represent the soul of the modern Democratic Party, literally hate the foundational ideas of America." You also wrote, "The other side, the left, is not our friend. We are not esteemed colleagues, nor mere political opponents. We are foes. Either we win or they win. We agree on nothing else." Mr. Hegseth, if confirmed as Secretary of Defense, you would lead an organization that, like the country it represents, is composed of Democrats and Republicans. Yet your language suggests that you regard many of these men and women as foes. And I would ask you to explain why servicemen and civilians who do not share your political opinions can trust that they will not be targeted during your tenure. Indeed, the challenge of the Secretary of Defense is to remove partisan politics from the military. You propose to reject it. This would be an insult to the men and women who have sworn to uphold their own apolitical duties to the Constitution. Mr. Hegseth, you are the ninth nominee for Secretary of Defense that I have the honor to consider as a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee.
You've been in there for too
I have
long,
voted in
brother.
favor of all your predecessors, including those in the first Trump administration. Unfortunately, you lack the character, composure, and confidence to hold the position of Secretary of Defense. Thank you.
All right, so that guy absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Reed. And now it's my privilege and honor and pleasure to recognize two witnesses who have come forward to introduce our nominee. First, I recognize my former colleague and former Senator Norm Coleman of Minnesota for the purpose of an introduction. Norm, we are glad to see you and glad to have you back, and you are recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Reed, members of the committee, my former colleagues. I'm honored to introduce a son of Minnesota to you, Pete Hegseth. As a senator from Minnesota, I spent many hours with this young man as he walked the halls of Congress advocating on behalf of America's veterans. And he is young in the best sense of the word. He is strong, focused, intelligent, incisive, a great listener, and is almost supernaturally energetic. Just what we need in a Secretary of Defense in times of massive change. He is the real deal. F. Scott Fitzgerald was a writer in my city of St. Paul. And so the problem with America is that there are no second acts. He was wrong. Pete was a brave soldier, has been an able communicator, and I believe is about to begin a great second act as our Secretary of Defense. He has struggled and overcome great personal challenges. Please don't give into the cynical notion that people can't change. We need the ones who can change to lead us, to be beacons of hope, and to remind us that grace can lead us home. 4 years ago, President Biden's nominee, Lloyd Austin, a good and honorable man, received 97 votes on the floor of the Senate. And we went through the debacle of the Afghanistan withdrawal. Putin invaded Ukraine. The Houthis endanger our shipping lanes. We witnessed Israeli miracles against America's enemies in the Middle East, where the United States was more of an impediment than a help. Our recruitment numbers have sunk dramatically, and our southern border has suffered a slow but dangerous invasion. Yes, Pete Hegseth is an out-of-the-box nominee, and I say it's high time to get out of the box. One more thought. The country longs for a government of less division and more respect and dignity. My hope is that this committee hearing provides what they are asking for. Disagree? Yes. Strongly if necessary. But then come together to support the nominee, this nominee, Pete Hegseth, of the one president we have at a time, laying aside partisan politics for the essential mission of national security upon which everything else depends. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Pete's team has been pretty
Thank you,
weak,
Norm.
honestly.
I do appreciate that and appreciate your presence today. I now have the honor and pleasure of introducing.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna say shitting on you.
I understand, Congressman, you are still a member of the House for another day or two.
Another day or two.
Okay, and I now recognize Congressman Walz for whatever opening statement and introduction he might make.
Well, thank you, Chairman Wicker, and Chairman has a very nice ring to it. So congratulations, Ranking Member Reed, distinguished members of this committee. It is a privilege to appear before you today and urge the members of this committee to confirm Pete Hegseth as our next Secretary of Defense. And I'm not here today just to advocate on behalf of a future colleague, but to speak on behalf of someone I consider a dear friend for over a decade now. Like Pete, I served in the U.S. Army. Like Pete, I'm a veteran. We deployed to Afghanistan and all over the world at the height of the war on terror, which is the war of our generation. And like thousands of other warfighters, we've witnessed the hardships of war. We've experienced the loss of friends in combat. We've endured too much time away from family and friends, and no one, I can promise you this, no one hates war more than those who have had to go fight it. No one does. Pete's story, though, isn't that much different from the millions of other veterans. And they know it, and they appreciate him for the experiences that he's gone through. And after our country was brutally attacked on 9/11, Pete Hegseth answered the call of duty like so many others. He put the interests of this country ahead of his own. And I can tell you firsthand, as can the heroes sitting in this audience behind me, Pete's character of country, his selflessness, his duty, these are the key tenets that have shaped him into the leader that he is today. These are the traits that President Trump recognized when making the decision to nominate Pete for this critical role. He will bring the perspective of being the first Secretary of Defense to have served as a junior officer on the front lines, not in the headquarters, on the front lines in the war on terror, and recognizes the human costs, the financial costs, and the policy drift that was discussed often in this very room that led us to decades and decades of war. So not only does he understand the threats he faces, but as the chairman mentioned, he is brilliant, in my mind, at communicating those to the American people in a way that is often not communicated in Washington, D.C., to reach out to the American people so that they understand why the military needs to do what it needs to do. And look, I have no doubt that he is going to get the Pentagon back to its primary mission, lethal readiness. That warrior ethos is what our enemies will respect That warrior ethos is what our enemies will fear, and it's that warrior ethos that will keep the peace. And ladies and gentlemen, in my humble opinion, our military deserves better than it's getting. Our country faces a devastating recruitment crisis. Men and women are not volunteering to serve at the levels required. Our readiness is down. Our costs are up. And it seems like nearly every major weapon system, again, often discussed in this very room, is costing too much, delivering too little, and taking way too long. The bottom line is the status quo is unacceptable. It's not working. And the members of this committee, you all know it. You know it's not working. And the members of the House Armed Services know it's not working. And we have hearing after hearing, year after year. And here we are decades later describing the same problems. The Pentagon has continuously failed audits. The businesses that want to do business with the Pentagon have to pass an audit, but the entity itself fails an audit. Innovation is stalled, morale is down, standards have been weakened, and meritocracy is less valued. And as a result, our adversaries have been emboldened all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for change. It is time for change. You all have literally seen thousands of veterans, as the chairman cited one amazing Medal of Honor recipient. But we have seen thousands of veterans expressing their support for Pete. This is a man who can reinvigorate that warrior ethos, and this is a man that will lead. I can't imagine having a more capable partner in my position as National Security Advisor. Pete is a man of family, of faith, and he's committed to making our country strong again. And most importantly, brother, I know this in my core, he will always have as a first principle the service members that are out there on the front lines for all of us at the heart of every decision he makes. So, senators, I urge you to support this confirmation. It is critical that President Trump has his national security team in place for the challenges ahead, and I thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mike, for your testimony. And I'm guessing that each and every member of this committee will want to have you on speed dial for the next few years. So thank you both. Our two guests may stay, or I know they have other engagements and responsibilities also, but thank you both for your testimony. At this point, Mr. Hegseth, I'm required to ask you as a nominee a series of questions that the committee asks all civilian nominees who appear before it. If you would, please simply respond in the affirmative or negative to each question. Have you adhered to applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest?
Yes, sir.
Have you assumed any duties or taken any actions that would appear to presume the outcome of the confirmation process?
No, sir.
Exercising our legislative and oversight responsibilities makes it important that this committee, its subcommittees, and other appropriate committees of Congress receive testimony, briefings, reports, records, and other information from the executive branch on a timely basis. Do you agree, if confirmed, to appear and testify before this committee when requested?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm dead.
Do you agree to provide records, documents, and electronic communications in a timely manner when requested by this committee, its subcommittees, or other appropriate committees of Congress, and to consult with the requester regarding the basis for any good faith delay or denial in providing such records?
Yes, sir.
Will you ensure that your staff complies with deadlines established by this committee for the production of reports, records, and other information, including timely responding to hearing questions for the record?
Yes, sir.
Will you cooperate in providing witnesses and briefers in response to congressional requests?
Yes, sir.
Will those witnesses and briefers be protected from reprisal for their testimony or briefings?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at this point, Mr. Hegseth, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed,
and all the members of this committee for this opportunity today. I'm grateful for and have learned a great deal from this advise and consent process. Our founders knew what they were doing. Should I be confirmed, I look forward to working with this committee, senators from both parties, to secure our nation. I want to thank the former senator from Minnesota, Norm Coleman, for his mentorship and friendship in this process. And the incoming National Security Advisor, Congressman, and more importantly for our purposes, Colonel Mike Waltz, for his powerful words. I'm grateful to them both. Thank you to my incredible wife, Jennifer, who has changed my life and been with me throughout this entire process. I love you, sweetheart, and I thank God for you. And as Jenny and I pray together every morning, all glory, regardless of the outcome, belongs to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. His grace and mercy abounds each day. May his will be done.
Amen.
Thank you to my father, Brian, and mother, Penny, as well as our entire family, including our 7 wonderful kids, Gunnar, Jackson, Peter Boone, Kensington, Luke, Rex, sorry, it's a lot of them, and Gwendolyn. Their future safety and security is in all of our hands. And to all the troops and veterans watching and here in the room, Navy SEALs, Green Berets, soldiers, pilots, sailors, Marines, Gold Stars, and more, too many friends to name. Officers, enlisted, black and white, young and old, men and women, all Americans, all warriors. This hearing is for you. Thank you for figuratively and literally having my back.
Hey, pipe down back
You are
there.
a misogynist. Not only that, you are a Christian Zionist.
Afuera!
I want to thank the authorities for their swift reaction to that outburst and state that similar interruptions will be treated in like manner.
They moved
Mr.
quick
Hicks,
on
if you
that
may
one.
continue.
Well, as I'll say again, thank you for figuratively and literally having my back. I pledge to do the same for all of you. It's an honor to come before this committee today as President Donald Trump's nominee for the office of Secretary of Defense. 2 months ago, 77 million Americans gave President Trump a powerful mandate for change, to put America first, at home and abroad. I want to thank President Trump for his faith in me and his selfless leadership for our republic. The troops have no better commander-in-chief than Donald Trump. As I've said to many of you in private meetings, when President Trump chose me for this position, the primary charge he gave me was to bring the warrior culture back to the Department of Defense. He, like me, wants a Pentagon laser-focused on lethality, meritocracy, warfighting, accountability, and readiness.
Hey! Hey! Get her out of here! Looks like some Code Pink people.
You may continue, sir.
Returning the Pentagon back to warfighting, that's it. That's my job.
Mr. Hicks, suspend your remarks. Let me just say this. The Capitol Police are going to remove immediately individuals that are disrupting the hearing. I see a pattern attempted to be inflicted on the committee, and we're simply not going to tolerate that. You may proceed.
So don't do it again.
To bring back warfighting, if confirmed, I'm going to work with President Trump and this committee to, 1, restore the warrior ethos to the Pentagon and throughout our fighting force. In doing so, we will reestablish trust in our military, addressing the recruiting crisis, the retention crisis, and readiness crisis in our ranks.
Another one.
Members of the security
Whoa!
force
They're carrying his ass out. Look at that. Bye.
See.
How many more?
Mr. Hexeth, you may.
How many more?
The strength of our military is our unity and our shared purpose, not our differences. Number two, we're going to rebuild our military, always matching threats to capabilities. This includes reviving our defense industrial base, reforming the acquisitions process. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, no more valley of death for new defense companies, modernizing our nuclear triad, ensuring the Pentagon can pass an audit, and rapidly fielding emerging technologies. And number three, we're going to reestablish deterrence. First and foremost, we will defend our homeland, our borders, and our skies. Second, we will work with our partners and allies to deter aggression in the Indo-Pacific from the Communist Chinese. And finally, we will responsibly end wars to ensure that we prioritize our resources to reorient to larger threats. We can no longer count on reputational deterrence. We need real deterrence. The Department of Defense under Donald Trump will achieve peace through strength. And in pursuing these America First national security goals, will remain patriotically apolitical and stridently constitutional. Unlike the current administration, politics should play no part in military matters. We are not Republicans. We are not Democrats. We are American warriors. Our standards will be high and they will be equal, not equitable. That's a very different word.
Yes.
We need to make sure every warrior is fully qualified on their assigned weapon system, every pilot's fully qualified and current on the aircraft they are flying, and every general or flag officer is selected for leadership or promotion purely based on performance, readiness, and merit. Leaders at all levels will be held accountable, and warfighting and lethality and the readiness of the troops and their families will be our only focus. This has been my focus ever since I first put on the uniform as a young Army ROTC cadet at Princeton University in 2001. I joined the military because I love my country and felt an obligation to defend it. I served with incredible Americans in Guantanamo Bay, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and on the streets of Washington, D.C., many of which are with me here today. This includes enlisted soldiers I helped become American citizens, and Muslim allies I helped immigrate from Iraq and Afghanistan. Because when I took off the uniform, my mission never stopped. Now, it is true and has been acknowledged that I don't have a similar biography to defense secretaries of the last 30 years. But as President Trump also told me, we've repeatedly placed people atop the Pentagon with supposedly the right credentials.
Yeah, and they're terrible.
Whether they are retired generals, academics, or defense contractor executives. And where has it gotten us? He believes, and I humbly agree, that it's time to give someone with dust on his boots the helm. A change agent, someone with no vested interest in certain companies or specific programs or approved narratives. My only special interest is the warfighter. Deterring wars, and if called upon, winning wars by ensuring our warriors never enter a fair fight. We let them win, and we bring them home. Like many of my generation, I've been there. I've led troops in combat. I've been on patrol for days. I've pulled the trigger downrange, heard bullets whiz by, flex-cuffed insurgents, called in close air support, led medevacs, dodged IEDs, pulled out dead bodies, and knelt before a battlefield cross. This is not academic for me. This is my life. I led then, and I will lead now. Ask anyone who's ever worked for me or with me. I know what I don't know. My success as a leader, and I very much look forward to discussing my organization's successes at Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we've done. But my success as a leader has always been setting a clear vision, hiring people smarter and more capable than me, empowering them to succeed, holding everyone accountable, and driving toward clear metrics. Build the plan, work the plan, and then work harder than everyone else around me. I've sworn an oath to the Constitution before, and if confirmed, I will proudly do it again. This time, for the most important deployment of my life. I pledge to be a faithful partner to this committee, taking input and respecting oversight. We share the same goals: a ready, lethal military, the health and well-being of our troops, and a strong and secure America. Thank you for the time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very
opening
much,
statement.
Mr. Hegseth.
Best so far.
Before we begin with member questions, I would like to remind my colleagues that consistent with the bipartisan staff agreement from December, and in concert with exactly how this committee dealt with the last Secretary of Defense nominee, each member will be recognized for one round of 7 minutes to question the nominee. Out of respect for the time of all members of this committee, the time limits will be tightly enforced. We've now been here 45 minutes, and I think we've done very well with the time. But at this point, I will begin my questioning of the nominee. Mr. Hegseth, you and your family have endured criticism of your nomination since it was announced in November. Let's get into this allegation about sexual assault, inappropriate workplace behavior, alcohol abuse, and financial mismanagement during your time as a nonprofit executive. I should note that the majority of these have come from anonymous sources in liberal media publications. But I want to give you an opportunity to respond to these allegations.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that opportunity. You are correct. We undertook this responsibility with an obligation to the troops to do right by them for our warfighters. And what became very evident to us from the beginning, there was a coordinated smear campaign orchestrated in the media against us. That was clear from moment one. And what we knew is that it wasn't about me. Most of it was about President Donald Trump, who's had to endure the very same thing for much longer amounts of time. And he endured it incredibly strongly. So we, in some ways, knew it was coming. We didn't understand the depth of the dishonesty that would come with it. So from story after story in the media, left-wing media, we saw anonymous source after anonymous source based on second or third-hand accounts. And time again, stories would come out, and people would reach out to me and say, you know, I've spoken to this reporter about who you really are, and I was willing to go on the record. But they didn't print my quotes. They didn't print any of my quotes. Or I've worked with you for 10 years, or I was your accountant, or I was your chief operating officer, or I was your board member, or I was with you on 100 different tour stops for Concerned Veterans for America. No one called me. No one asked about your conduct on the record or off the record. Instead, a small handful of anonymous sources were allowed to drive a smear campaign, an agenda about me, because our left-wing media in America today, sadly, doesn't care about the truth. No, they don't. All they were out to do, Mr. Chairman, was to destroy me. And why do they want to destroy me? Because I'm a change agent and a threat to them, because Donald Trump is going to choose me to empower me to bring the Defense Department back to what it really should be, which is warfighting. So I'm willing to endure these attacks. But what I will do is stand up for the truth and for my reputation. False attacks, anonymous attacks, repeated ad nauseum, printed ad nauseum as facts. We have provided to the committee, Mr. Chairman, and I know you're going to share, on-the-record statement after on-the-record statement from people who have served with me, worked with me at Fox News, Concerned Vets, Veterans Freedom, you name it, from the top of the chain to the bottom, who will say I treat them with respect, with kindness, with dignity. That's men, that's women, that's black, that's white, that's every background. I have prided myself as a leader of respecting people, being professional. That is the balance of mind. I'm not a perfect person, as has been acknowledged.
Who is?
Saved by the grace of God, by Jesus and Jenny. I'm not a perfect person, but redemption is real. And God forged me in ways that I know I'm prepared for. And I'm honored by the people standing and sitting behind me, and look forward to leading this Pentagon on behalf of the warfighters.
Thank you, Mr. Hexon.
Nice,
And frankly, I'm sure there are millions of Americans watching who would agree that they've experienced that same sort of redemption. So I do appreciate that. I realize that it involves a little bearing of the soul, but thank you for that. Now let's talk about top-line defense spending. I have a plan. I think you've read it. I've issued another plan for Freedom's Forge, which you've also had a chance to look at. And you have noted, Holly, that the current trend line of defense spending falling below 3% of our GDP is a threat to national security. You also said building the strongest and most powerful military in the world must be done responsibly, but it cannot be done on the cheap. You still agree with that, do you not?
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell us what you think about, particularly about my plan to make the Defense Department less bureaucratic, less top-heavy, cut out some of the bureaucracy and layers, make it more friendly to startups and to new ideas, contained in my 20 or so page white paper defending Freedom's Forge.
Tell me how much you
Senator,
like
I've
my
had
plan.
a chance to review the Forged Act, that paper. Those are precisely the kinds of ideas that need to be pursued. And I look forward to working with this committee to ensure we cut the red tape, we incentivize innovation, we rebuild the defense industrial base, cut out the bureaucracy, all the things that are preventing the platforms and the tools from getting rapidly from our great defense companies here that should, and those that want to compete, into the hands of warfighters. But past his prologue on this, sir, I would just look at what President Trump did after the drawdowns of lead from behind under President Obama. President Trump rebuilt our military. He didn't start wars, he ended them. And he didn't allow wars to start on his watch. We've had the same kind of defense cuts under the Biden administration. And so, look, I would present to the committee the reputation of President Donald Trump and me coming alongside him to ensure we have peace through strength by rebuilding our military, investing as necessary. Going under 3%, Mr. Chairman, is very dangerous.
Okay, we've got 45 seconds. Tell us, in that point, get us started at least talking about deterring China and the Indo-Pacific.
It starts with priorities. The 2017 National Defense Strategy was the first step in reorienting away from simply entanglement in the Middle East, which our generation knows a lot about, and reorienting the behemoth that is the Pentagon toward new priorities, specifically the Indo-Pacific. So that strategy has started and was barely followed through on under the Biden administration. So we're going to start by ensuring the institution understands that as far as threats abroad, the CCP is front and center, also obviously defending our homeland as well.
Thank you very much, Senator Reed. You're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questioning, I would like to make 3 requests. First, many of my members would like a second round. That has been the custom. Senator Hagel was afforded 3 rounds. Senator Ash Carter, 2 rounds. And that was done by a Republican chairman with the consent and the appropriate guidance of Democrats. I must say, too, my recollection is I've never denied anyone the opportunity to ask the second round of questions as I chaired. I will request a second round.
So after the 7 minutes,
And
we
my
come back.
time is running. I think these are
Oh, yeah, you're using your time. No, if the timekeeper will pause the time. I must say, I think we're going to have adequate time for questioning, and I know Democrat members have coordinated their questions as much as we have, and we are following the same exact precedent on all things that we did with Secretary Austin. So
Austin was 3.5 hours.
I respectfully understand what you're saying, but I think we have an agreement. It's been known for quite some time. and I intend to stick with that agreement which we made last December. What is your second request?
Second,
Rejected.
has been publicly reported, you and I have both seen the FBI background investigation, as Mr. Hicks said. And I want to say for the record, I believe the investigation was insufficient, frankly. There are
You
still
can ask
FBI
questions
obligations to talk to people. They have not had access to the forensic audit, which I referenced to, and the person who had access to was quite critical of Mr. Hicks. And I think people on both sides have suggested that they get the report. I know your colleagues have asked for it. Senator Thune assured me personally that he thought it was an appropriate idea. So I would ask, and I would say too, as a precedent, one of President Trump's appointees had similar very complicated personal issues. The report was made available to all of the city. We would be following precedent. I ask that that be made possible.
Again, we are, there's been much discussion about this, and what I intend to do is follow the exact precedent that we've had for the last two hearings with regard to secretaries of defense. Secretary Austin, Secretary Mattis, 8 years ago, and that was for the chair and the ranking member to see the report. And so that is my intention as chair of this committee.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, I have several letters that I would include for the record. One from Count Every Hero, which is an organization of retired 4-star generals and former secretaries of defense.
Great.
That is critical of the proposed purge panels. One from an organization for domestic violence. One for a council on American relations. And also several letters that raise questions. I would ask they be submitted for the record.
Without objection, they will be submitted. And Mr. Reed, your time has now expired. Just kidding. You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you. You're a very understanding chairman. I like that. Ms. Hicks, you've written in a quote, oh yeah, and fire any general who has carried order for extra constitution and agenda-driven transformation for our military. Clean house and start over. It's come to my attention that current serving military personnel have received emails threatening them with being fired for supporting the current DoD policy. One mail that was sent to the military officer with the subject line, clean house, reminiscent of your specific comment, states, and I quote, with the incoming administration looking to remove disloyal, corrupt, traitorous, liberal officers such as yourself, we will certainly be putting your name into the list of those personnel to be removed. We know you support the woke DEI policies and will ensure you never again influence anyone in the future. You and redacted spouse's name will be lucky if you're able to collect your military requirement, end quote. Now, I want to remind everyone that these policies that are being referred to date back decades, so the 1940s and 50s with respect to racial discrimination particularly, and administrations of both parties, including the Trump administration and the first party, caused those policies to be enforced. Mr. Hicks said, are you aware of these emails being sent to officers?
Senator, you mentioned the word accountability, which is something we have not had for the last 4 years.
Are you aware of these messages being sent to officers?
Certainly I'm not aware of that. It's not one of my efforts, but there's been no accountability for the disaster of the withdrawal in Afghanistan. And that's precisely why we're here today, is that leadership has been unwilling to take accountability. It's the time to restore that to our senior ranks.
You've written publicly that GI policy is a distraction. They have military personnel walking on eggshells. Do you believe that emails like that are essentially threatening both a serving officer and a spouse and claiming that they'll lose their pension will have a distraction and detract from the lethality?
Senator, you mentioned the 40s and 50s, and you're precisely right. The military was a forerunner in courageous racial integration in ways no other institutions were willing to do. I served with men and women of all backgrounds because of the courage of people decades and decades ago. Incredibly important. However, the DEI policies of today are not the same as what happened back then. They're dividing troops inside formations, causing commanders to walk on eggshells, not putting meritocracy first. That's the indictment that's made by those serving right now.
Excuse me.
And why we're having this conversation.
All of your public comments don't talk about meritocracy. They talk about liberal democratic efforts that are destroying the military, that those people are our enemies. That's not meritocracy. That's a political view. And your goal, as I see emerging, is to politicize the military in favor of your particular positions, which you've outlined extensively, which would be the worst blow to the professionalism of the United States military and would undercut readiness, undercut retention, because I can see officers receiving these emails beginning to wonder very seriously if they should continue. Let me change subject for a moment here. You've been instrumental in securing pardons for several convicted war criminals. In at least 2 of these cases, the military personnel who served in combat with these convicted service members were not supportive of pardon. They did their duty as soldiers to report war crimes. Your definition of lethality seems to embrace those people who do commit war crimes, rather than those who stand up and say, this is not right. So what's the response to your service members who personally witnessed these and courageously reported them to their superiors?
Senator, as someone who's led men in combat, make very difficult decisions. I thought very deeply about the balance between legality and lethality, ensuring that the men and women on the front lines have the opportunity to destroy with and close the enemy, and that lawyers aren't the ones getting in the way. I'm not talking about disavowing the laws of war or the Geneva Conventions or the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Sir, I'm talking about restrictive rules of engagement that these men and women behind me understand they've lived with on the battlefield, which has made it more difficult to defeat our enemies. In many of the cases you're talking about in particular, sir, there was evidence withheld. There was prosecutorial misconduct. And as someone who looks case by case and defaults to the warfighter, to the men and women with dust on their boots, not the second guessers in air-conditioned offices in Washington, D.C.
Excuse me.
I look case by case and was proud to work with President Trump to understand those cases and ensure that our warriors are always looked out for.
Those cases were adjudicated by who? People in Washington or fellow non-commissioned officers who had also served, sacrificed, and believed in the ethic of the military? Who were the court-martial?
Senator, in multiple cases, they were actually acquitted, but charges lingered.
Yes,
regardless of where those competing authorities were, yes, sir.
Some were, but others were convicted, and you asked for pardon. That's the only reason you asked for pardon, because they were convicted. But the other factor, too, is you've already disparaged in writing the Geneva Convention, the rules of law, all of these things. How will you be able to effectively lead a military in which one of the principal elements is discipline, respect for lawful authority? You have made statements to your platoon after being briefed by a JAG officer. Well, by the way, would you explain what a JAG off is?
A jag-off?
I don't think I need to, sir.
Why not?
Because the men and women watching understand.
Yes, we do.
Well, perhaps some of my colleagues don't understand.
A jag-off?
It would be a JAG officer who puts his or her own priorities in front of the warfighters.
A JAG
Their
officer?
promotions, their medals, in front of having the backs of those who are making the tough calls on the front lines.
Oh, nailed it.
Thank you, Senator Reid.
Interesting.
Nailed it.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you
Reid.
very
Nicely
much.
done.
Senator Fisher.
Nailed it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Hegseth, to you and to your family. Thank you for the meeting that we had. We talked about a number of things. First and foremost was that nuclear weapons are foundational to our national defense. And having a safe, effective, and credible nuclear deterrent underpins our alliances, and as you know, it deters our adversaries. Nuclear deterrence has been, and you and I believe, agreed on this, it must continue to be unequivocally the highest priority mission of the Department of Defense. But deterrence only works if our adversaries believe our nuclear forces are effective and credible.
And they are.
All three
Yeah,
legs
also.
of our triad are undergoing that generational recapitalization programs, and we cannot afford any more delays in those programs. Sir, do you believe and agree with President Trump's 2018 nuclear posture review that preventing adversary nuclear attacks is, quote, the highest priority of the United States?
Senator, yes, I do.
If confirmed, will you commit to supporting all three legs of the nuclear triad and to using every tool available to deliver these systems on schedule?
Senator, yes, I do, because ultimately our deterrence, our survival is reliant upon the capability, the perception, and the reality of the capability of our nuclear triad. We have to invest in its modernization for the defense of our nation.
While former secretaries of defense have stated that nuclear deterrence is the highest priority, we haven't really seen that translated into budget requests or using the tools like the Defense Production Act. You've spoken about increasing lethality. You've spoken about getting programs done faster. How would you actually implement a culture change so that we can see these delivery schedules move forward, be rewarded? I can tell you in most every briefing we have, the schedules we're on are too late. So what would you do?
Well, ultimately focused first on the things that are most important, as we have discussed, Senator, the nuclear triad, understanding whether it's the B-21 or the Minuteman to the Sentinel, all aspects of the Columbia-class submarines, ballistic missiles. What are the priorities that need to be focused on and ensure that in those particular cases, you mentioned it, Senator, the Defense Production Act, emergency powers. If we're at a place where our nuclear capabilities are perceived to not be what they are, that is an emergency. And we have an ally in our incoming commander-in-chief, in President Donald Trump, who has spoken about these things, understands the power and strength of nuclear deterrence, will not allow them
It's the
to be
existential
deprioritized.
threat. It's the existential threat to this nation. How do you change the culture? It's not just the Production Act that's going to be able to do it. How are you going to move forward faster?
Competition, Senator, is important, critically important. The Death Valley that was talked about, leveraging the innovation of Silicon Valley, which for the first time in generations has shown a willingness, desire, and capability to bring its best technologies to bear at the Pentagon, a Pentagon that has become too insular, tries to block new technologies from coming in. So we have to embrace that, there's some great Office of Strategic Capital, DIU initiatives that provide loans to companies to participate, because you have to invest in the defense industrial base for the longer term projects. We have the capability, the missiles and the munitions, but also to rapidly field emerging technologies that we need on the battlefield right now. So as we learn things, say in the war in Ukraine, those technologies, as we look at threats we're going to face, find ways to rapidly field those using off-the-shelf technologies or standard designs, modular designs. Another easy one, Senator, that became evident in the process is digital designs. The Pentagon often builds entire systems without first using a digital design, which means you build prototypes and then scrap them and start over again. No private sector business could survive doing business that way. So there's a lot of innovation, and I'm going to hire a lot of smart people already have to help with that.
In the 2025 NDAA, it was established a new position, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear Deterrence, Chemical and Biological Defense Policy and Programs. And that was established so we could cut through a lot of the bureaucratic stovepipes that we see in the office of the Secretary of Defense. If confirmed, will you direct the Department of Defense components to expeditiously implement this reform?
It sounds, I would want to look directly
is
at
great.
exactly what that reform is.
It is
I
great.
take your word that it's great, Senator. I will review it robustly, and I look forward to implementing.
Okay, thank you. During the first Trump administration, the 2018 Nuclear Posture Review concluded that the U.S. needed to once again develop and deploy a nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile known as SLICM to offset significant Russian and Chinese advantages in theater-range nuclear capabilities. Since then, Congress, on a strong bipartisan basis, has directed the Navy and the National Nuclear Security Administration to continue this effort. Do you support the SLICM program?
As of right now, Senator, based on what I know, I do, but one of my answers I'll have repeatedly throughout this morning is getting an opportunity to look under the hood, a classified material, get an understanding of true capabilities vis-a-vis enemy capabilities. Because what we know right now on the nuclear, sorry, Senator, what I know on the nuclear side is that Russia and China are rushing to modernize and build arsenals larger than ours. We need to match threats to capabilities, and the systems we elevate will be tied to whether those capabilities are needed based on the adversaries we face.
Would you ensure that this program is executed according to law?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
follow the law.
Senator.
All right.
What, short here,
out of time.
what is your plan to revitalize the industrial base in this country?
Needs to be real short.
Real
Real
short.
short, you're out of time.
Serious investment targeted at systems that we truly need by also incentivizing competition and laser focus from the OSD, from the Office of Secretary of Defense, to all the particular strategic initiatives to revive them so it's not just one system, it's multiple systems.
You may want to expand on that on the record. At this point, my colleagues, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter organized by a group called Flag Officers for America, which has 120 retired generals and admirals offering their support for Mr. Hex's nomination. I ask unanimous consent. Without objection, it is entered into the record. Senator Shaheen.
Good morning, Mr. Hegseth.
Good morning, Senator.
I was pleased when I was contacted on your behalf about meeting before this hearing. I've been on this committee since 2011, and during that time, I voted to confirm 6 nominees to be Secretary of Defense from 3 administrations, 2 Democratic and 1 Republican, the first Trump administration. Every one of those nominees met with me and my Democratic colleagues on this committee before the hearing.
But you did.
So, as you can imagine, I was disappointed when no one ever followed up. When we followed up with your office, you were not able to meet.
You're going to vote
Do you
against him
understand
anyways.
that if you're confirmed to be Secretary of Defense, that you will have a responsibility to meet with all members of this committee, not just Republicans?
Senator, I very much appreciate and understand the traditionally bipartisan nature of this committee. Their national defense is not partisan. It should not be about Republicans or Democrats. And so I look forward to working together with you and your colleagues on priorities facing this nation. Yes.
I think we would expect that. And one reason that I wanted to meet with you was because I thought it would be really helpful to better understand your views on women in the military.
You're not going to change your vote?
Because you've made a number of surprising statements about women serving in the military. As recently as November the 7th of 2024 on the Sean Ryan Show, you said, and I quote, "I'm straight up saying that we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective." The quote went on a little longer, but that was the gist of it.
Well, read it.
That was before you were nominated to be Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth, do you know what percentage of our military is comprised of women?
I believe it's 18 to 20%, Senator.
It's almost 18%. And in fact,
Nailed it.
DOD's 2023 demographic report indicated that there are more women serving now and there are fewer separations. So they make up a critical part of our military. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am. Women in our military, as I have said publicly, have and continue to make amazing contributions across all aspects of our battlefield.
Well, you also write in your book, The War on Warriors, with the chapter, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors, that, quote, not only are women comparatively less effective than men in combat roles, but they are more likely to be objectified by the enemy and their own nation in the moral realms of war. Mr. Hegseth, should we take it to believe that you believe that the two women on this committee who have served honorably and with distinction made our military less effective and less capable?
I'm incredibly grateful for the two women who served our military in uniform, and including in the Central Intelligence Agency, contributions on the battlefield, indispensable contributions. Senator, I would like to clarify, when I'm talking about that issue, it's not about the capabilities of men and women, it's about standards. And this committee has talked a lot about standards. Standards that we, unfortunately, over time, have seen eroded in certain duty positions, certain schools, certain places, which affects readiness, which is what I care about the most. Readiness
I
on the
appreciate that.
And so, to my comments,
however,
time and time again, to standards.
Your statements publicly have not been to that effect. After your nomination, you did state to a group of reporters that you, quote, support all women serving in our military today who do a fantastic job across the globe, including combat. So what I'm confused about, Mr. Hegseth, is which is it? Why should women in our military, if you were the Secretary of Defense, believe that they would have a fair shot and an equal opportunity to rise through the ranks? If on the one hand, you say that women are not competent, they make our military less effective. But on the other hand, you say, oh no, now that I've been nominated to be the Secretary of Defense, I've changed my view on women in the military.
He's talking about different
What
roles.
do you have to say to the almost 400,000 women who are serving today?
Are they in
about your
combat
position
or in other
on
roles?
whether they should be capable to rise through the highest ranks of our military?
Senator, I would say I would be honored to have the opportunity to serve alongside you, shoulder to shoulder, men and women, black, white, all backgrounds, with a shared purpose. Our differences are not what define us. Our unity and our shared purpose is what define us, and you will be treated fairly and with dignity, honor, and respect, just like every man and woman in uniform, just like the men and women that I've worked with in my veterans organizations, to include when I was a headquarters company commander in the Minnesota National Guard.
Well, I
We had women in
appreciate
our
your
ranks as
11th
well.
hour conversion. But Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like to submit Chapter 5, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors, for the record.
Democrats standing up for
Mr.
women.
Hegseth,
Without objection, it will be submitted.
are you familiar with the Women, Peace, and Security agenda at the Department of Defense?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
This is a law that was signed during President-elect Trump's first term. It was legislation that I sponsored with Republican Senator Capito of West Virginia. It was co-sponsored by Marco Rubio, the nominee to be the President-elect's Secretary of State. It was led in the House of Representatives by Kristi Noem, the President-elect's nominee to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. It mandates that women be included in all aspects of our national security, including conflict resolution and peace negotiations. And at the Department of Defense, it has been the law for 8 years under both the Trump and Biden administrations. The DoD has incorporated women throughout its decision-making as a result. Every single combatant commander across 2 administrations has told this committee that this law and its implementation at the Department of Defense provides them a strategic advantage operationally. Based on your comments, it appears that the example that you would like to set, not only for women in this country, but for women across the globe, 50% of the world's population, as the prospective nominee to lead the most combat-credible military in the entire world, is that women should not have an equal opportunity in our military. So will you commit preserving the Women, Peace, and Security law at DoD and including in your budget the requisite funding to continue to restore and resource these programs throughout the DoD?
Senator, I will commit to reviewing that program and ensuring it aligns with America First national security priorities, meritocracy, lethality, and readiness. And if it advances American interests, it's something we would advance. If it doesn't, it's something we would look at.
Since former President Trump signed the law, I hope that he agrees with you.
Thank you, Senator
Does she know
Shaheen.
what a
At this
woman
point,
is? Can
I
she
would
even
ask
define that for
unanimous
us?
consent
Is it women
to enter
or
into
all
the
women?
record 5 letters of support from female service members and combat veterans who support Mr. Hegseth's nomination. These women represent diverse viewpoints, from a retired colonel with over 25 years of service to an active duty Navy surface warfare commander to a senior airman. They support Mr. Hegseth and comment on his focus on merit, warfighting readiness, military training status, and the warrior ethos.
Like that admiral.
So
You
without
remember?
objection, it will be
Biden's
entered
admiral?
into the record.
What was that?
And now I'm honored to recognize Senator Cotton.
Tom Cotton, Republican.
Mr. Hegseth, let's continue on this line of questioning about sometimes referred to as women in combat. I think that phrase is something of a misnomer. Many members of this committee have served in combat for the last 25 years, blue women and men. I'm sure all those men served with women, whether they were military police officers or they were pilots, or whether they were intelligence analysts or medics, or what have you. You served. I assume you served with women who were on the front line as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were those women anything other than skilled, brave, and honorable in their service?
They were some of the best soldiers I worked with.
So women have been serving in combat for a long time. Women have even been serving in combat units like infantry battalions for a long time, in roles like medics or mechanics or what have you. So what we're talking about here specifically is women in ground combat roles, in jobs like infantrymen or artillerymen or special forces. Until about 10 years ago, that wasn't the case. Under Secretary Panetta, those roles were opened up to women to serve in. Has President Trump indicated at all that he plans to rescind or alter that guidance?
You're correct to point out, Senator, that these are the decisions that the Commander-in-Chief will have the prerogative to make. He has not indicated to me that he has plans to change whether or not women would have access to these roles. However, I would point out, ensuring that standards are equal and high is of importance to him and great importance to me. Because in those ground combat roles, what is true is that the weight of the ruck on your back doesn't change. The weight of the 155 round that you have to carry doesn't change. The weight of the 240 Bravo machine gun you might have to carry doesn't change. And so whether it's a man or a woman, they have to meet the same high standards. And Senator, in any place where those things have been eroded or in courses, criteria have been changed in order to meet quotas, racial quotas or gender quotas, that is putting a focus on something other than readiness, standard, meritocracy, and equality. So that's the kind of review I'm talking about, not whether women have access to ground combat.
Okay, so
Well
thank
done.
you. So you expect no change to that guidance, but as you point out, in these specific jobs, there are irreducible physical demands. We expect our intelligence analysts and our mechanics to be physically fit in the military, but it's different when you're in the infantry or the artillery. You just mentioned a few things. Let me point it out. An artillery shell weighs almost 100 pounds. An Abrams tank round weighs around 50 pounds. The M240 Bravo machine gun with its tripod weighs almost 50 pounds. The average weight of a full kit, ammo, water, commo,
150, 200 pounds.
soldier is over 100 pounds. Nothing you can do can change any of those things, right? That is physical reality.
Go ahead. Yes, Senator. And I would say the requirements to handle those things in a ground combat unit, as far as standards, can look different than those of a medic or a drone pilot. And so it's not that it has to be the same standard throughout, it's standards to maximize efficacy of that particular position.
Let me read a quote here from one Army officer. While it may be difficult for a 120-pound woman to lift or drag 250 pounds, the Army cannot artificially absolve women of that responsibility. It may still exist on the battlefield. The entire purpose of creating a gender-neutral test was to acknowledge the reality that each job has objective physical standards to which all soldiers should be held, regardless of gender. The intent was not to ensure that women and men will have an equal likelihood of meeting those standards. I assume, based on your testimony, you agree with that Army officer?
Absolutely. The standards need to be the same and they need to be high. And they need to be set by the people closest to the problem set, closest to the understanding of what is required by that job. commanders, commanding officers, and COCOMs and elsewhere who understand the reality of what they face. That's the feedback we should get. That's what should be enshrined and enforced. And no other set of political prerogatives. When we talk about removing politics, ideological or political prerogatives should contribute to those determinations. Nothing other than the execution of the mission.
Thank you. For the record, that Army officer was Captain Kristen Griest, the Army's first female infantry officer and one of its first female Ranger School graduates. One final point, you said they need to be objective, gender neutral, and high. That's because the demands are, in fact, very high. The current physical fitness test for the Army has a minimum 2-mile run of 22 miles. Run. And I want the reporters to know that I'm putting run in air quotes, because 22 miles at 2 miles is not running. It may be jogging. It's probably walking fast.
A brisk walk, like the people in the malls.
We've got 22 minutes. We've got a big audience here. Many of them seem to be patriotic supporters of you, Mr. Hegseth. Some of them seem to be liberal critics of you. I would note that it's only the liberal critics that have disrupted this
2
hearing.
miles and 22 minutes.
As was my custom during the Biden administration. I want to give you a chance to respond to what they said about you. I think the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived for dawn of history. Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense and the way America comes alongside them.
Thank you. Because another protester, and I think this one was a member of Code Pink, which, by the way, is a Chinese Communist front group these days, said that you support Israel's war in Gaza. I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume, like me and President Trump, you support that war as well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
And the third protester said something about 20 years of genocide. I assume that's our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Do you think our troops are committing genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Senator, I do not. I think our troops, as you know, as so many in this committee know, did the best they could with what they had. We're not the outcomes, and tragically, the outcome we saw in Afghanistan under the Biden administration put a stain on that, but it doesn't put a stain on what those men and women did in uniform, as you know full well.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth.
7 minutes on the dot.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. At this point, I ask unanimous consent to offer to the record a letter submitted by Omar Abbasi, son of former city council president of Samarra, Iraq, who worked with Mr. Hegseth in Iraq. Without objection, that will be entered. Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I do want to thank you for your service, and I want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, Senator.
I have many concerns about your record, and particularly your public statements, because they are so hurtful to the men and women who are currently serving in the U.S. military, harmful to morale, harmful to good order and discipline. If you are saying that women shouldn't be serving in the military, and I'm going to read you your quotes, because the quotes themselves are terrible. You will have to change how you see women to do this job well, and I don't know if you are capable of that. So I want to press on these issues that my colleague Jean Shaheen brought up, because she said it so well. So first of all, you answered your questionnaire. Do you believe that any American who wants to serve their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation? You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them.
Did they
you
pass
say,
the standards,
we need
Kristen?
moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units.
Actual standards?
So specific to Senator Cotton's question, Senator Cotton is giving you layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically,
that's how it works.
As Secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members, knowing full well you have hundreds of women doing that job right now? And And the standards.
Talking about hundreds
Your
and the whole
2-mile
military,
run,
hundreds.
Tom, is about the Army combat fitness test. It is not the requirements to have an MOS 11 Bravo, which is infantry. These are the requirements today for people serving in the industry, men and women. They are gender neutral, and they are very difficult to meet. They have not been reduced in any way, and our combat units, our infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans, I get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please explain these types of statements, because they're brutal and they're mean, and they disrespect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
3 minutes.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your comments. And I would point out, I've never disparaged women serving in the military. I respect every single female service member that has put on the uniform, past and present. My critiques, Senator, recently and in the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen standards lowered, and you mentioned 11 Alpha, 11 Bravo, MOS, places in units, and the book that has been referenced multiple times here, The War on Warriors. I spent months talking to active duty service members, men and women, low ranks, high ranks, combat arms and not combat arms. And what each and every one of them told me, and which personal instances have shown me, is that in ways direct, indirect, overt, and subtle, standards have been changed inside infantry training units, ranger school, infantry battalions, to ensure that
Give me one example. Please give me an example. I get you're making these generalized
meet
statements.
quotas to have a certain number of female infantry officers or infantry enlisted, and that disparages those women.
Commanders do not have to meet quotas for the infantry. Commanders do not have to have a quota for women in the infantry. That does not exist. It does not exist. And your statements are creating the impression that these exist. They do not. They are not quotas. We want the most lethal force. But I'm telling you, having been here for 15 years, listening to testimony about men and women in combat and the type of operations that were successful in Afghanistan and in Iraq, women were essential for many of those units. When Ranger units went in,
They weren't essential, I promise you. They were used, they could do the job. They were great people to do they could do the job. Quiet.
say, where are the terrorists hiding?
Either you can do it or you can't. Like, what is this hubbub all about?
To make sure that we can win that battle.
Intelligence.
So you cannot denigrate women in general, and your statements do that. We don't want women in the military, especially in
This, by the way, this is a grown ass woman voice. She's in her like late 40s, early 50s with this voice.
standards very seriously, and we will work with you. I'm equally distressed. You would not meet with me before this hearing. We could have covered all of this before you came here, so I could get to the 15 other questions that I want to get to. So women, you have denigrated. You have also denigrated members of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was in place, we lost so many crucial personnel, over 1,000 in mission-critical areas. We lost 10% of all our foreign language speakers because of a political policy. You said in your statement, you don't want politics in the DOD. Everything you've said in these public statements is politics. I don't want women. I don't want moms. What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal. I mean, you're basically saying women, after they have children, can't ever serve in the military in a combat role. It's a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to say. Beneath the position that you are aspiring to. To denigrate LGBTQ service members is a mistake. If you are a sharpshooter, you're as lethal regardless of what your gender identity is, regardless of who you love. So please note this to be a true statement. So you say it was a political thing. You say
40
it
seconds and
undermined
she's cut off.
social engineering. I don't know why someone having to publicly say or not publicly say who they love is social engineering. I think having that policy in the first place was highly problematic. And as you said in your statement, do you agree anybody should be able to serve in the military if they meet the standards?
Senator, as the president has stated, I don't disagree with the overturn of Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Great, because I don't want you thinking, can't serve if you're a mom, can't serve if you're LGBTQ,
Great,
and then
you guys
last,
think that.
can't serve if you're a leftist. The statements you said about people who have views differently than you, that we're the enemy. Are you saying that 50% of the DOD
Hey.
people, liberal views or leftist views or Democrats are not welcome in the military? Are you saying that?
Senator, I volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan under Democrat President Barack Obama. I also volunteered to guard the inauguration of Joe Biden, but was denied the opportunity to serve because I was identified as an extremist by my own unit for a Christian tattoo.
Thank you very much.
So that was terrible.
Senator
She's
Gillibrand,
nuts.
you held up a document and referred to it during your questioning. Would you like that in the record? Okay, we'll delete.
We'll submit a clean
it up.
copy.
Without objection, that will be admitted at the point of your question. And I would like to enter into the record at this point a letter of support from retired Air Force Colonel Melissa Cunningham. Colonel Cunningham supports Mr. Hegseth and mentions his warrior ethos, combat effectiveness, and maintaining military training standards. So without objection, both of those will be admitted, and I now recognize Senator Rapids.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, good morning. I'd like to thank you for your service to our nation in uniform and also your work on behalf of your fellow veterans and for your willingness to enter into this maelstrom of public service. I think the presence of so many veterans who have showed up to support you speaks volumes. I also want to recognize your family service and sacrifice. You know as well as anyone that it's not just the man that enters the arena, but it's the entire family who also works their way through this process as well. I appreciated our meeting with you and with your wife, Jennifer, this last month. I thought that we had an excellent conversation, and I appreciate your statement and your answers to the advanced policy questions, especially your desire to bring a renewed focus on warfighting and lethality back to the Pentagon. I also respect and I appreciate my friend and colleague, Senator Gillibrand, and some of her questions, and I know that she had a number of them in there. You had an opportunity to respond very briefly. Were there any other responses that you would like to make or clarifications that you would like to make before I move on to my questions?
Senator, thank you very much for the opportunity to meet and for the question. I would also acknowledge you were mentioning female engagement teams, which have shown a great deal of success on the battlefield. It would be and universally acknowledged as such. I've been in Iraqi homes where the language and gender barrier was real, and the ability to have someone there to help in that process will be a massive accelerant in mission success. I recognize that reality. I also recognize that female engagement teams assigned to a SEAL team or a Green Beret team meet different standards also, which is okay because the duty positions involved in that job. As far as politics, Senator, it has been the joy of my life to lead men and women in military outfits. When you're in combat or in training, there are a lot of conversations that happen. And you start to realize that a lot of people you're serving with share your political ideas, but they don't. You find out there's Republicans, there's Democrats, there's Libertarians, there's Independents, there's Vegetarians, everything in between. None of that matters. It never mattered in how I led men and women, how I interacted with them, what missions we undertook. Politics has nothing to do with the battlefield, which is why President Trump has asked me to say, let's make sure all of that comes out of it. This is about warfighting capability, setting standards high, and making sure we give our boys, our men and women, everything they need to be successful on the battlefield. So politics can play no part in that, and I look forward to infusing that, as we always have inside our units.
I appreciate you making that very clear. And one of the areas that we want to do our best is to provide for the equipment and the technical capabilities so that no young man or woman enters into a battle as a fair fight, and that they always have the advantage. Those are the types of questions that I'd like to get into right now, and I want to start by talking about something that sometimes gets a little bit into the weeds, but I think it's critical. Mr. Hegseth, from what I've heard from 24 senior DoD officials in hearings over the last 2 years, including the Secretary of Defense, every service chief, and 8 combatant commanders, is that sharing the portion of the spectrum, and this is in the weeds, I know, but I'm going to ask it to get it on the record, the 3.1 to 3.5 gigahertz band would have extremely serious consequences and very costly consequences on our warfighting capabilities. In fact, the Department of the Navy alone has estimated that relocating their systems to a different part of the spectrum band would cost them $250 billion. That's just for the destroyers that defend our coasts with the radars that they have in them. If confirmed, what will you do to make sure that the Department of Defense can maintain its access to and the use and to be able to maneuver within the electromagnetic spectrum at home and abroad? And would you be willing to literally go to the mat with the interagency to protect warfighter requirements for the use of the spectrum?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. And my job, in part, will be to go to the mat when necessary for things I believe are an absolute requirement for the Department of Defense and the men and women in uniform. There's no doubt about that. In this particular case, as far as spectrum, I look forward, as I've said before, getting a full class, because this issue has come up a number of times in meetings. It's critically important with how our warfighters communicate across all services. So I'm going to get a classified briefing immediately about how it would impact the spectrum if it were to allow other companies or it to be
Rest assured, China would love to have our ability to use that part of the spectrum restricted. They would love that.
Absolutely right. And so I will go in with eyes only toward ensuring we have the capabilities we need and there's no disruption when I take that brief.
Thank you. In your advanced policy questions, you recognize a cooperative approach by China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea to undermine U.S. influence around the world. As you point out, aggression by any one actor would be an opportunity for others to engage the U.S. on multiple fronts along the continuum of the conflict. As we discussed in my office, neither of us wants to send our troops into a fair fight. We want to make sure that they have every advantage that the United States can give them, and that requires resources and reforms. Given the growing potential of a multi-theater conflict involving near-peer adversaries, what steps would you take to prepare the Department of Defense to simultaneously execute and sustain operations across multiple regions while maintaining readiness and deterrence globally? And I just have to make note, and I want to make it clear, we have language in this year's fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act calling for a review of the department's operational plans. And I just want to make sure that you're aware of that, and that we will have, if we have a fight with one, chances are very good that we're going to have two different battlegrounds at the same time.
Senator, which is why I believe our country's incredibly fortunate to have a new commander-in-chief in Donald Trump, who through the strategic approach he has taken with allies and against foes has prevented wars and is determined to do the same. That's our chief job, is deter and prevent wars. My job, should I be confirmed at the Secretary of Defense, is to ensure we have the right prioritization of assets and strategy, and then the tools in the toolbox necessary, the pointiest possible spear for President Trump to wield if necessary as the last resort. So President Trump at the helm, I think, will go a long way in making sure our enemies know there's a new sheriff in town.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
And thank you very much, Senator Blumenthal.
Oh, Richard
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Blumenthal.
Thank you for having this hearing. Thank you for being here, Mr. Hegseth. And I want to join in expressing appreciation and respect for your service to our country, and thanks to all the veterans who are here today, and thank you for your service as the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I hope we can focus on doing better for our veterans and doing better in management of the Department of Defense. There's always room for improvement. I think what we need in that position is not just better, but the best in financial management, because those decisions are life and death decisions affecting the 3.4 million Americans who serve our national security and our national defense and put their lives on the line. I want to talk about financial mismanagement at the two organizations that you headed, which are the only test of your
What about the Pentagon?
financial management that we have before this committee, the Veterans for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. You took over the Veterans for Freedom in 2007. In 2008, you raised $8.7 million, but spent more than $9 million, creating a deficit. By January 2009, you told donors that the organization had less than $1,000 in the bank and debts of $434,000. By 2010, revenue at the Veterans for Freedom had dropped to about $265,000. In the next year, it had dropped further to $22,000. You don't dispute these numbers, do you?
Senator, I'm extremely proud of the work me and my fellow vets did at Vets for Freedom. A bunch of young vets with no political experience, a small group working hard every single day. We raised donor funds. And we have letters submitted for the record from almost everyone that worked with me every single day, including our chief operating officer, who will attest that every dollar we raised was used intentionally towards the execution of our mission, which is supporting the war fighters. Exactly why we're here today, the war fighters in the Iraq surge. There was a campaign in 2008, Senator. It was Barack Obama versus John McCain. We believed John McCain would be the right person to win, and so we spent more
returns from that organization.
I'm glad they're for the record.
I'm going to ask to be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
These tax returns are yours. They have your signature. And I'm going to ask that members of the committee review them because they're the only documents. I've asked for others. I've asked for the FBI report that would presumably document, it should have documented, this kind of financial mismanagement. And these are the 990s from that organization. By the year of 2011, donors had become so dissatisfied with that mismanagement, they, in effect, ousted you. They merged that organization with Military Families United, and thereafter, you joined a second organization as executive director.
In between, Senator, I went to Harvard University.
I want to ask you questions about Concerned Veterans for America. Again, another set of tax returns, the 990s from that organization. I ask they be made part of the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, both of those returns are now part of the record.
2011 to 2016. At the end of 2013, shortfall of $130,000. At the end of 2014, shortfall of $428,000. You had a surplus the following year, but then another deficit of $437,000. By the time you left, that organization had deep debts, including credit card transaction debts of about $75,000. That isn't the kind of fiscal management we want at the Department of Defense. We can't tolerate it at the Department of Defense. That's an organization with a budget of $850 billion, not 10 or 15 million, which was the case at those two organizations. And it has command responsibility for 3.4 million Americans. The highest number that you managed in those two organizations was maybe 50 people. Let me ask you, how many men and women now serve in the United States Army? What is Zen's strength?
Senator, I would like an opportunity to respond to impugning of my leadership of a veterans organization, Concerned Veterans for America. You're on the VA committee, sir, and I appreciate your service there. The VA Accountability Act and the Mission Act were all brainchilds of Concerned Veterans for America. We used our donor money very intentionally and focused to create policy that bettered the lives of veterans.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm asking you a very simple question. How many men and women currently serve in the United States Army?
Senator, the United States Army, 450,000 on active duty, sir.
And how many in the Navy?
And the Navy is 425, sir.
Well, it's 337 this year.
Okay.
How many in the Marine Corps?
175,000, sir.
172,300.
Wow, pretty good.
Those numbers dwarf any experience you had by many multiples. I don't believe that you can tell this committee or the people of America that you are qualified to lead them. I would support you as the spokesperson for the Pentagon. I don't dispute your communication skills, but I believe that we are entitled
20
to the
seconds
facts
from one of the
here.
most
I've
boring
asked for more
Democrat
documents.
senators of all time.
I assume you'd be willing to submit to an expanded FBI background check that interviews your colleagues, accountants, ex-wives, former spouses, sexual assault survivors, and others, and enable them to come forward.
Senator, I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
But you would
Time's
submit
up.
to it and support
Time's
it.
up.
I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. I at this point, want to submit a letter from Captain Wade Zirkle, the founder of Vets for Freedom and the person who hired Pete Hegseth to run the organization. Although the 2008 financial crisis dried up fundraising for nonprofits, Captain Zirkle says, and I quote, Pete responded to this crisis with decisive action by reducing staff and renegotiating all debts with creditors until they were fairly resolved, an impressive feat and a testament to Pete's character. Pete departed VFF in 2010 to take on a new role with Concerned Veterans for America. Pete departed on good terms. Without objection, that will be added to the record.
All right, we got
Senator
8
Ernst,
senators
you're
down. We got
recognized.
19 left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I ask
Woo!
unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Your boy won't be sitting around for the last of that, cause that's too much. That's too much. That's just too much. Close.
John Hajin, an assassin working for the Celestial Righteous Alliance. Don't let them waste his time. He's got better things to do than deal with them.
Oh, okay.
John Hajin, an assassin working for the Celestial Righteous Alliance. Don't let them waste his time. He's got better things to do than deal with them here. The squad leader thinks he looks pretty confident after taking out a couple of his guys. But let him not relax. They will fulfill all his fondest wishes. For several years, John Hajin had been killing people on behalf of the Heavenly Alliance, and he had long since lost count. This sword had pierced countless people. John Hajin simply kills the pursuers who catch up with him over and over again. They have only one enemy, and they can't let him get away. They must complete the mission. Do these people really want him dead that badly? For 30 years, he worked for the Celestial Alliance, and having gained his long-awaited freedom, he can't miss this opportunity. So they would be the ones who would have to leave this world. John Hajin was willing to do the impossible to gain freedom. People looked at him, wondering how this was possible. Why was he still alive? Maybe because he's one of the top 10 strongest martial artists. Looks like they don't stand a chance against him. John Hajin is the best assassin in the world. He towered before them to deliver his crushing blow. Everyone calls him the king of assassins, but he is still a human being. John Hajin felt very tired. However, reinforcements were already on their way. If they sensed his weakness, he would be finished. He couldn't believe his eyes that there were still so many of them. After so many battles, his blade is dull. But that won't stop him at all. Do they hate the thought of his freedom that much? I'm going to have to greatly disappoint them on that one. Let them not stand in his way. He will destroy them all. No one can steal his freedom. They ignored him and began to fight back and immediately paid for their choice. He could be the best assassin in the world, the so-called king of assassins. But he's just an ordinary hunting dog of the head of the Celestial Alliance, a soulless, bloodthirsty demon. He killed because he was ordered to. What could he possibly know about life? Even the afterlife has a claim on him. He needs to save himself. All this time, he's only existed for those Alliance bastards. And now, he was almost free, rid of their damned corpses. There is a secret place nearby where he can take elixirs and herbs that will help him heal and regain his strength. At last, John will be free. He fell to the ground and thought he would go mad with hunger before he even began to heal his wounds. John was surprised to realize that he had only eaten a few pieces of beef jerky in 7 days. He wouldn't have minded a portion of dumplings, but it looks like he needs to come to his senses. Someone is watching him. It was a very impressive stealth technique even he, the world's best assassin, didn't notice when he was attacked. His martial art is so powerful that you can cut down an entire forest with just a sword aura. This man, undoubtedly the strongest warrior in the South Central Plains, could the god of death? Chong understood why the righteous Heavenly Alliance was after him. But he didn't expect the elite of the Steel Blood Fortress, and even the warriors of the Steel King, to intervene. Did he really think that Mirim would recognize him as one of the 10 strongest martial artists if he destroyed a man exhausted from battles with hundreds of masters? Even though his strength is running low, he'll still chop him to pieces. Chan pierced him with his blunted blade, and the enemy fell before him. The man felt someone else watching him. He said that whoever was there could finish watching the show and come out. It was the secret demon queen. He didn't expect to see her at all. She's honored that Zhang still remembers her. After all, it's been about 6 years. The girl smiled and greeted her old acquaintance. Meanwhile, Elder Yunarion's squad of the Righteous Heaven Alliance went in search of Zhang Haji. The private reported that all the corpses here are Steel Blood Fortress Masters. Who would have thought that Chong Hajin would go through the inevitable nets and destroy so many fortress masters? The elder ordered them to follow the demon queen's dead energy. That's where Chong Hajin should be. Her name is Kwak Sokyo, and she is a secret demon queen. She uses rejuvenation techniques to maintain her beauty, but she is actually in her 60s. Looking at her face, you'd think she wouldn't touch a fly. Such a sweet and beautiful girl, but really, she's just a diabolical killer who can't sleep without killing someone. The best assassins and troops of Steel Blood Fortress came after him. But why did they attract this crazy woman? Whatever it is, he still has an ace up his sleeve. As long as he's got blood in his veins, he'll never give up. Kwak Sokyo was disappointed in him. They had a special relationship, and he immediately drew his sword. Chong Hajin said stop talking nonsense, since she came for him. Let him fight. The girl thinks that Chan isn't strong enough to land even one blow on her right now. So she offers him an easier option. But why shouldn't she check to see how long he'll last? And why should he be afraid of a 60-year-old grandmother who can only talk? If Chan calls her granny one more time, she'll yank his spine out, no matter how much he begs her for mercy. The man thinks she has become more sensitive in the time they have not seen each other. Calls her a grandmother. Kwak Seokyo became angry and wrinkled. He's a bastard, and he's going to pay for it. The girl believes that the Righteous Celestial Alliance has trained him to be their best assassin. Not surprisingly, the Fortress of Steel Blood asked her to help in this endeavor. Its core strength contains a repulsively pure energy. It definitely belongs to the Great Nine Sects. They intend to take him alive. But it's obvious that Chan has mastered the skills of the Nine Sects, and even a hidden skill. Now the man understood why she had stopped, and was talking all this nonsense. Even though she usually preferred bloodshed, she wanted to learn more about the martial arts of the Nine Sects and mine information about the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Kwak Seokyo realized that Zhang was very talented. She thought he was just a dumb thug who only knew how to wring necks. However, she, as a demon queen, has no intentions of passing these secrets to the Steel Blood Fortress. Right? Looks like Zhang's got her figured out. She doesn't really need the fortress assignments or the Alliance secrets. Her goal is to obtain the mastery of the 9 sections. If Joan reveals all the secrets, she'll let him live. Isn't that fair? Why are there so many dangerous creatures in the Great Lakes? Honestly, it's not a very even trade. He's near death. Quack asked, is it all about the blood parasite? John Hutching froze at such a question. Because of the parasite, his best friend was killed. Those who betray the righteous heavenly union will face the consequences. The parasite in his body won't let him forget himself, and will kill him if he betrays the alliance. Once Quack gets rid of him, all ties between him and the alliance will be severed. All he has to do is show her the technique. The girl studied the demonic arts of the god of death. She also knows about poisons and toxins. She'll definitely be able to rid him of this parasite. So, what does he think about it? The girl can give him the freedom he needs if only he teaches her the art of the 9 sects. John smiled and asked if she thought the alliance was only after him because he had escaped. John is one of the top 10 martial artists in the world. He had learned how to get rid of the blood parasite as far back as 5 years ago. But to break through the inevitable nets, he needed to reach the highest level, which took a lot of time and training. It seemed to him that he was almost there. But it turned out he wasn't even close. The whole thing is a little ridiculous. John doesn't think she let him live if he taught her a skill. Those bastards took 30 years of his life. He won't let some old woman fool him again, so he refuses the offer. If he decides to leave now, he can still save his worthless life. How does he have the nerve to say that when he can barely stand on his own 2 feet? She's not as worthless as he thinks. Quack was quick to take action against those who insulted her. He's not going to give her a skill, is he? The only thing he can give her is pain. Didn't want to retire at 60. I'll have to stay in this land. In that case, let him die too, you useless freak. Greedy people shouldn't live in this world. Their energies merged and exploded.
That bitch look ugly.
Scrambled. Quack pierced Chan with her long claws and stopped the great assassin. Elder Yun Ilrion suddenly appeared. John was surprised because he hadn't sensed his presence. They mercilessly chopped off all his limbs. Each of them had his own reason for revenge, which they did. Quack looked at Chan with her piercing gaze and said that he looked better without his limbs. He should also have his head ripped off so he can never speak again. Let him crawl to hell like a parasite. That's where he belongs, for what he's earned. Would this pathetic moment be the last thing he would see before he died? In the end, Zhang just wanted to live a normal life. He just wanted to live a simple life, just for a moment, as if in a dream, like a normal person. Is it impossible? If he had one more chance. The main sanctuary of the heavenly demon divine cult. One chance to live the very life he so dearly dreamed of. Meanwhile, in the inner sanctum of the heavenly demon divine cult, the healer greeted the 4th young master of the divine cult. He recently went to the 3rd young master's house and checked his pulse. Xiao Riang will probably die tonight. Things were going much better than he had expected. The 4th thanked the healer for the news and told him to go. Shone was flooded with memories from his past life. The comrade asked if he was finished. He replied that yes, he had killed everyone on his side. Then they could afford to take a little break. Chan reminded them that they shouldn't relax too much. The head said that they might be spotted. What's that in his hand? The comrade replied that it was a figurine of a bird. May the light protect you this day. Chong asked if he had carved it. The guy asked if Chan was tired of killing. He froze and couldn't answer anything. A comrade is going to leave this place, no matter what it takes. He wants to spend the rest of his life as a free bird. He'll go to the countryside where he can breathe in the scent of fresh grass instead of that musky smell of blood. Chan said that he wouldn't give up the idea either and offered to go with him. The comrade replied that he could not. Let him not even think about it. After saying that, the guy just gasped and fell asleep next to him. The commander came up and said that the overlord had saved his life and he had tried to repay him by trying to escape. Let John take a closer look. This is the end that awaits all who betray the righteous heavenly alliance. The blood parasite in his body will condemn the betrayal. So let him be careful what he thinks if he wants to live, so that he would never be able to speak. His head would have to be torn off too. The old woman's disgusted face woke the boy up. Chan couldn't understand. Was this just a dream? Hadn't he just been beheaded by the demon queen? What is this place anyway?
Okay, I gotta deal with that. That's fucking annoying now.
Felt that he was not alone in this apartment. A girl came in with a tray of food and shouted that she had come, Anhua. Looking toward the bed,
Hold
she
on,
noticed that the
let
young
me do
gentleman
this.
was not there. He appeared from behind and asked if the girl knew what would happen if she made a single sound. Who is she and what does she want? Or is she from a fortress of steel blood? The girl replied that she was his servant, and her
God
name
damn
was
it.
Anhua. Why is he acting like this? Or is there something he doesn't like? Tell him to stop talking nonsense. What young master? Who brought him here in the first place? Or does she want a lollipop? Anhua said that the young master has been here for quite some time. He had been unconscious for the past 6 months because he had suffered from a chi blockage. He only woke up 2 nights ago. Chan couldn't understand how this was possible. How could he lose consciousness if he was dead? Tell her to stop fooling him and tell him the truth. Otherwise, she'll get the most delicious lollipop in her teeth. Anhua replied that she was telling the truth. He brought him some food for him to eat when he woke up. Looking in the mirror, Chan saw a completely different person. The first thing he thought was, who's that son of a bitch in the mirror? He's dead, and it wasn't a dream. Is this some kind of reincarnation, or was this his past life? How could this have ever happened? How could such a place even exist in Mirima? Who are all these people? When the man saw him, he knelt down on his knee and said that the divine teachings were undeniable. All the demons fell at his feet. He congratulations on your recovery. Third young master, if it's a divine cult in Mirima, is it a demon cult? What's going on? What happened to it? The supreme head of the court of elders of the heavenly demon divine cult Nirdam salutes the demon lord. The demon lord asked the supreme head of the court of elders what brought him here today. He replied that he had a report. The third young master regained consciousness. However, due to the exhaustion of his body, he had lost all his strength. The man asked the demon lord what he was going to do next with the third young master. The lord ordered, until the closing ceremony comes in 3 months, let him not come to him with reports. The supreme head purely hopes that the demon lord will fulfill the great will. Heavenly demon divine cult, so-called 1,000-year demonic cult, the oldest and most ruthless demonic power of this generation. It was created several thousand years ago by Master Mirima. In terms of combat power,
I'm not gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna keep that.
all of Mirim would be alarmed by the mere fact of this cult's existence, for it is a symbol of chaos. In terms of numbers, the Righteous Heaven Alliance and Steel Blood Fortress surpassed them. The world dubbed the Righteous Heavens, the Remaining Blood, and the Heavenly Demon as the Mighty Triad. Among them, the Heavenly Demon had more power than war and pandemonium. Such was the most ruthless demonic power. So how did he end up here? Did he really get a second life? But why?
Whatever. I'm
Why
gonna
is
put
this
them
demonic
shits in
cult?
the auction
No,
house.
he needs to calm down. He needs to understand the situation and think
40
about his
40
next
G a
move.
pop
He
for
thinks
the
the
ones
hidden
I got
technique
left.
is still too much. The
No one's
strongest
ever
of the
stolen
7
anything out of
disciples
here,
the
not in
demon
the whole
cult,
history
the
of
third young
The whole
master,
history.
The carnage will begin again. Be careful. Don't get carried away or you'll get killed. It's a miracle to wake up 6 months after blocking the chi. The man heard that he had lost all his martial skill. If there's still some skill left, then he's really a monstrous demon, as they call him. Since that monstrous demon has awakened, it will squeeze all the juices out of some people. We must be careful not to get on the young master's nerves. The man thought of what a scoundrel he was. An asshole. A monstrous demon. How did he live? Whatever it is, he's sure it's a demon cult. To escape from here, you need a detailed plan. The hidden technique had been given too much trouble last night, even though he'd only used it for an hour. Honestly, it's great to be alive. But his body's like an 80-year-old man's. First, we have to rebuild it. Okay, let's see. He knew it. A total of 7 extraordinary meridians are tangled. He'll fix that little rotten clog. Find amidst the chaos the truth that burns in the void and bursts through the channels of life. Parade the turbidity with thought, and the world will reward you. The temperature in the room rose, and the air became very humid. With limitless technique, and he will expel the darkened energy from his body. In his past life, using some martial arts from the 9 sects, he had refined his own boundless technique. He had no status, so this technique became his own salvation, which helped him a lot. Is that his limit? Well, at least one small goal accomplished. By the way, it's so quiet, it's kind of confusing. It's been quite some time since he woke up. No one but the healer has come to see him. The healer said he recovers pretty quickly. He should take care of himself until they visit him again. Just that young girl, trembling with fear. Young master, here are your medicines. That bastard was called a monstrous demon, so he sure was a scumbag with a mean temper. Until this place is sorted out, he can't act rashly. John Haji, 3 months later. It's been 3 months since he ate it, and still nothing happened? The man said that more than that. He's only recovering faster. Didn't he say that the more tracked a skill was, the more likely it would be to die from it? Yes, he did say that. But it's weird. Sarian, he always exceeds his expectations. The fourth young master of the heavenly demon Hong Island divine cult. What do they do now? The man asked when Rin is coming. He thinks she'll be outside the main temple. Hong asked, has it been 6 months since she returned? The man replied, that's right. Then something interesting is about to happen. Let her continue to observe and report. Well, that's better. For the past 3 months, he had been doing everything he could to bring that horrible body back to normal. Thanks to that, the remnants of the darkened and demonic energy were gone. A maid came to the young gentleman and told him that here was his medicine. Lifting the bowl, the young lord saw the bloody parasite. In fear, he threw it away and it shattered. Do you really think you can escape from the righteous heavenly alliance? Arrogant fool. I made you the world's best assassin and you betrayed me. Even if you die, you still can't escape from the alliance. Bloody vermin again? The young master woke up to someone calling him. Young master, are you all right? Anhua asked. When he looked into the bowl, it was empty, a hallucination, the new life he had always dreamed of. He didn't know if he could be free. The guy overheard a conversation from behind the door, someone asking if he was there or not. The maid said, yes, he's there, but he's not. That demonic cult bastard. He heard Anva's words from outside the door about what she should tell the young master. A girl came through the door saying that it had been a long time. Who she was, he couldn't remember her. The girl said something about him looking better than she thought. What? Think of a way out of this situation. John Haji, she asked. Would he leave her standing like that? She'd have a cup of tea. At times like this, first run. Saying he had somewhere urgent to be, the third young gentleman just took off and ran. On his way out, he was met by 2 tall men who would not let him pass. As it turned out, it was the girl's order. She said they're going to have a serious conversation with the third young gentleman. She doesn't know how long it will take, so don't let anyone in here. The girl told him to sit down. Don't they have something to discuss? Zhang replied that he didn't wipe his sweat while he was recovering his body. He asked him to please wait until he changed his clothes. Okay, she'll wait. But it would be nice if he didn't have any other plans. Even just by looking at her, he knew she was insane. He has no choice. He asked Amba to follow him. He asks who she is. The guy says he had a headache after he woke up, so he thinks there's a memory lapse. Look at the young gentleman. The girl asked, is he going to die? He thought, why would he die? He hasn't been awake long. Her name is Hungayan. She is a demon, affiliated with and working for the religious Inner Enlightenment Center. She is the daughter of the Jaksa family of the demon cult. She is strong enough to be called the most talented disciple, is excellent at her job, and is also a heroine recognized by the head of the demonic cult. She's also the younger sister of the fourth young master. Zhang asked Anhua why the girl had come to see him. What was their relationship? The maid replied that she didn't know such details, but they had met a lot during the month, so they have some kind of special relationship. Okay. He thanked the girl for telling him and asked if she was okay. Her face was very swollen, so the master told her to go rest. Master? Is he really crazy? Back to the girl. He said he wasn't thinking and was rude. She said it was okay. He asked her what brought her here. The girl couldn't understand why he was so calm, so different from himself in the past. It was as if he had lost the sparkle in his
No
eyes.
one's ever stolen anything out
So
of
it
here.
was
Not in
true
the
that
whole
he had
history
lost
of
his
the
martial
whole
prowess
history.
after coming out. And Diane said there's no need to hide things from each other, and she knows it well. So it's better to get straight to the point. Showing 2 papers in her hands, she said, here's the contract with their stamps on it. He remembers, right? If one of them breaches the terms of the contract, or a situation arises where they have to cancel
Have a
it,
good one.
the penalty will be tripled. She has invested almost 1,000 nannies in this miracle cure. On top of that, the sum of other things is just over 2,000. But you will deduct these little things, for they are close. For a young gentleman's little sister supported him with money and medication. What the hell was this frat thinking? A total of 6,000 non. She asked to be given the money right away. If that is not possible, let him sign a contract that says when he will pay the full amount. Using the fact that Syrian survived the Chila, she made herself look like a victim, canceled the contract, and now wants her money back. He wanted to build a reputation, and afterward increase his fortune. But is she going to ignore the fact that he was bedridden? This girl does bad things he shouldn't do. He can pay her that much. What? Just like that? The guy asked Andra to prepare brushes, paper, and ink. All right, young master. He doesn't care if it's the girl doing something bad. It has nothing to do with him. He doesn't care if it's the girl doing something bad. It's none of his business. As the third young master, he is too careless in drawing up the contract. He wasn't smart before, but isn't it too thoughtless? The girl said there was something else. If he couldn't pay, he'd have to come running at her beck and call like a faithful dog. Is she going to treat him like a dog? The girl is starting to get on his nerves. Sir Young asked if that's all. Amurin said that the contract will be cancelled when she receives the full amount. Until then, they should respect each other, right? You want him to respect her by getting such a pact? What? Master asked Wood to bring the commander of the royal guard. The girl was surprised. Why is he calling the commander? The commander began to say to the feminine teachings are undeniable. He is in front of him, reading the third young gentleman. He asked how he could be of service. The guy asked me to get the wagon ready. He had somewhere to be. The man replied he knows this is not the place to talk, but now his body is. Syrian says he's going to the demon lord. Prepare the carriage and notify the lord's palace. Tell him the third apprentice wishes to see his master. The commander said he understood. He'll send a message to the demon lord's palace. He'll prepare the wagon as soon as he gets permission. The third young master. What's she doing? He should fight back too. The man offered to see if the demon lord would recognize this contract as fair. Third young lord, is he saying that they should both die now? What does he want the lord to say? The gentleman asked if there was a problem. She said that if he found out that they had made a pact, he would get one too. If he finds out, Dominus will not go unpunished. And he could be banished since he's lost his fighting prowess. But that's what will happen to him. Everyone in this world knows her family surprisingly. This excuse will not work in every case. For him, the worst outcome is expulsion, and no one will release her from her imprisonment. For his daughter's poor upbringing, Jox's family, of course, will be deprived of everything. He said he'd better go. It was time for a walk. The girl asked him to wait, and asked him if he wanted to be the head. A head with a body like that? Ridiculous. Coming here knowing he doesn't stand a chance? Well, I'll see you at the demon lord's palace. Amurin asked what she should do. The guy asked what was she talking about. What should she do to stop him from going to the demon lord? He replied that she needed to break that contract with her own hands. Hajin, aren't you tired of killing? I'm going to get out of here, whatever it takes. I'm going to go to the country where I can breathe in the scent of fresh grass instead of that musky smell of blood.
Where
Is this
you would
everything?
like to go, lad?
Yeah.
For just a few coin, my
We've
griffins
searched
can
every
get
corner
to the
there,
alliance
but we
faster
haven't
than
found
even
above.
the swiftest horse.
They betrayed the alliance, committed treason. There must be others. Search the neighborhood. Wait, listen to me. They told us to eliminate those who betrayed the alliance. They said they were traitors. I really didn't know. Is killing people just a job for you? Taking other people's lives? Spilling blood every day? John Hajin, do you know anything about life? There's no way I know anything. I'll curse you even from beyond the grave. Your life will be the death of those you killed. The commander knelt down and congratulated the demon lord for completing the great work. He asked the commander. The man said the third man asked to see him. The man said that's right. He just sent a wagon to the third young master's house. So he will arrive at the palace soon. Turning to the first royal guard, he ordered him to escort him to the demonic justice pavilion. The guard answered, well, my lord. Is it still winter? He still can't get used to this chaotic aura checking his pulse. It seems that in the past few days, the damaged blood vessels had recovered even
Warm
more.
wishes to you.
And not just his blood vessels. Although he had been taking herbs and undergoing acupuncture, his ability to recover was already quite strong. Apologizing, the healer said that he was just quite surprised at his regenerative ability as well. The healer told the third master that he would no longer need acupuncture. Instead, he would take nutritious food and supreme healing potions to regain his strength. The master said he would like to know something. The healer replied that he could ask. What is a supreme healing potion? He had never heard of such a thing. The man replied that it was a decoction of 5 herbs that help restore energy. The man replied that it was a decoction of 5 herbs that help restore energy. It helps replenish energy? Whatever it's called, it's medicine. And if it did have healing properties, he'd get better a lot faster. Katia said she'd be back in 2 days, and to hope for his speedy recovery. Well, Mr. believes there may be something wrong with his healing. What a horrible neighborhood. A demon lord. Apparently, he's finally going to meet him. The Lord wonders what kind of man he is. There is no one in all of Kankomurin who is not interested in him. It's obvious, for he may be the strongest man in this earth. Although he never showed his full power, he was always considered one of the most powerful people in the world. Their meeting could be dangerous for the Lord. He doesn't know much about the demonic cult. Maybe you should have been more careful. He just couldn't stand it. To be reborn just to become someone's dog. If that Hungyerin, the daughter of the Jaksa family, or whatever she was, hadn't shoved that absurd contract in his...
Fucks with it. Oh well, I can't kill you, so I'm good. You'll never kill me. Can't kill me, buddy. Bro, I was like, wait a minute, buddy, right up on me. I would be like, nobody, no.
A maid entered the room and told the young master that they had been contacted by the demon lord's palace. The carriage is ready, so we need to prepare him for the upcoming meeting. Since things had turned out that way, he figured he could face him, couldn't he? Get out of the carriage. The gentleman was immediately approached by a clerk and said that the demon lord invites him to the demon justice pavilion. Follow him. Looking at the long staircase leading somewhere, the lord thought, what the hell is this demonic justice pavilion? It really is the center of a demonic cult. Lots of guards. Reminiscent of the time when he fell into the inevitable net of the righteous Heavenly Alliance and Steel Blood Fortress. High-ranking masters are mentored throughout the area. This place is like he's fallen into a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. One mistake and he's dead. The man said they're on site. Weren't they talking
Wait a
about
minute.
the demonic justice pavilion? No, you can't show fear. You have to act like he knows everything. The question of survival in a demonic cult depends on his every move. The man mentally told himself to pull himself together. After all, he was going to see the demon. Looking around, he thought it was winter. Instead, it's gloomy. Is he asleep? It can't be. Then it's an illusion, isn't it? Well, there's no other explanation, because it's cold outside. He wanted to leave Candle and live in a place with lots and lots of people. It's definitely his dream place. But what a believable technique. Here, he sharply heard a stern overhear. He was frightened for a moment ago this pavilion had happened. There's someone. His legs are walking on. It's like he's under a spell. Step 1, blind. Is this how the third one imagined a pavilion of demonic justice? His killer fiends say it's dangerous here. But he can't back down. If he wants to escape the demonic cult and start a new life, he must face the demon lord. Will he finally meet the demon god? The great heavenly demon. Demon Lord Lichon San. The man asked if the third young gentleman had entered. He was told yes. Was there something bothering him? He replied that in the entire reign of the Lord, there had only been 2 occasions when an outsider had entered the demonic justice pavilion. It first happened about 25 years ago, when the Overlord took on his first disciple. Is he talking about his first disciple? Is he talking about the first young master? He replied that no, the first young master became a ward exactly 20 years ago. Is he saying that there was another ward before the first young master? That's right, the unknown disciple that loomed in the shadow of the pavilion. His skin was torn to shreds, as if wild beasts had torn him to shreds. So, the demon lord. He said that if the overlord wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have brought him here. Then who was the second? The general strategist. The man with absolute power who oversaw both small and large matters. The only one who had risen so high because of his, not martial arts. He was the second who entered the demonic justice pavilion. Yes, he came out with his head held high. Today, the pavilion opened its gates for the 3rd time. I wonder if the 3rd young gentleman will make it out alive. The divine teachings are undeniable. All demons will fall at your feet. Sarian saluted the demon lord. The lord ordered him to get up. So this is the demon lord, Li Zhongsan. Yeah, he doesn't look like the grand demon master and lord of everything. As long as he doesn't emit any chi, it's like saying that all those stay with him. You can feel all of his proud greatness. He is the kind of person who has no reason to be one of the strongest masters. He is the world's most powerful god of martial arts. He's so powerful, they say he's half immortal and lives like but why even tried to become a title, holding out a bowl of alcohol to him. The overlord ordered him to take it. He asked Sarian what he wanted. Why the hell is he procrastinating? He was one of the 10 strongest masters himself. Is he seriously just going to stand there like he's not mine? The overlord asked if he wanted to keep the cult. Somebody said yes. Wait, did it honestly work? The lord ordered him to pour more alcohol. The guy couldn't understand his emotions. He can't even guess what he's thinking. The lord said the lord is very vague. Says he wants to get out for a while or cut all ties with the cult. He doesn't like being a student. The guy said no, that's not what he meant. Or has he already given up because his body's so exhausted? Is this the limit of his abilities? What a disappointment. Damn, he's in trouble. The guy said he's not trying to break away from the cult completely. It hasn't been long since he recovered. Plus, he's lost all his skills. If that's the case, I gotta say something. He really wants to get back in shape, but it's not as easy as he thought. So he thought it would be better if he could get some fresh air. That's what he wanted to ask him today. Yes, that's right, it is. Great, that's pretty believable. Seeing that the overlord was angry, he thought he had to make an excuse. I mean, what he's trying to say is that he requested a meeting with him just to get permission to go out. Shit. He was too careless. If you think about it, it's really funny. The reason he wanted to see the Lord of everything, the heavenly demon divine cult Lord, was only because he needed permission to go out. This was not the time to ponder something else. Hurry up and think of an answer. The guy said he wanted to see him because he's been doesn't seem like a bad reaction. The guy said that also. Although his body is in such a state, he, as a disciple, has his duty. He would not be able to pay for 100th of his kindness to him. He had no way to thank the Lord, so he felt. He tries to put on a show and evoke emotion from the Lord. The cup in the Lord's hands crumbled like ashes. The duties of an apprentice? If he knew of the duty, he would not appear before him in such a body. Or had the overlord been underestimating him all this time? In a body like this, maybe? The demon god's eyes. Does he really know it's not Sarian in this body? It was as if the demon lord was looking straight into his soul. What excuse can I make this time? The guy was slightly upset by his words. Although the disciple who had just recovered from the chi blockage had come to pay his respects. And he says the guy doesn't know about his duty? Is he the weird one? What's he missing? The Lord said he'd send someone within 3 days. Until then, he can go. So what about his request? Is he allowed to go out or not? Is he allowed to do what he wants to do? Just tell me how hard it is, looking at everything around. The overlord said the demonic justice pavilion with clear skies and green evidence. It had been a long time since he had seen such a thing. pouring alcohol into the cup. The Lord said it was his reward for his hard work. The servant replied that he was honored. He asked what was going on with the third. He said he was recovering at home. He seems pretty good. 10 years ago, the overlord took him and took him with a dragon. He was disappointed to discover it was nothing but a poisonous snake. But when he looked at him again today, he held a magic pearl in his mouth. As he walked further away from evil, he also knew death. In the demonic justice pavilion, evil is judged. The judged object is presented by the demon lord, and the decision is made by the Lord in education. The pavilion embodies the heart of those who enter and exposes them to all of them. What if the object I liked was a demon lord? At that moment, as the overlord rules, the demonic formations of the pavilion will attack. Barely do they harbor a desire to kill, will be destroyed in such a torturous way. The technique of education can reveal true intentions. It belongs to the highest level that only a demon lord can control. The chairman asked about the lonely bamboo grove being well taken care of. The man said yes. A representative of the elders' court comes every other day. On average, there are up to 5 victims there per month. But luckily there have been no deaths in the last 4 months. The ruler said to order the elders to recall their man for a while. He would send the third to the grove, a lonely bamboo grove. The governor said so, the perfect place to get some fresh air. The demon lord is a pervert. He just wanted to get out. Why did he shove him in the middle of nowhere? What had he done wrong to send him alone to such an evil place? Standing in the middle of that very grove, he shouted out, "Demon Lord, you asshole." From behind, someone apologized for the impertinence and told the young gentleman that these were very dangerous statements. The man repeated that any foul or rude language about the demon lord was considered a serious offense, followed by immediate death penalty. No exceptions, even for young lords and ladies. The young master said you should have listened more carefully. He didn't defile the demon lord. Geez, is he some kind of imperial person or something? Why can't he say mean things behind his back? Well, he believes to these gloomy and sullen idiots of the demonic cult he would be above the emperor. Instead, they think he's the real God. As he was saying, the guy asked, "Is this elder from here?" He said, "Yes, that's right. His servant, Ma Dongpil, the third head of the heavenly demon divine cult's court of elders. He is honored to serve as the Lord's personal guard. He doesn't care about his honor or anything. He just wants him off his back. The elder says he swears to devote himself to service and will protect the third young master at the cost of his own life. Beautiful view. Bottom line, result 1. He can't get out of here. No matter how hard he tries, he can't leave this place." He was screaming that he hated them, the idiots of the demonic cult. He just wanted out. Did they need to exile him to this place so badly? Okay, not that it was easy, but he wouldn't waste any more time with these. Why did he want to leave the demonic cult in the first place? It was all because he had a bad feeling when he realized that he had been reborn as the third young master of the heavenly demon divine cult. At some point, he will have to leave this place. But right now, that is impossible. Then for now, the reality is that he has no choice but to be the third young master, Sarien. But to survive in this body, he'll need strength. He'll have to get stronger. Otherwise, he won't make it. The heavenly demon divine cult thoroughly adheres to the ideology of survival of the fittest, more than any other groups in Miran. This is not a place where he can quietly wait to be destroyed and thrown out. Eventually, one will have to take the path of martial arts, and whether it brings him life or death, he will no longer resort to petty tricks. He will use force and walk out with his head held high. At that moment, a servant came out from behind a tree and scared the young gentleman. He said his food was ready. The young gentleman began to resent him. He told him to stay out of the way, but they've been here for 2 days. He hasn't even had a sip of water, let alone food. The servant is just worried about his health. "It's been 2 days already," asked Mister. But he doesn't have to scare him every time. Stop doing that. To begin, he will use limitless technique and put body and soul in order. What is this? The movement of Qi in boundless technique is different from ordinary Qi. A third level of strength cultivation, boundless technique could be categorized into 5 levels. In his past life as an assassin king, he had reached the peak of the 4th level of strength. In boundless technique, the unity of martial arts and body is far more important than enlightenment. But this weakened body, even with chi blocking, is at the peak of the 3rd level of strength and is on the verge of going to the 4th level. Could it be that this child, Syrian, is a genius? Moreover, the purification technique came into effect with itself. This technique purifies the air by absorbing the turbid chi energy nearby with the body. The air is purified and the absorbed turbid chi becomes part of the internalized power with the overwhelming ability of the boundless technique. When the air nearby becomes clean, the effect of assimilation increases. It speeds up its growth. At this rate, he'll be able to return to his former strength much faster than he thought. Well then, let's go to the 4th level of strength. The body was completely healed. The torn blood pathways and vital organs have become much stronger than they should be at his age. This made life in the bamboo grove much easier than expected. Even the hair became darker. It is said that hair loses color when she is blocked. First of all, he ate well, since Danpal is an excellent cook. Also, he slept very well. Also, he can use the abilities from his past life as an assassin again. When he was an assassin king, he gained the ability of hypersensitivity. This ability manifested with itself due to frequent encounters with death, as well as the experience from surviving an assassin. That enhances supersensitivity is the Heavenly Net 6 Force technique, first form Omniscient Eye. This martial art greatly enhances the 5 senses to the limit, surpassing any beast. He could clearly feel the terrain without even turning his head. He hated himself for having adapted so well to such a place. The monsters will become more active as the sun goes down. The servants offered to go back to their shelter. He had finally built up a foundation for normal martial arts practice. If he corralled the experience and knowledge he gained as an assassin king into this, he could become strong again in no time. Great, thanks to Baumann's technique, he was able to recover to some extent. He decided to see if he could fly. 2 of his skills had returned. The boundless body recovery technique and the Heavenly Net 6 Force sense sharpening technique. All that was left was the Dark Shadow Chi, obtained by combining the selected arcane skills of the 10 great schools. These 3 skills became the core martial arts that made him a legend, the king of assassins Chan Haji. He'll be stronger again in no time. Wait, but is he allowed to study the Dark Shadows? It's the heavenly demon and he's the 3rd young master Syrian. He's sure there was some demonic art he used to study. When the 3rd young master returned, he decided to ask Danpal a question. He replied that the gentleman could ask and would be only too happy to help. The young master asked among his brothers, is there anyone who has not studied demonic art? Or anyone who has studied non-demonic art? Danpal said he didn't understand the question. The master ordered Danpal to go to the library and use his power. He wanted to bring all the secret texts about demonic art. Anything that secret texts about the demonic art. Is that what the young master asked for? Danpal told Master that's exactly what it is. The 3rd young gentleman? He probably already knows everything. So why? Maybe he's trying to push himself in some way, he said, apologizing in advance to the master for such a disrespectful question. But as a guardian, called to protect the guardian, he decided to dare to ask him, despite the commitment. Did the 3rd young master lose his memory after blocking the sheep? Master doesn't know. Could he really have forgotten everything? The 3rd young master was talented, but greedy and arrogant. A real tyrant who didn't show the slightest bit of consideration to his subordinates. But after he was restored, he became a different person. He is very different from his old self. His actions and words, sometimes he even seems puzzled. Even his servants said he's changed. He also managed to come out alive from the demonic justice pavilion after the demon lord trial. And a report from Ma Dongpil. The master said he understood why the head of the 3rd squad asked such a question. But don't let him worry so much. The man he served now is not easy. He is one of the 7 candidates. He could be the next successor. Who knows if he's joking or if he's really lost his memory. But don't let him ask any more questions. That's one of the many reasons why it's so hard to protect the heirs. That's why the master chose him. Handing Danpal the key, the master said that as he knows, Let him read to 4 secrets. One more thing. The master asked if he had explained to the young master the essence of the lone bamboo grove. He replied that he hadn't yet. He was going to do it today. He knows how dangerous it is out there, doesn't he? He's sure Donpai will be fine, but make sure he tells him everything as soon as possible. This is his task of the utmost importance. I would like to know what the overlord saw in the third young master to send him to the bamboo grove, Lone Bamboo Grove, a demonic forest that existed even before the heavenly demon divine cult settled on hundreds of thousands of mountains. A killer who took the lives of countless demonic people in 1,000 years. When there was only the first all-powerful heavenly demon, the divine cult didn't have much power. He helped the cult become one of the greatest scientists. To those who are desperate, he gives a gift, and others are dragged into it. This was the second time he had received a positive evaluation at the Demon Justice Pavilion. Curious what will happen in the Bamboo Grove. 1, 2, 3, 4, 17. Why did he bring him so many secret texts? Dalpo said it's not very much. He only took the best of them, so it's pretty smart. Does he really have to master the demonic arts now? No, if he used the demonic arts as superior, he will not see their true nature. He must look at them without prejudice. The man told the young gentleman that he had something to tell him. The gentleman replied, "What is good?" Too far away. 3 texts out of 17 will have to be returned in 3 days. In 3 days, why? Because those 3 from the secret texts of the greatest demonic arts. As he already knew, they are only available to the first, second, and third grades. The 10 greatest demonic arts are the heavenly demon divine. If you successfully learn even one, you can look down on the world for how brilliant it is. Everyone in the divine cult knows about them, so if he doesn't remember even that, the master asked why he was looking at him like that, asking for forgiveness. He said he was rude to see his new side, but he doesn't really remember anything. Turning to Dompo, the master said that he knew that the master had completely lost all his skill after awakening from the chi blockage. His heart and mind are not the same as before, and strictly speaking, they were exiled to this lonely bamboo grove. He needs to try something. He's desperate. He needs to learn again all the arts he has forgotten. So he asked for help. Right now, he's his only hope. He needs to stretch, so if at dawn he could grab some weapons from the cult. What the? Why is he crying? He said he would support the young master with his life. What's the matter with him? Let him stop. He's burdening him. In about 10 days, there'll be more. It doesn't look like they're moving and the barrier is broken, so I'm sure. This is the safest place in the bamboo grove. The young gentleman concentrated on reading the secret texts. He must make sure nothing would disturb his peace. We must get the weapons the young master asked for as soon as possible. We must not let our guard down, no matter what. Chom Hajin's dark shadow, she was not widespread, but was one of the greatest Murin techniques. It wasn't as powerful as the secret techniques of the 10 greatest, but its depth and purity were considered the best in those times. The demonic arts were different from the rest. They favored destruction, based on results rather than stability, on attack rather than defense, put true power before opportunity. It's all very similar to the methods of the assassins. The 10 greatest demonic arts? They are certainly incredible, but in his current state, he wouldn't be able to study them all. What can he do to improve Chi Dark Shadows with these arts? True demonic art? He thinks it might work. True demonic art is one of the major ranks right up there with the art of destruction, which is the basis for still the 10 greatest. It is also more advanced than some of the 10 greatest arts. When it comes to the ability of demonic chi to adapt, it can be said to be one of the sources of demonic cult techniques. Limitless technique best to apply when the head is full of thoughts. Is Dompo back? Are they watching him now? We have to be careful. Even though he seems naive, he hasn't completely let his guard down. That's enough for today. Hearing the rustle, sort of creature attacking him. It could have been dangerous. What? That thing broke through the wall. How did it do that? 6 legs, wings the size of a man, and 3 heads. What the hell is that? The giant chicken looks like a mutant of Great King Yen. Seriously, he just doesn't have the guts. She's so fast. Looking at the basket of weapons, Downfall thought this weapon should be right. The third young master is used to his weapons, and as a swordsman, he is good enough to create his own style. Who knows? Maybe he'll remember everything once he picks up a weapon. Though judging by how violent he was, I'm not sure if it's in his best interest to get his memory back. But that's not how it's going to turn out, is it? No, you don't have to think. He's just guarding 3 young men. You can't get emotional. Don't smell the strong odor of blood. Young master, to what rooster do they even use the art of sound? It's an unusual mutant. It's gonna be tough. Shit! If only it had a weapon. What can we use instead? Does he think he can get it with his single attack? Taking a piece of sharp bamboo, he jumped on the chicken. No, not that. That hurts the brainless chicken. Now he realizes he can't punch through her feathers with just brute force, can he? He never thought he'd use it on an animal, but he thinks he has no choice. I'll have to give it a try. Technique of the Heavenly Network of 6 Forces. Second form supervision. The second form of the technique of the Heavenly Network of 6 Forces. Supervision allows you to accelerate the thought process with the help of chi, which, in turn, visually slows down everything around you. The young master found the chicken's weak spot. It turned out to be the heart, which was almost freely available. Taking a sharp stick of bamboo, he aimed and stabbed it straight into the heart. At this moment, Downfall returned. The smell of blood he smelled was from this very chicken. Running up to the young gentleman, he asked if he was all right. The guy asked him not to make a fuss. Azure Lotus? Is that the name of this chicken? Looking at the young lord, Downfall said that the wounds should be treated first. The lord replied that it was not his blood. Aside from a couple of scratches, the young master was not seriously injured. The Azure Lotus is as dangerous as a leopard. Downfall asked the gentleman, did he defeat him himself? The lad replied, does he see anyone else here but him? The master asked if they had a large cauldron. The man said of course, but why would he need it? He said to pour water in it and put bamboo shoots in it. Let it simmer. He's in charge of dinner tonight. Also, he said he was waiting for an explanation. How does the guy know about this bird? What kind of place is Bamboo Grove and all that? The lone Bamboo Grove existed even before the heavenly demon divine cult. It is a natural demonic forest of the deepest spiritual chi even compared to any known mountains. There is something special about this forest. Deep spiritual chi does not spread throughout the entire area, but cycles only within the bamboo forest. Therefore, as time passes, its concentration only becomes stronger. Because of this, both the chi of the tree and the earth are strengthened, making bamboo trees especially thick and strong. But they seem to have a short life cycle, don't they? This bamboo grows much faster than normal. That's how the forest works, and some of the trees here have strange powers. Do they have medicinal properties or something? To be more precise, they would be both poison and medicine. Their chi is so deep that they must be processed dozens of times before being used on the human body. More than half of the demonic cult's potions are made from the bamboo trees of a lone bamboo grove. Does that mean it's possible to mass produce the drug? That's the gentleman. Most trees that have any healing properties that all grow in the thick of the forest. The problem is the spiritual monsters and creatures that live there. Is he talking about things like this? Downfall said exactly what it was. The Azure Lotus is the weakest of them all. Weak? Is he saying there are stronger ones? Azure Lotus the weakest species in the forest. Moreover, some of the mid-level ghostly creatures are just as strong as the top-level masters. They stop in the forest twice a year to obtain sacred bamboo along with the guards and other high-ranking ones from the top. The thickest lonely bamboo grove is dangerous even for them. The city bamboo garden is considered the safest place. He didn't even think that Azure Lotus would be roaming around here. Apologized for not being able to protect the Lord because of his insolence. Built a fence around this garden, but also erected octagonal walls on the outside. Being his protector, he's done more than enough, so don't let him worry. The master said that's enough. Let him take a plate first. Who would have thought he could cook and eat that rooster? Looking at the man, the gentleman asked, doesn't he eat it? Even though he looks like this, he must have at least have it right. It might not compare to bamboo shoots, but it's still healthy. He liked it so much that he ate the whole plate and went to the gentleman and asked for more. You see, it's delicious. So this place is that dangerous? Demon Lord Li Zhangsan sent him here. He must learn the demonic arts as soon as possible. The octagonal structures were perfectly built. Although they were erected in abnormal dimensions, they still fulfill their function, said Mr. He recognized the man's voice. The master said there was nothing there. He can see it everywhere. The attendant asked, did the gentleman happen to have studied the structures before? He replied that he had not. It just happened. Building an entirely different doctrine from martial arts. Here I'm going to pretend like I know something good by reading a little bit. But what kind of man is the third young gentleman? The more one knows, the more questions he has. He read over 10 secret texts of demonic arts in 3 days. The man asked, is he done with it yet? The gentleman said yes, he can take it away. And he easily defeated the Azraelites. Although he may seem carefree and breezy, but when he's serious, he forms such an aura around him that it's hard to reach. Besides, when he lost his martial prowess after blocking the chi, he didn't seem that upset. Surely there must be something he doesn't know. He's decided to study. But there's no rush. It's his first time. If he wants to become stronger in the shortest possible time, he can't throw Chi Dark Shadow, for it's the closest thing. The Dark Shadow Chi is not even past one generation. A new martial art that he created by combining the secret techniques of the 10 great schools while he was the king of assassins. On the other hand, the true demonic art is the foundation of all demonic arts. Depending on how he learned it, there will be a difference in the character and quality of Chi. What if he can make up for the lack of foundation of the Chi Dark Shadow, the true demonic art? If you spill a drop of ink into a bowl of pure water, all that water will become dirty. Especially true demonic art, which is a precursor to all demonic teachings nurtured by the divine heavenly demon cult. There is nothing more suitable to unleash young martial prowess in a Chi Dark Shadow that has not lived for a single generation. Coming to a demonic cult with Chi Dark Shadow, it must be faith. Let's begin. True demonic art and the Chi of the Dark Shadow. Let's see it, the foundation of demonic art and the secret techniques of the 10 great schools converge together. Doubtful thought about the fact that he had already been 12 days since he had locked himself in the room. Was told not to disturb him under any circumstances. What is he doing there? They say it's always a trap. His ability is safe. This new martial art he created is far more destructive than the Dark Shadow Chi. It will become more stable than his beauty. Done. He felt the demonic energy flowing through his body for the first time. This was a new martial skill he hadn't mastered before. Standing on the street, the employee didn't understand where this demonic energy was coming from. It would be called the demonic art of dark shadows. Dampel said it could have been dangerous. It was too risky to go on. His legs were weakened. He thought it would be wise to return to the bamboo island. That they lived in herds. Master asked him, is it too small to call itself a herd? As he listened, Dampel heard a sound. It's a herd of Shin Shin. There are too many of them. The man motioned for the gentleman to retreat. Master told Mr. Ma not to worry. Dampel is right. He's been fighting those bastards all day, so his chi has already reached him. But there is no time to wait. He must learn his new skill and get out of here. Fighting at the edge of his ability. He will become stronger. The demonic art of dark shadow. Go, Dampel. Don't take a step back. We must defeat them. Wait, what did he just say? The third young master is hunting a herd of azure lotus and shinsen in a lonely bamboo grove. The man replied that yes, that's right. If he were to study the black dragon, it would be hard for him to avoid the creepy creature's cries. Blood flame is harsh, and heaven's wrath is too heavy. It doesn't suit him. Red Phoenix is better. But if he has a sighted eye, he won't take it. The master hoped he had given him 3 secret texts of the demonic arts. The man said yes, blood flame, capture the heavens, Red Phoenix. In his current state, it would be hard to deal with the Red Phoenix as this art could be poisonous to the body after blocking the chi. The master thinks that he has studied something else. Did you give him more texts from the secret library? The man apologized to the Lord. He had visited the secret library without his permission. The Lord asked him to stand up and told him that he had every right to go there. The man replied that he had not reported it. The Lord asked if he regretted giving the third young master access to it. The man replied that he did not. The Lord asked if he could take full responsibility for it. He said yes. In that case, the overlord respects his decision. Yes, my lord. The man asked him if he knew why a child's battle was more frightening than an adult's. Because kids don't know when to stop. That's why it's scary. They think honor is honor, whatever it is. When the child realizes where the line with pure ignorance lies in armed combat, then he becomes a man, shouted the master. Hey, bodyguard, don't let your guard down, said the gentleman. These Shinsen want to take one quantity. The continuous use of the dark shadow demonic art is very smooth. He thinks at this rate, he can even try to reach the heart of the grove. At one point, another monster appears out of nowhere. He's very fast. Move aside, Mr. Ma. The man didn't have time to dodge, and he was hit with his hooves. Where did he come from? A horse? No, you can't underestimate him like that, chicken. Donpo had been constantly fighting these creepers for the past few days and was able to strengthen his chi decently. But the monster still took him down with a single blow. This thing was far more powerful than any they had met before. What an unthinkable urge to kill. Then he's got to go full force from the start. What? So, that wasn't top speed, huh? Okay, let's do it again. You can't fool him twice. Why isn't his body moving? Looking at his right arm, the gentleman saw it was broken. Shit, if this keeps up, he won't be able to land a single punch. Just when he thought everything was going according to plan, this happened. You can't let your guard down. He shouted to come here. His enemy is here. He won't be able to handle him alone. Let's see how this fight goes, the man kept shouting. After running after Dongpil, she fell into a trap with sharp bamboo that the man had lured her into. When the man looked at it, he thought he was dead. But then the horse opened his eyes. What a tenacious bastard. How dare he wound the young master's precious body? He must punish him by cutting off his head, but I think they'll postpone it until better times. First we have to save the young master. Young master, I'll carry you. The gentleman said not to. Just let him help me up. He broke his arm, not his leg, 8 months later. Heavenly demon divine cult of the Elder Court. It was hard, said the first head of the Elder Court, the Gunsan. I'll go this time.
Oh, I already killed him. He died well.
Thank you, but don't. Said the elder, if they change the guard, the object of the guard will be uncomfortable. He will go again in an hour. But why did the patriarch from the demon sword family decide to stop by today? I have no idea. He's a very important person. Maybe he wants to discuss something with the cult leader. Well, he's heard a rumor. It's said that they're trying to make the eldest son from the demon. One of his disciples, saying as he said, it might not be true, considering that 2 of his pupils are from 7 families. It's quite doubtful. In the matter of loyalty, none is more prominent than the demon sword family. Trusts then should consider a special approach. Also, they are considered one of the strongest faculties with decent troops. But will the overlord accept another apprentice? He has 7 already. No one knows that. It all depends on the Lord's decision. True, but it's likely to be the same number. What's he talking about? And a third young master. Having survived the chief blockage, he had lost his martial power. And now, exaggeration to say that he is very it's a dangerous situation. You only know that Amber Grove is an extremely dangerous place. After all, they don't even know when the third young master will return. If the overlord does not give his permission, he will probably be locked there forever, if anyone hears it. That's why they sent the third head there. Of all of them, he's the most prepared for the lone bamboo grove. He was sent there on the master of his work. They know how much he values the third head. But Bert knocked on the door and asked the first head what was there. The man replied that the third head had come to see him. Invite him in now. Entering the room, the man said that the 3rd chapter of Ma Dongpa welcomed them. What's the evil intent to kill? Is this the third chapter of Ma Dongpil? He has a bloodlust so intense it can't be hidden. What the hell happened in a lonely bamboo grove in the last 8 months? Yes, thank you, chapter 1. But why did he need counterfeit TVs? The man replied that he was just following the young master's orders. He told him to bring them. You work so hard, John. The better off the young master. He must be patient. The elders wanted to have tea and a chat with him, but the man asked him to forgive them. Well, it can't be helped if he's busy. It must be hard. But I'm sure he's doing a great job. Let him be careful. You take care of this. The man asked the elder, did he feel it too? No matter how much he thought about it, the bloodlust coming from Dongpil was not normal. The elders are sure it just means he's living in extreme conditions. It's a shame, but at least he looks healthy. Dongpil will be fine, right? If it's the third head of the he'll come back much sooner. That's what he believes. He feels like he's much better than his savings. The grueling experience in the lonely bamboo grove had elevated his skills to the next level. Something just moved. Is it a beast? Its footsteps were heavy and measured. It's definitely not a Shinshin. He's getting closer. As soon as he shows himself, he'll cut him down. What's the question mark? He's back already. The master said he could take his time and talk to his companion. He thought the young master would stay in the same bamboo garden. Did you catch another lush? What if you'd been hunting? The young gentleman said he was bored. He saw a horse wandering around. The young master couldn't let him leave. After their last battles, the mere sight of them pissed him off. So, the young master told Dongpil that they're having horses for dinner. Having watched them, the man asked the young gentleman to remove his hand. It just looks like it's he must have wasted too much in the last season. It's so boring. He would have thought he could think of luscious single hand. And no one would believe he survived the Chi lockout. But this place is full of creatures that even the best masters can't defeat. He can't just keep watching, for he must guard it. Walking up to the young gentleman, the man asked if he was done. He had scared him again. What was he going to say this time? The young master, the man knows he's strong, but he promised him not to go to dangerous places alone. The young gentleman asked what he should do then. Time was running out. Time? What's he talking about? This place is dangerous now. No, to be more precise, it will become dangerous. What is he trying to say? It's all rather mysterious. High concentration of spiritual chi not only produces bamboo and creates monsters, but also changes people's bodies. Although they put a lot of effort, but under normal circumstances, you can't achieve such a result in 8 months. That's why it's dangerous. It's as deadly as conditions. Bamboo and triggers may have adapted to the local environment. But the same can't be said for humans. He asked Dongpil what he thought. How long did it take this arm to recover? Though it was completely fine. The bones were broken in this place, so it should have taken at least 2 months, right? But everything healed in just 1 week, and those wounds he got in the battle with Lushu went away in about 2 hours. He thinks that's normal. When the skin tears, the body heals the wound. But what if this process is greatly accelerated? What do you think will happen if the body continues to heal even after the wound heals? This is the environment for the human bamboo. It's good to a certain extent, but the human body can't take it. Are you saying that the healing powers of the bamboo grove are getting stronger? More specifically, spiritual chi. In about 2 or 3 months, it will become so powerful that they won't be able to break. They have to get out of here before then. Unless, of course, he wants to escape. But Dongpil told the Lord that they could not return home without the Lord's permission. The demon Lord only told him to go to the bamboo grove. He did not stipulate a time frame for his return and stay there. He thinks the Lord has been suffering deprivation for 8 months. Isn't that what this was? First of all, he granted his request. This place is perfect for getting some fresh air. Is it normal to interpret it that way? If they fell about 2 more creatures, they would reach the heart of the bamboo grove, where they had never been before. That's where the chapter for the spiritual bamboo. You should get it for the next 3 months. He can't sleep since Satan is still alive. What young master of the heavenly demon pulsed it. Why did the masters tell him about this? If they don't reach the pinnacle of demonic arts, they won't last 3 months there. That's what the lonely bamboo grove is like. What is he trying to tell him after such a sudden challenge? That's right. Didn't he say he wanted to test human? A heavenly being living in a heavenly realm, whose existence cannot be conquered. He doesn't care. It's as if he wants to convey to them that in order to be his heir, they need to overcome this. What kind of world is the master looking at? If he can see what he sees. The Lord believes the third is doing a good job. What, Syrian, that bastard? He barely survived the chi blockage. Even the medicine didn't work. Had he now become strong enough to survive in a solitary bamboo grove? How is that possible? The Overlord said he plans to summon him soon. Does that mean that everything he went through to get rid of him was for nothing? Syrian, this time when he comes back, the guy threatened to kill him, and there's nothing stopping him from doing so. Here's what you asked for. He managed to get 5 bags of herbs for the blur, and his special assignment, cave pine tea. He didn't find out until he got here, but it seems the scent of this tea can repel monsters. It was rather unpleasant to constantly encounter Azure Lotus and Shinsen, so he decided it would be best to avoid them. There might be a bunch of these herbs growing on the Weeping Mountain of the cult in the Yunnan part, but why does he need herbs to remove the clouding? Everything has its uses. Can he bring more next time? To be honest, the man can't give him a clear answer. Is that so? The headmaster didn't understand what was wrong. This month, the apothecary at the court of the demon lord explores the ratio of the highest healing decoction of these herbs. It's the main ingredient, so it'll take at least 2 months to get more. Wait, a supreme healing potion? The herbs to remove the clouding will be used to prepare it? Yes, my lord, young master, this is a supreme healing potion. Drink it all the way. Didn't the healer make him drink the decoction for 3 whole months immediately after he woke up? Herbs to remove clouding are able to cure the body of any clouding. Their names speak for themselves, and they gave it to a patient who almost died from chi blockage symptoms. These herbs are too powerful and attack even demonic energy. They can be administered to a healthy person, but for a sick person their effect can be fatal. Anyone with even the slightest medical knowledge would not prescribe such a decoction. The young gentleman asked Dongpil if he had ever heard of a silk clarifying needle. The man replied that of course he had. It is a type of acupuncture that is used to tense muscles to make the body feel balanced when the muscles are too weak. He had done this a couple times before going out on some missions after warming up his body with circulating artis. She's a demon who works at a center for religious inner enlightenment, and is also a member of the Joxa family, one of the 7 families of the demonic cult. And she is the younger sister 4 of the young master? Younger sister 4 came to see him as soon as he woke up. Fucking young Lord 4. How dare he try to kill his older brother even if it was to fight for the throne. The healer told the young master that he had prepared cave pine tea. Please drink it before it gets cold. The man turned to Xinhua and asked if he knew what is the hardest way to get into a cult. Does he mean the lonely bamboo grove? The lonely bamboo grove is impregnable. Even those of high rank cannot enter it without the teacher's permission. His question is not whether they can enter it themselves, but can they put their eyes and ears there? Wouldn't the military branch be the most suitable in such a case? He had heard that the strategist general's control over the organization was so strong that even the elders couldn't touch them. No, it's pretty easy to infiltrate. The general strategist who oversees the military is considered the genius of this century. At any rate, he would turn the tide, find out who had infiltrated the troops, and determine who was involved in the power struggle. So he would never stop anyone from infiltrating the troops. Not everyone will dare to do it, that's all. If they can figure out his intent, then the most loyal outcome would be a trial by the elders. This organization is far from anything else. It exists only to protect the demon lord and the cult. It is different from other organizations that can change position depending on who is involved. Touching them is tantamount to challenging the demon lord himself. That's why no one pays attention to them, because they are untouchable. No, he was the one who wasn't paying attention to them. That was his mistake. The healer replied he wasn't sure he understood. Syrian, that son of a bitch, is still alive. What? How? He was exiled to a lonely bamboo grove over 8 months ago. He had heard they had sent someone experienced and talented to accompany him. If he faced them first, he would surely be able to kill Syrian. No, even if that were the case, it's impossible. Even the masters from the elders must be on guard in this place. Before he went to the lonely bamboo grove, his body was in good shape. But it was still like a civilian who hadn't mastered martial arts. What kind of sorcery did he use to survive with such a body for 8 whole months in a lonely bamboo grove? The fourth young lord ordered the healer to gather his men and prepare enough weapons. Not the poison-blocking chi, not the demonic forest couldn't kill that bastard. Today is the last day that Master expects things to happen. The physician asked if he'd be personally involved. Personally, of course not. He doesn't think this battle should turn into a dogfight. There are those who will dance to his tune. So the men you ordered to gather are those who harbored a desire for revenge against Syrian even before the chi was blocked. They will only put swords in their hands. It is not up to them to decide if they will seek out Saryan with the weapons they have received. Isn't that how the master treats them? Leaving them to do whatever they want and throwing them into a real hell. He thinks it's brilliant. What do you mean he wants to go to the heart right now? He told him they don't have much time left. He just let him stay here. Why don't you just calm down for starters? You don't even know what kind of critters are out there. Would it make a difference if I did? Whatever danger lurks out there, it won't change the fact that they're running out of time. And he's not going to give up the spiritual bamboo. If he returns to the cult at this rate, who knows what the fourth master will do to him? Dampel said he would ask the teacher about who lives there and how to prepare to meet them. The young master repeated, there was no difference whether they knew it or not. Why do you think the demon lord sent high-ranking representatives to gather spiritual bamboo? If it was possible to prepare, he would send any demonic person. The reason he doesn't do that is because it makes sense to send someone with the same power. You become incredibly strong, young man, but you're still not even close to the other level. No, down the left. He can't be great demon strongest, but he has a talent they don't have. The art of dark shadow and the phantom of the dark god. Also the hidden technique of the king of assassins, John. When he lived as an assassin during the war, he couldn't leave the stealthy technique. In the past 8 months, he had no occasion to use this technique in the grove. After all, for him, it's a training ground, not a battlefield. But the heart of the lonely bamboo grove is full of secrets. It's no longer a training ring, a struggle between life and death, a place where he must accomplish his goal by doing whatever will be necessary. But since he has transformed dark shadows into demonic art, he can't use the phantom of the dark god, no matter how much he wants to. That was why he needed herbs to remove the opacity. He needed to suppress the demonic energy somehow in order to activate the dark god phantom. Once he took these herbs, he would have half an hour. Judging from the size of the lone bamboo grove, 30 minutes would be more than enough time to reach her heart. He ordered the man to wait here and said he'd be back soon. No, young master, Dampel said he wouldn't let him. The young master told Dampel to step back. If he wanted to kill him first, the master said he could escort him to the entrance of the heart. But he would not allow him to go any further. The guy told Dampel to wait. This is where he last hunted the Lusher. He thinks this is the entrance to the heart. Young master, something stinks in here, said the clerk. It's like something rotting. My God, young master, look at this. There are monster corpses. They all died after the blood vomit. I think there are a couple of critters here they haven't seen before. Isn't that a leopard? It looks like a menji. This animal occupies a leading position in the hierarchy. He has heard that they don't leave the heart of the grove unless absolutely necessary. They are the second in spiritual chi mastery in this place. Even the elders haven't seen this monster. Who would have thought that they would meet it like this? Second? Then who's first? Tired for sure. It must be the creature right over there. They call it the divided serpent. Is that a snake with 2 tails? Yes, even though it's the first time you've seen it, there's no doubt. Is it the strongest one in the lonely bamboo grove? Is it a small thing? From what the man knows, yes. But it doesn't look that powerful. It doesn't even seem to be poisonous. And even though this snake is the strongest, it will just end up being another corpse like me the others. But these freaks, Their condition is too strange. Looking at the pile of corpses of these monsters, it looks like something has struck them. But there are no wounds on the carcasses, and the spiritual bamboo growing near the heart of the grove should bloom and be thicker. But it is all dried up and withered. Who would do such a thing? It's like they sucked the life out of everything in the neighborhood. Fresh breeze, young master, what are you looking at? What's gotten into him? It's just a breeze. What's that strange feeling? It's blowing straight from the heart of a lonely bamboo grove. The young master turned to Young and said that he would wait. He should wait here, not follow him, no matter what happened. Why did he come to him again? I thought there was no reason for us to meet again. My lord has ordered the first guardian to be summoned. The divine teachings are undeniable. All demons have fallen at your feet. The first cult guardian has arrived as you requested. The Lord asked the first guard as he practiced in seclusion, were there any guards that went to the heart of the lonely bamboo grove? The guard said there was no such thing. If there had been such a high-profile incident, he would have reported it to him immediately. So he was saying that the third went with the third head. Yes, my lord. My lord heard that he was quite a good child. Yes, he is young, but he is already one of the 10 strongest masters in the Council of Elders. He has talent, experience, and is quite simple. So he thought he'd be perfect to serve the third young master. 8 months, even if the third head could achieve the opportunity. There's still a limit to his growth. So it's the third? What day is today? The guardian replied that it's 1 day before the full moon. Is that why you decided to show yourself? Third, is he really so blinded by greed that he'll go straight to his death? Or maybe through sheer dumb luck it will come down the mountainside? What the hell is it? And what's up with that terrifying chi wind? It's getting stronger with each step closer to my heart. At this rate, it'll be hard for him to even walk straight. Unbelievable. He had never felt this kind of chi before. Wait a minute. It wasn't that long ago that he felt something like this. Yes, it's like that. When he first met Li Zhongsan, the aura was so striking that it reminded him of death at that moment. A wind that has no purpose, and the power contained within it. It poses the same danger as Li Zhongsan, but there is a reward, exactly like meeting him. Even though he had surrounded himself with demonic energy, he was still receiving internal damage. No, he can't take it much longer. How strong is the creature inside that he can't even handle his demonic energy? He thought that there was nothing else left to do. With the herbs to remove the opacity, he would suppress the demonic energy and use the hidden technique. The demonic energy that had surrounded him just a second ago protect him dissipate. He believed him. The wind passes through his body. It's the phantom of the dark god of dark shadow art, a hidden technique used by the world's best king, Chan Hunter, at the height of his glory. Did something happen? The wind's demonic energy weakened. Young master, it's disappeared. Great, no more pressure. If it continues like this, he'll reach the heart of the grove before the effect will go. Lone bamboo grove. Show him what you hide in your heart. Stuff it away your rock. Shit, that shouldn't have happened. There's no way to trip over a rock using the dark god phantom. Who the hell is this sneaky asshole? It was a little fox. Wait, Dolphin said that the deeper he went into the lonely bamboo grove, the more powerful creatures there would be there. So this little guy is considered the most powerful. Given the peculiarities of who he is now, you shouldn't judge by appearances. You can't let your guard down, but he's so cute, you want to pet him. I almost felt he almost has like a nice. When he gets back, he'll try to wake him up. It's smaller than he thought. Or is he lost? Did he get to the end so fast? A little disappointing. So this is the spiritual bamboo he was looking for. And he found it so easily. His spiritual chi. Unbelievable. Yes, he can feel it. It's most intense here. The strongest spiritual bamboo in the entire lonely bamboo grove grows here. If he cleansed just 3 pieces now, he would become the strongest master of internal energy. No 3, damn it. You can't be so greedy. His body is not strong enough to take that much. That's right. He's reached his goal, so he'll take 1. Any more would just be good. Although it was a pity, looking to the side, he saw a bridge. Why is it there alone. His spiritual chi is he can get it without the purification technique. He will only take one bamboo tree, so he can take that too. Soft, smells good, easy to choose. But why couldn't he feel anything? It was clearly filled with spiritual chi. He should have already felt a ton of chi flowing. Except for the warmth in his chest, there was nothing like that anymore. Well, then we'll have to cut down some real spiritual bamboo. He drew his sword and struck the bamboo with it. Why didn't it work? Is his sword too weak? Of course, the spiritual bamboo here is quite different, right? He's pissed off about ordinary bamboo. He'll cut it down, whatever it takes. That's what he's here for. Let the blade follow the mind's desire, and let its aura move like a body. There it is. The blade of the moon, and it's strong enough to use as a weapon. Very strong. How much spiritual chi is there in such bamboo that it has become as hard as steel? The more he learns about this place, the more amazing it seems. When he looked to the side, he saw the little fox there and was frightened. What the? It's that foxy, right? When he woke up? No. How long has he been here? The ruler knows, distracted by the spiritual bamboozle. But he should have noticed that Foxy had come. Do you want something from me? Don't let your guard down, Jonathan. It may be cute, but it's still a creature that is only bamboo. There's no blood vessel, but you have to be in there. No, his hypersensitivity says it's fine. He's so small, so he thinks his attacks won't hurt much if he does decide to attack. The young master thought he could pet him a little. But it was not to be. The fox bit his fingers. He really got him. Of course, because the famous John Haji. His spiritual chi is amazing. Yes, it's very strong. It wasn't easy to cut it down. The young master said he even had to use his sword aura. The cut is unnaturally fluid. What an amazing sword aura. Would he be able to do the same if he had the best blade? The young master said he was tired of all this. But he was interrupted by Dampo, asking what about the little fox. Did he follow him all the way here? What a weird little kid. He found him sleeping in the center of the grove. The young gentleman said he almost bit off his finger when he wanted to pet him. What? The bite mark is gone. Is it because of spiritual chi? How dare he bite the young master? He can't forgive him so easily, because he hurt you. Now he even attacks animals? The master ordered him to calm down and come over to him. It's too big to carry back, so they'll clean it right here. The man said okay, he'll help the master. Limitless technique. It's always interesting to watch. In an instant, all impurities disappeared and the air nearby. This means not only that he has a technique, but also that he has a deep understanding of chi techniques. The more one observes the gentleman, the less he reminds him of a young man of 20. He is like a skilled fighter who has lived for decades. Now the sap of this spiritual bamboo is the best elixir. Well done, young master. The gentleman said it's not a problem. Let him drink first. What? How dare I consume something so precious? Isn't he tired of being so compliant yet? That's different. It would only be right if he drank it. He did everything without Dampo's help. Is he really going to be like this until the end? They're on good terms, so let him not be so cold. Dampo had saved the world quite a few times, and fully deserved it. It should be embarrassing. Give everything to him. The man stuck in such a lousy place because of a gentleman. He did a good job. That's what I'm saying. Dampo said he would protect the master until his last day of service. No danger will touch him either, unless it's over the corpse of a servant. The young master asked him to finally stop and just drink it. Even after his duty is over, he will never forget the favor. For the rest of his days, he will remember it. He, Ma Dongpil, is obliged to return to the court of elders once they leave this place. But in his heart, he is always. Just drink it already, please. Swallow. The master wants to see him swallow. The gentleman heard something coming. Excuse me? What's going on? How would the gentleman know? All the creatures of the lonely bamboo grove gathering around them. Looking at Dongpil, the gentleman asked if he had memorized the layout of the area. The man replied that of course. What a diligent boy. All right, let's hurry up. Then his gaze fell on the fox cub who was sleeping nicely curled up in a ball He's still here. Is he asleep despite all this chaos? The Lord can't just leave this little guy behind after following him around so much. Picking up the fox cub, the boy threw it into Dompel's hands and ordered him to hold it in his arms and run away. In the meantime, he would stop them. All right, come to me, assholes. The man yelled at the gentleman to go ahead while he blocked their way. But the young gentleman said that when he says something, you should just listen to him. Hitting him, Dompel flew aside a few meters along with the fox cub. Such a powerful punch, an incredible martial art, triple heaven expanding strike. His absolute assassin king technique that had to be hidden for the duration of practicing demonic arts. Right now, one cannot be from using such martial arts as he did for the sake of training. The master of the lonely bamboo grove has left the spiritual land and gone. He doesn't understand. The third? It's clear now. Mr. believes that was the reason. He's changed since the chi blockage. To be more precise, it was as if he had become a completely different person. His essence that the Lord saw in the demonic justice pavilion was death. Third, have you been to the afterlife? The man is glad he called him to the pavilion of demonic justice. In front of the third young master's eyes, the cheetah appeared. It's pretty big. Is he the head of the grove or something? They attack when they say hello to him? Quick. The Lord really doesn't like this fucking forest now. Well then, jump in the rapture. I'll blow your head off, you bastard. If you combine the demonic arts, a foot technique like the climbing jump can also be a great attack. But what the hell? Master was a little disappointed. Thought he was one of the strongest in the lone bamboo grove. Stop pretending and let him go. The master doesn't have time to deal with him. I can't believe he's getting faster. Are these overgrown cats sick of living and want to die? This attack was insanely powerful. If he took another attack like this, he would go straight to King Yan's afterlife. The Lord said he's tasted every creature here once, but they think he won't do the same to them? The power of his demonic arts felt different. It was because of the spiritual bamboo. The spiritual chi obtained from him has not yet fully transformed into demonic energy. The spiritual chi reduces the strength of the demonic energy, and thus weakens his demonic arts. On top of that, those monsters keep coming. He has no more herbs left to remove the clouding, so he can't use the stealth technique. Damn, a few more behind me. They seem to attack instinctively, for no reason, but they aren't as strong as the Supreme Masters. If he takes too long, he'll end up dead. They won't even let him think. Damn it. He can't keep hitting those things until they pass out. If he just keeps beating them one by one, they'll take forever. Then he has no choice. It's useless to fight them one by one. He has to take them all down at once to get out of here. If his demonic arts are weakened, all he has to do is increase his demonic energy. He'll kill them all, you fucking cats. A blast of rock. From his blow, all the creatures were thrown back by the shockwave. Dompel finally ran out of the bamboo grove with the fox cub in his arms. Looking around, he felt that the forest had just shaken. Is it possible the young master did it? What's going on in there? How is he alone in there? Sir is definitely going in the direction he came from. Shit, is it because he's moving too slow? After using such a strong demonic art, it was as if his legs had gotten a ton heavier. We've got to get out of here as soon as we can. Otherwise, we might run into other creatures. This bamboo has no moisture at all. No help. All the plants here are like this. What's wrong with them? It was exactly the same at the entrance to the depths of the lonely bamboo grove. There were a bunch of monster corpses lying there. But didn't he come from here? Looking around, the Lord spotted a detached serpent, the same one he had seen before. He'll break his hands. His sword will rust. It's a good one. How did he do that? The detached serpent is known for causing drought. Is bamboo and sap because of him? Who was it true that winged serpents are stronger than Menji? You filthy worm. Get off me. Master couldn't push him away because his hands were tied. Then, at some point, the snake's head was pierced by a sword. It was his protector, Dompel, who ran to his aid. The man is glad the Lord didn't get a serious temple. Can you stand up? Think I'm all right? And his sword scared the Lord to death. The guy told him to get out of here. That noise, they got to get faster. Shit, there's more. They've been chasing him. A young gentleman asked Donald how far. Someone said about 2 kilometers. It's too much to run away. They'll catch up with them for sure. He'll have to end up here if he wants to get out. This time he said he'd stay and hold them off while the young master left. The guy told Dompill to cut the crap. They'll leave here together. Even if one of them stays behind to buy time, there are still too many of them. There's no way to get rid of the tail. There's only one way to go. They kill them all here, or they die. There's no other choice. They have to do it. The master suddenly remembered his last words. John Haji, do you know what life is? No, I don't. He's always existed as someone else's tool. That's why he wants to live so badly. He will become so strong that no one will dare touch him. This time he's going to live free. Gonna scratch me in the same place he scratched me last time? Rude bastards. He needs another blow to regain consciousness, yes? He won't die in a place like this. When he approached the young gentleman, the guardian asked him if he was all right. He replied that he couldn't even stand properly. Could the guardian carry him on his back? He told the young master it would be difficult. He's definitely going to be the bait this time. He needs to get out soon. Mr. got a second chance after that horrible death. He can't afford to die like that. Young master, there is no time. He needs to run to where the guardian came from. Then, out of nowhere, a fox appeared next to them. You could see from the animals that they were all frightened. Why is he here again? Lightning flashed from the fox's eyes straight into the sky. It was followed by a huge explosion. Waking up, the young master didn't understand what had happened. Had he died again? No, it hurts, so I must be alive. Did he do something? Hey, get off me! What? He's going to eat me. Get off. Dompill, do something, protector, get up and help him at last. The capital of the divine cult of the heavenly demon.
specific I can help
Greetings,
you find
demon
today?
lord. Long live the heavenly demon divine cult. They are moved to tears by the blessing of the sacred god. So the expected expenditure for the upcoming Mara festival is 57,000 nannies. This is 12,000 nannies more than last year. Special forces are on duty now, so there should be a lot fewer visitors. Despite this, the man wonders how costs have risen so much. He would like to hear an explanation. A master of religious inner enlightenment. Master said that she would make it clear. It was confirmed that 4 of the 7 demonic cult families. The 7 demonic cult families were the illustrious protectors of the school who had protected the school for hundreds of years. Therefore, she believes it is only fair to show them the respect and generosity. History shows that the respect of the cult still reigns to this day, and will still 1,000 years later. If the heads of families attend the ancestral feast, they will be honored by heavenly spirits that will be personally created by the demon lord. The cult's respect and generosity are expressed by the lord, not by money. Thus, he orders them to reduce their expected expenditures. Seer Youngship said she understood. The girl didn't consider the matter deeply enough. Apologizing for her imperfections, she will submit a new report tomorrow before lunch. The clerk said it's all progress reports from internal and external chapters. I think the first one is still practicing. He hasn't left the 3rd hall of guardian demons yet. Let the second one begin. Yes, master. Second young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, Wang Ping. The master asked him if he was going to return to training. Martial arts had already become an integral part of his daily life. He felt that there was no point in doing closed training until it was time, come the next stage of change. So confident in his martial arts in front of a demon lord. How daring. There is no need to teach those who know where they are. Let them do as they please. To hear this from one who judges martial arts so strictly. Except for the first young gentleman who is still isolated, the second might be a better candidate. Yes, master. He's not what he was a couple days ago. He must be working hard. Thank you, but it's getting late. If he wants to surpass others, he needs to immerse himself even more in training. But even so, it'll be hard to achieve mastery. The guy said he'll keep that in mind. Teacher also always told me to dedicate myself. Right now, he should not focus on martial arts, but on finding supporters. You just have to keep doing what you've been doing. 5 young mistress of the heavenly demon divine cult. Ju Soyang. There's a limit to how much martial arts can enhance your talents. After the meeting, walk with the master here. Pick one of the 10 great demonic arts. The girl said she would never forget his gratitude. He just praised her. Should he change his plan? When the 6th returns? Supposedly, he'll attend a Mara festival with the patriarch. It seems to my lord that she's neglecting her health, Junior. I'm sorry, master. 7th young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, J-Omen. Cults are no place for spoiled children. She wouldn't be in this state if she was stronger. The Lord ordered her to work harder. Then he asked her if she was afraid of death. The girl said no, master. He had never taught any of them to rest. If they really wanted to get stronger, let them go beyond their limits. 3rd, he's late. Tell him to come in. 3rd young master Saryan takes out the call of the sacred god. He had recovered, but they heard he had lost his martial arts. Has Syrian made it out of the lonely bamboo grove yet? Greetings, my lord. It's been a long time, demon lord. What a powerful and violent demonic energy. How much had he trained during this time that he had become so seething with demonic energy? This is the highest praise ever given by a lord. Everyone was surprised. The demon lord asked how he liked the lonely bamboo grove. A good place to get some fresh air? The gentleman replied that it was surprisingly quite fresh. I think I've experienced enough weird stuff to last a lifetime. Why does he say to go with him? Did the guy answer too harshly? It's not like he went to that grove and came back as he ordered. The Lord ordered the first guard to take care of the others. He replied that he would obey. All dismissed. He's not going to send me to an even worse place since he survived in a lonely bamboo grove. Is he? It must be hard for her. I'll have to recompile the expenses. No, it's okay. It's gonna be hard on them too. It's what has to be done. By the way, General Strategist didn't attend the meeting today. Did she happen to know the reason? The girl replied that no. After all, he is constantly busy, though she doesn't think it's about the Mara festival. She's heard that the northern traditional schools have recently embarked on a very interesting endeavor. She thinks it's probably because of that. Wherever they were from, he never met a sane person who complained about being a member of the traditional grid. Most likely they were doing something pointless again. It must not be easy for a general strategist. Be that as it may, what happened to the 3rd young master? It was the first time the man had ever seen a demon lord give such a high evaluation. The elder had heard that he had survived the chi blockage, but he couldn't tell from him that anything had happened at all. Syrian just came back alive, but he also caught everyone's attention. What did the overlord see in that bastard? I should have killed him when he was weakened from the chi blockage. The gazebo again? Such a cozy garden. Doesn't fit the demonic cult at all. The Lord ordered him to sit down. He survived after 8 months in that hellish lonely bamboo grove. Don't be afraid. I did as he said, so I've done absolutely nothing wrong. Holding out the cup to him, the overlord poured him alcohol. When was the last time he drank it? He still needs to learn the Black Dragon Mountain movement technique. What? What kind of technique is that? He can't even ask in this environment. What the hell is he talking about? Master can't even have a drink. It's too uncomfortable. You've added something to your true demonic skills. What? He saw my fighting skills? Looks like a martial art of the Buddhist school. Can he tell that just by looking at me? The overlord knows he's strong, but can he really see through martial arts? Maybe he's angry because I changed the true demonic arts without asking? What's he gonna do now? He'll be sent to a place far worse than a lonely bamboo grove. Good job, I'm impressed. He praised him. It's not easy to create a martial arts technique higher in level than the 10 greatest demonic arts. It's difficult, but that's right. It took some thinking. He was embarrassed at his lord's unexpected praise. The demon lord asked how he came to the art of Buddhism. The guy replied that he had tried many things, but found that it was most suitable for becoming stronger. Really? Yeah, the results are pretty good. He wasn't thinking ahead before. Now what? I agree. The demonic arts may lack power and influence, but as a foundation, it's our cult's best technique. If Syrian had given it some more thought, he wouldn't have had to combine demonic arts with other arts. You place the flower bed where the tree should grow. Pull yourself together, old man. Didn't he say the kid was excellent? Why is he reprimanding him now? But it's okay. He's made excellent progress, and he can go. I beg your pardon? He poured me a drink and now he wants me to leave? Why the hell did he even ask me here in the first place, chattering about his martial arts? Couldn't you just send a letter? Well, if he stays, the Lord might start asking about stuff. Better get out of here. Syrian said he would go then. Pointing to the bottle, the overlord said that this he could take with him. It's a reward for a job well done. Who would have thought he would add the art of Buddhism to create a new one? It struck him again. It's not like he could have known about the difficulties of the high demon. It's just a coincidence. Third, will you ever surprise me again? If so, this winter will be interesting. He can't breathe next to the Lord. And the more he thinks about it, the scarier it seems. He's the master, and he gives me a half-empty bottle of liquor instead of a full one. Wait, it's the drink of the 6 heavenly spirits. Dampel knows it's a question mark that tastes pretty good. The guard asked him if he knew about the drink of the 6 celestial spirits. Only the most respected cult masters can drink it. The demon lord gave it to you personally? Yes, but what's the big deal? The drink of the 6 demons is the high-class alcohol of the cult. It was and is enjoyed by all the lords. It is a special drink that is given to people who have done great deeds. Just the chance to drink it is already the highest part and glory. Plus, it's made by the demon lord himself. You can't buy that for any money. And he's a real fan. Yeah, got it. Let's have a drink together when we get back, the head gentleman said. No, once Dampel escorts him to the residence, his service will be over. He must return to the court of elders. He was honored to work for the Lord, so the man doesn't want to try it? Well, I guess I'll just drink it myself. Wait. Young master, please, let me think, said the elder. He's finally back. It's great to see this place again after all this time. How did he get here? Well, I'm the one who brought him out of the woods, so I'll take care of him. The young master said this is their home now.
I hope you'll find
Let's
something
clean up
useful.
and rest in a warm bed. He hasn't seen Anva for a long time, if she meets him. What is it? What's that ominous aura? Someone's been here. Judging from the smell, they left a while ago and headed this way. How dare they hide in his residence? Who are these people? Master replied that yes, he's home. The divine teachings are undeniable. All demons have fallen at your feet. Greetings to the 3rd young master Anwa. Is this really necessary? The girl heard something bad happen to him in the lonely bamboo grove. She must have been waiting for him, and he didn't even remember her. The gentleman replied that he was fine, and the girl seemed to have lost weight. She said she's fine. She's just a girl happy to see him safe and sound. Even though he's been gone for 8 months, it's still as clean as ever. Yes, Anhua came in every day to clean up so that he could come back any day and feel comfortable. If Anhua is fine, then they're just watching. Young master, I still need to heat some water, since I just heard you were back. It won't take long. Do you want to eat first? The gentleman said no, he would like to wash his face first. He couldn't wait to wash off all the dirt of the lonely bamboo grove. Okay, she would let him know when it was ready. It's great, all the tension's gone. But he can't ignore someone else's presence, the one who kept an eye on him during the meeting. The person who caused the blockage of his chief, the 4th young master, Han Min. It would be busy again. First we have to figure out how the heavenly demon divine cult works. Now does he know that the demon lord is in charge? With so much information, he has no control. He can't guess how the overlord will act, so he's out of the question. We need to find out who we can turn to for help. Then he will draw them to his side and gain the right to enter and leave the cult at will. That way, someday he can leave here and be free. At least there's good news, because he's the 3rd apprentice
Hit
of the great
more
Overlord.
spell power.
No one
I
can know
lose
what he
defense.
but his high status should serve him well. He will climb the social ladder and then have fun. The
But
hero
I gain
believes
strength
that
in
gentlemen
it.
should smoke
Okay.
less for the sake of his own health. He's
Alright.
hardly taken a cigarette lately. He'll quit when the time is right. Thank you for your concern. The physician said it was good. Could he ask why the Lord withdrew the men from the 3rd young lord's residence? For the young gentleman can be understood, but this time he can't see the reason for his action. He just keeps smoking instead of finishing what he started. The young master replied that he didn't know. I'm sorry? He didn't know how Syrian would react. That's why he had to order them back. But he'd already anticipated what his reaction would be and planned it all out, right? Yes, he thought he knew, but he was wrong. Did the young master admit he was wrong? What's he talking about? He saw Syrian at the meeting today. For the first time since the Chi-Lock incident. He's changed a lot, and he's much better. The master doesn't know what happened in the lonely bamboo grove, but he seems to have regained his skill. However, that wasn't the reason he stepped away from the plan. He looked like the Syrian he had always known, but it felt like he was looking at a completely different person, like he had become someone else. His gaze was directed at the young gentleman, as if he knew everything he had done. Master didn't do it because he's regained his skill and gotten a little stronger. He just needs to rethink everything he thinks about him. Lies, he is lying now. He is clearly puzzled by the urge of the gentleman. The master asked what the subordinates were doing after his orders.
Spicy crawdad. I think I might go do some light fishing before I get off here.
What he should do? Ayman ordered.
Oh.
They're obsessed with money, just like Syrian. So it'll be fine, as long as they get it.
Actually,
Not a good idea.
I'll just fly out there. And while I'm flying out there, I'll be getting off.
Going to starve to death. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be like, same as always, love, peace, and chicken grease. This your boy Bruce. My ass out Tucker Forest. I'm gonna catch y'all later on for the next one. Holla.